On the day of the college entrance exam results, I made what was probably the hardest decision of my life. I suggested breaking up with my girlfriend. There was no betrayal, no quarrel, not even a hint of infidelity. We loved each other. But the more I thought about our future, the clearer it became that I had no right to hold her back. She was the school beauty everyone admired. Her admission to Beijing University was a foregone conclusion. She was destined for success, while I was an orphan, raised on the charity of neighbors and the state. I can still remember her face in that moment. She looked at me with wide-open eyes filled with a mix of surprise and pain. "Why, Chen? We've always dreamed of our future together. Why did you decide this?" I couldn't answer her. How could I explain that I didn't want to be the burden she would have to carry for the rest of her life? She deserved better. Her world was so bright, while mine was far too dark. "This is better for both of us," I said, trying to keep my voice indifferent. That same night, I deleted all her contact information. As I erased it, I felt like I was erasing a part of myself. It was my decision, and I knew it was the right one. But my heart was breaking. A few days later, I received a letter confirming my admission to the country's top university. It should have been a happy moment, but I felt no joy. I stood in my tiny room with peeling walls, looking at the awards I once took pride in, feeling only emptiness. The neighbors tried to comfort me. Their sincere congratulations warmed my heart a little. But even their kind words couldn't change the fact that I had nothing to eat for lunch but an empty rice jar. And who would have thought? A top student admitted to an elite university, yet I can't even afford a meal. I thought bitterly as I left the house. I grabbed my wallet and hurried to the ATM to withdraw some money. After lunch, I had to work at the construction site, and there was no time to waste. My only card held everything I had saved over the years, including my scholarship and donations from charitable organizations. In total, there was 110,000 yuan. I planned to buy noodles for 5 yuan, add some garlic from the balcony, and cook lunch for 7 yuan. Vegetables and meat were far too expensive for me. Inserting the card into the ATM, I suddenly felt dizzy. I thought it was just weakness, but then a voice echoed in my head.
"Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the system."
System? What, scammers are hacking ATMs now? I muttered. Withdrawing 200 yuan, I headed home, but on the way, neighbors called out to me. "Zhao Chen, there's a crowd at your house." "Yeah, and several luxury cars. Even your high school teacher is there." I quickened my pace. From the corner, I noticed a group of people in suits and 3 long cars parked in front of my house. Collecting my thoughts, I approached the house. My teacher came to meet me. "Zhao Chen, your parents have found you. Here are the documents proving your relationship. Take a look." I took the papers. My hands were trembling. Behind him stood 3 people, an elderly man and a middle-aged couple. All 3 were crying. Tears welled up in my eyes as well. My mother rushed to me, hugged me tightly, and began sobbing. "Chen, forgive me. All these years I've been searching for you, but you suffered. It's my fault, my son, my poor son." The woman couldn't hold back and started hitting herself in the face. I stopped her, grabbing her hands, and softly said, "Mom, please don't." Her face was about to swell. Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. He hadn't said this word in over a decade. Gathering all his strength, he said, "It's not your fault. I know it wasn't intentional. Please, stop hitting yourself." Zhao Chen held her hand, and only then did Zhao's mother stop. She didn't wipe her tears but reached out to gently touch Zhao Chen's face. "In the blink of an eye, my son has grown up. So tall, but too skinny. Come and see your useless father and your grandfather." Zhao Chen was pulled over. He had been quietly observing his father and grandfather. The old man stood straight and tall, his spirit unwavering, though his eyes were red, holding back tears. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhao Chen looking at him, quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile, but the tears welled up again. He gave up wiping them and stood there awkwardly, at a loss. Seeing this, Zhao's mother became angry and kicked her husband hard. "You only found him after so many years? Useless man." Zhao's father didn't argue. He smiled sheepishly, and as he smiled, tears streamed down again. "A man does not cry easily, but that's only until he's heartbroken. A father's care for his son is instinctive." He wanted to say something to Zhao Chen but didn't know how to begin. Covering his face, he silently sobbed. Zhao Chen wiped his tears again. He hesitated for a long time, over 2 minutes, and then, with a calm and emotionless voice, he softly uttered an unfamiliar word, his tone awkward, "Dad. Life is hard." Even if he could stand on his own, the effort and struggle weren't easy. The word felt foreign, a word he hadn't said in over 10 years. The tone sounded strange. "Yes. My son. I've suffered so much trying to find you." The middle-aged man, who had built a business empire with his own hands, cried like a child for the first time in his life. Today is a happy occasion. Crying like this, what does it look like? No more crying. The old man tapped his cane on the ground with a loud thud. Zhao Chen wiped his tears again and tilted his head back to call out, "Grandpa." The old man had clearly been wiping his tears in secret earlier, his eyelashes were still wet. But when he heard Zhao Chen call him Grandpa, a smile immediately spread across his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold locket, half the size of a palm, standing on tiptoes to hang it around Zhao Chen's neck. "Don't lose it again. These years must have been hard for you out there. You're the heir of the Zhao family. Thankfully, we found you. Zhao Chen nodded, feeling the heavy gold locket pressing on his neck. Checking the time, Zhao Chen spoke up, "You probably haven't eaten yet. Let me make something." "Sure, let Mom taste your cooking." Zhao Chen lifted the bag of noodles in his hand. For yuan's worth of noodles might be enough. The people waiting outside wouldn't be considered, they weren't family. Indeed, when Zhao Chen opened the door to let his family in, Zhao's mother quickly shut the door behind her. Only after entering the house did Zhao Chen remember that while he'd invited his family for a meal, he wasn't sure if they could eat what he usually ate. How about garlic noodle soup? Before his mother could respond, Zhao's grandfather spoke first. "We'll eat whatever you eat." Zhao Chen sighed, said nothing, and silently began peeling garlic. Enough for 4 people. Half of last year's garlic harvest would be used in this one meal. While Zhao Chen cooked, his 3 family members carefully examined his home. The 2 small rooms weren't big, but they were clean. There was a hard bed, and the walls, where the paint had peeled, were covered in awards and certificates, all of Zhao Chen's achievements. Zhao's mother wanted to check what was in Zhao Chen's refrigerator, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find one. "Chen, where's your refrigerator? I haven't bought one yet. I'll be leaving for school in a month, so there's no need for one." Before Zhao Chen finished speaking, Wang Qian, his mother, was already in tears. A mother cannot bear to hear such words. She stopped looking. No matter what, she wouldn't check again. She turned around and watched Zhao Chen busily cooking in the kitchen, standing there blankly. The noodles were already in the pot, and a half basin of garlic sauce was ready. When Zhao Chen brought 2 bowls of noodles with garlic sauce to the table, he suddenly realized the house only had 2 bowls. Without a word, he ran to a neighbor's house and borrowed 2 more bowls in less than a minute. When the 4 bowls of garlic noodle soup were placed on the table, the old man couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down his face as he picked up the chopsticks and began eating the noodles. Tears fell into the bowl, making the taste both bitter and salty. "You all eat first. Just leave the bowls on the table when you're done. I have to head to the construction site now, I'm going to be late, and the foreman has a bad temper." As Zhao Chen spoke, he was about to leave but was stopped by his father, Zhao Zichang, who grabbed his hand. "Don't go. It's too hot out there. You never need to earn money again. Our family's wealth is enough for 2 lifetimes. Take this card." Zhao Zichang handed over a black card with a centurion's head in the center. Though it was his first time receiving such a gift after their reunion, Zhao Chen accepted it, rubbing the card in his hands with mixed emotions. He didn't even need to think about how much money was on it. Wang Qian asked gently, "Do you want to stay in Jilin or return to Beijing?" The old man, feeling this question was inappropriate, cut her off and made a decision himself. "Jilin or Beijing, either is fine. If you want to stay here, that's okay, but you must come home for 2 days every week. If you return to Beijing, even better, our Zhao family base is there. No matter what you choose, you'll spend the next 2 months at home before school starts. There are things that need to be sorted out." When the old man spoke, Zhao Chen didn't dare to object. He knew that wherever he went, life would be much better than it was now. Wang Qian also added, "Pack your things. We're flying home this afternoon." Zhao Chen nodded blankly. Truthfully, when happiness comes so suddenly, it's hard to adapt. In just one day, Zhao Chen had gone from being a poor boy to a wealthy heir. While packing, Zhao Chen realized there wasn't much of value in his small home. The most precious things were probably the certificates on the wall and his study notes. Wang Xian climbed onto a stool to carefully take down Zhao Chen's certificates and pack them away. After washing the dishes and returning the borrowed bowls to his neighbors, Zhao Chen lingered at the door for a moment. He saw his neighbors standing nearby, watching. They held their bowls and chopsticks. They had watched Zhao Chen grow up. He was a sensible child who never caused trouble for the neighborhood. Seeing this scene, they understood Zhao Chen's family had found him. Over the years, they had known how hard his life had been. In earlier years, he had gone to school while taking care of the old man who was gravely ill. Back then, Zhao Chen had always been pale and thin, just a child, struggling so hard that it made people's hearts ache. In their hearts, they wanted Zhao Chen's biological parents to find him even more than he did. From a distance, Zhao Chen bowed deeply toward them. The neighbors hurriedly stepped aside and quietly left. They didn't want to accept this gesture, it was just their duty to help, nothing special. Only a few older women stayed, chatting with smiles on their faces. Zhao Chen, when you get married, bring your wife over to meet us, okay? We'll be waiting for you. Sure. I promise. Zhao Chen wiped his tears and went back inside. At 1 p.m., Zhao Chen said goodbye to each neighbor. It was also on this day that he learned to recognize his first car logo, Rolls-Royce. 3 extended cars slowly drove out of the small city on the outskirts of Jinling as Zhao Chen got in. Inside the car, the family members exchanged contact information. When Zhao Chen pulled out his old feature phone, even Grandpa Zhao froze for a moment, taking a deep breath. Zhao Jichang immediately called his assistant, and within 10 minutes, a new phone was delivered. It was a top-of-the-line smartphone, the most advanced model currently on the market. The phone was unboxed, the SIM card inserted, and the phone was powered on. Contact information was added. As a modern young man, Zhao Chen quickly adapted to the new device. In just 10 minutes, he had figured out how to use the smartphone. Inside the extended Phantom, the seats were arranged in 2 rows along the windows. Zhao Chen sat with his mother, Wang Xian, who had so much she wanted to say to him. After a moment of thought, she spoke earnestly. Try to adapt to your new life quickly. Your living habits and diet may need some adjustments, but don't feel too pressured. Here's what your father and I just decided, we've set a small goal for you. We'll transfer some money to you so you can start getting used to it. There's no strict requirement for this 3 billion yuan. Spend it however you like. When you finish it, we'll talk again. Zhao Chen shuddered violently. So this was the legendary daddy's money? This compensatory gesture from his parents seemed over the top but was undeniably real. Zhao Chen found himself in a daze. At his current construction job, earning 150 yuan a day, it would take him over 5,500 years to make 3 billion yuan. 5,000 years longer than the entire history of Chinese civilization. This day felt like a dream. Zhao Chen stammered, his voice faltering as he weakly asked, "Are you sure I'm your son? You're not making a mistake, right? Giving me this much money feels unreal." His question made all 3 family members laugh. His father, Zhao Jichang, took out DNA test reports from several medical institutions and handed them to him. Before visiting Zhao Chen, they had already obtained definitive results. After carefully reading the test results, Zhao Chen finally smiled calmly. This was indeed his rightful place. It was a completely different life. In the past, he had believed in studying hard and striving for a better future. But now, faced with an effortless windfall and a wealthy family, he couldn't deny he was happy. Silently, Zhao Chen's eyes grew moist. Through the window, the small city outside shrank into the distance as the car headed toward the airport. In his mind, the voice continued to echo. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. The persistent urging annoyed Zhao Chen, but he kept his composure and asked the voice in his mind. Are you crazy? How about 100,000? Maybe 150,000? Okay, what about 170,000? Honestly, I don't even know what to spend money on right now. I mean, I haven't figured out what I want or how to spend it. I can't just buy random things I don't need, right? Zhao Chen's words were genuine. He really didn't know what to buy. He didn't play games, didn't care about skins or upgrades, didn't smoke or drink, didn't go to nightclubs, and never stayed up late. He occasionally read books, but spending 200,000 yuan solely on books didn't make sense. As he pondered, new lines of text loaded in his mind. Buy a car, go to metropolitan nightclubs and book the entire venue, develop the habit of generous tipping, take luxury cruises, recklessly acquire businesses, or fund scientific research. After reading this, Zhao Chen instinctively rubbed his temples. He could almost hear the sound of money burning. Still, wasn't this a way to start a new chapter in life? A reshuffled life. It was time to think about how to enjoy it. He wouldn't suffer anymore in this lifetime. After binding the black card given by Zhao Zichang to his smartphone, Zhao Chen carefully counted the zeros. Only after double-checking did he realize in shock that the card contained 1 billion yuan. He couldn't forget the casual remark from his father, "That's your pocket money." Irritated by the voice in his head, Zhao Chen opened a shopping app. After learning where his family's Beijing residence was located, he began adding items to his cart. He never imagined his first online shopping experience would start like this. He bought all the books he had ever wanted to read, over 200 titles in one go. From The Republic to Classic of Mountains and Seas, from Being in Nothingness to Thousand Cranes. Only when Zhao Chen couldn't think of more books to buy did he finally laugh out loud. Humanity always respects knowledge and thought, and Zhao Chen felt a rare joy from the prospect of enriching his mind. However, 200 books didn't cost anywhere near 200,000 yuan. With wide eyes, he searched the shopping site until, finally, he gritted his teeth and bought a royal oak watch for over 150,000 yuan. Zhao Chen's breathing quickened. Before this, selling himself wouldn't have fetched 150,000 yuan. Meanwhile, his parents quietly observed Zhao Chen's phone screen. When they saw he had bought a 150,000 yuan watch, they frowned slightly. Truthfully, it didn't quite match Zhao Chen's identity. In Wang Qian's opinion, the eldest son of the Zhao family in Beijing should at least wear a watch worth tens of millions. But neither of them said anything. After all, this was just the beginning. After buying the watch, Zhao Chen added various small items to his cart, finally spending a total of 200,000 yuan. As soon as the payment was completed, the long-awaited voice sounded in his mind. Total expenditure, 200,100 yuan. Billionaire system activated. Would you like to claim the activation gift package? Yes. Opening gift package. Congratulations! You have received a personalized Billionaire's lifestyle guide, one fearless double cashback card, the Young Master's daily guidance system, and the universal transaction system. Although the system itself was shocking, Zhao Chen was completely blown away after reading the descriptions of the items in the gift package. Billionaire's lifestyle guide helps the host set proper life goals, correct deviations, and establish a healthy view of money. Double cashback card randomly multiplies the cashback on consumed amounts. Daily guidance system provides daily behavioral guidance and advice. Universal transaction system allows the host to purchase anything they desire, regardless of availability. Zhao Chen immediately focused on the universal transaction system and thought, grow 1 centimeter taller. The system instantly displayed the price, 50,000 yuan per centimeter. Hiss! Zhao Chen almost fainted from the sheer joy. It took all his resilience, built from years of hardship, to restrain his excitement. As he reveled in his newfound abilities, his grandfather, Grandpa Zhao, suddenly spoke, "Now that Chenner is back, we must honor the engagement we arranged back then." Old Li has been mentioning it every year. The Li family is known for their integrity and pride. Chenner is already 18, it's time for the two children to meet, get to know each other, and decide when to marry. Zhao Zichang and Wang Qian nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen, utterly confused, hesitated before asking, "What are you talking about?" Wang Qian casually replied, "We're talking about your fiancée from the engagement we arranged when you were a child. Let me show you her photo." Zhao Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. Was this something an orphan of more than 10 years could accept all at once? Still, when his mother took out her phone to show him a photo, Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at it. Hiss! All right. It was indeed from his own mother, pure, undeniable maternal love. Since Mom approved, he'd go along with it. Respecting and honoring his parents started with him. He couldn't upset his mother. So, it would be her. Besides, the girl was indeed beautiful. "Chenner," his mother began, "I hope you'll mentally prepare yourself. In families like ours, not just anyone can marry into the family. I hope you understand. Of course, what I mean is, there can only be one. Only one person can marry into the Zhao family. I hope you can accept this reality. Being part of a family like ours can sometimes be a burden for you." Zhao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. In our family, we can only marry one? Isn't that the rule for everyone? He was a little confused. Fortunately, his mother didn't press the matter too hard, perhaps out of concern that Zhao Chen might not accept it right away. Meanwhile, Zhao Jichang's thoughts lingered on the wristwatch Zhao Chen had just bought online for over 150,000 yuan. His feelings were complicated. There was a trace of bitterness, perhaps the child had suffered too much over the years. Even after coming into wealth, he didn't want to spend extravagantly. Sigh. Zhao Jichang felt more and more that Zhao Chen needed to embrace some change. After a light sigh, he took off his own wristwatch and personally placed it on Zhao Chen's wrist, speaking warmly. Zhao Chen, being part of a family like ours comes with certain constraints. For example, we can only drive luxury cars, like Rolls-Royces or supercars. If we drove ordinary brands, people would notice and criticize us, it wouldn't match our status. Take this watch, for instance. It's a 20 million yuan Frank Muller. Only by wearing it do I avoid ridicule and contempt from those at the same level. You're my son, my only heir. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Chen nodded silently. As he followed his family out of the car, he sighed inwardly. So even the rich live such exhausting lives. But since I'm part of this family, I shouldn't disgrace them. As for the 150,000 yuan watch he had just bought, Zhao Chen decided to gift it to his former teacher, who had treated him well during his orphan years. It wouldn't be about the price, just a token of appreciation for a good teacher. Wearing his father's watch, Zhao Chen boarded a plane for the first time. From that moment on, his understanding of airplanes would forever be tied to luxury private jets. People often measure others through their own experiences. If this is the kind of plane I've flown on, then it must be what everyone else flies on too. Being born into wealth sometimes blinds people to the realities and truths of life. The flight attendants on the plane were beautiful, perhaps arranged by his family. Several sets of new, high-quality clothes were delivered to Zhao Chen's private cabin, packaged in elegant gift boxes. It was his first time wearing clothes like these. The designs were exquisite, the fabric luxurious, and there were even matching shoes. Zhao Chen had a vague sense of what awaited him in Beijing. After all, when a prominent family finds a lost heir, it's only natural for acquaintances and peers to gather for a look. Zhao Chen carried the weight of the Zhao family's next generation. He was certain there would be a major social gathering waiting for him. After freshening up, Zhao Chen felt his new clothes fit him perfectly. As for his appearance and demeanor, apart from being a bit thin, he carried a sunny and determined aura. As for temperament, that was something more elusive. Holding the black card loaded with 10 billion yuan, Zhao Chen felt his demeanor had quietly changed. What exactly had changed, he couldn't say. Seated on the sofa in the cabin, sunlight streamed through the window onto Zhao Chen's face. It was then he realized he was no longer the orphan boy he once was. When a flight attendant leaned over to offer him fruit and a meal, the last remnants of his self-doubt vanished. The divide between inferiority and pride feels as light as a feather when faced with a dramatic turn of fortune. Now, Zhao Chen's mindset was calm, he had the courage to be his true self. Perhaps he could even indulge in desires he had once suppressed. For instance, he no longer had to lower his head timidly to admire beauty. As he pondered, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind again. An hour later, the plane landed. Zhao Chen walked beside his mother, supporting his grandfather, whose hands trembled with excitement. Losing a blood relative had been a source of deep pain for the old man, leaving him unable to lift his head among his peers in Beijing for over a decade. But now, with his grandson returned, who could laugh at the Zhao family? Who could criticize them? With Zhao Chen back, the veiled ridicule of the past would end today. Even with his grandfather's stern expression, Zhao Chen could sense the pride that would soon grace the old man's face. The group slowly disembarked the plane and got into the waiting cars. Xiao Chun, we'll reach home in 10 minutes. Our estate is large, so if you don't feel like socializing, you can follow the butler to your room to rest. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. Now that I'm back, I'd better meet everyone and make some connections. I can't let them look down on me. After all, I'm a top student. How could your child ever lack confidence or bring shame to the family? Wang Xian's tears flowed uncontrollably again. Zhao Jichang remained silent, deeply moved as he watched his son. Grandpa Zhao, however, finally couldn't hold back. He burst into hearty laughter, loud and jubilant, as if all the bitterness of the past decade was being released in that moment. His laughter carried all the way to the gates of the Zhao family estate. Joy and kinship, timeless and unrestrained, made this moment deeply emotional. Zhao Chen saw many people waiting, as well as a red carpet. There were even reporters holding cameras. In the distance, a massive villa was visible, and the red carpet stretched for hundreds of meters. Fireworks were already being set off, filling the sky with booming sounds, accompanied by firecrackers and the murmur of the crowd. Everyone Zhao Chen saw was dressed elegantly, radiating an air of sophistication, with smiles on their faces, there to welcome him home. Supporting his grandfather, Zhao Chen noted the old man's laughter had only grown louder and more carefree, echoing with vitality. Nearly everyone was scrutinizing Zhao Chen, who smiled warmly, his demeanor both sunny and composed. Occasionally, he bowed slightly and shook hands with grace, exuding confidence without arrogance. Oh, Zhao Chen has suffered outside. Not at all. Heaven gives its greatest challenges to those destined for greatness. Just think of it as time spent wandering the world, huh? Zhao Chen's tone held no resentment, only ease. A fine young man. He's destined to be exceptional. Hardly worth mentioning, I was just the top scorer in the college entrance exams. Nothing special. Zhao Chen nodded and walked with his grandfather along the red carpet, steady and composed. The carpet stretched 500 meters, and halfway through, his grandfather leaned in and whispered, "You don't need to greet the people standing at the edges. They're not qualified." Zhao Chen chuckled softly as he walked. Earning a good reputation doesn't come from pleasing those close to you, but from ensuring those distant from you have no bad things to say. Grandpa Zhao paused, glanced at Zhao Chen, and then laughed even more heartily. Carefree, spirited, and fulfilled, the old man was truly happy. Zhao Chen noticed many peers among the crowd, their sharp gazes betraying pride and disdain, even as they smiled. Zhao Chen responded with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At the end of the red carpet, his grandfather gestured toward a group of people. That's the Li family. Over the years, aside from the Zhao family, they were the ones most concerned about your whereabouts. Those two are Li Niaoxian's parents. Go over and greet them, call them uncle and aunt, and show them proper respect. Li Niaoxian was Zhao Chen's fiancée from the engagement arranged during their childhood. Zhao Chen's eyes met the middle-aged couple's gaze. He immediately smiled and stepped forward. Tonight, Niaoxian's flight will arrive from the UK. She'll be coming here as well. You're both grown now, it's time for you to start building a relationship. When she heard the news about you yesterday, she rushed back to the country. When they finally met Zhao Chen, Li Niaoxian's parents breathed a huge sigh of relief. Their biggest worry was that Zhao Chen, having grown up away from his family, might lack knowledge, education, confidence, or manners. Even though the engagement had been arranged for over a decade, who would want their daughter to marry someone incapable? But after seeing Zhao Chen's demeanor, behavior, and composure, they couldn't help but nod in approval. Zhao Chen was impressive. He could even be called exceptional, someone who adapted to his new identity in such a short time without arrogance or impetuousness. That alone was remarkable. Escorting Uncle and Aunt Li into the estate, Zhao Chen felt as though everything he laid eyes on radiated luxury. Even the plants and flowers were things he had never seen before. Realizing that his life would now be surrounded by such extravagance, Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. Luckily, it's mine. Mine, not something I just saw on the internet or imagined. Something I can actually boast about to others. Zhao Chen enthusiastically led Uncle and Aunt Li to the place the butler had arranged for them. Well, not much blame should fall on Zhao Chen, this was his first time here too. The welcoming ceremony was held in the central courtyard of the villa. The marble floor between the courtyard and the villa entrance had been removed and replaced with half-meter-long gold bricks, real gold. A brand new car stood in the yard, covered with a black car wrap. Several young, beautiful girls sat nearby, their appearances captivating. Their behavior seemed deliberately attention-grabbing, as if they wanted Zhao Chen to notice them. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if this was just his imagination, but their gazes were indeed fixed on him. He had heard that in wealthy families, young heirs of his age would sometimes have private tutors, teachers who were also extremely attractive, to guide them in life. He didn't quite understand it and had never experienced it himself. He didn't dare ask, but he could tell these girls, all dressed uniformly, didn't seem like ordinary guests. They did look a bit like tutors that his father, Zhao Jichang, might have arranged. Whether they were or not, their presence, these 18-year-old girls seated beside him, was undeniably pleasant to look at. In ancient times, didn't wealthy families often have a few pretty maids accompanying their sons? Zhao Chen relaxed slightly and leaned toward the girls naturally. The sofa was long enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. With a gentle smile, Zhao Chen asked softly, "Would you like something to drink?" The brightest-eyed girl waved him over, signaling him to sit closer. Fearlessly, Zhao Chen sat next to her. Just as he was about to enjoy the fragrance and atmosphere, she spoke up. Miao Xianjia wouldn't let us drink anything. She told us to keep an eye on you so you wouldn't get snatched away by some other flirty woman. But who knew? This young master came right over to us himself. Just wait until Miao Xianjia gets here tonight, hee. Zhao Chen's face darkened. He shifted slightly farther away. This is a setup, isn't it? Well, if you're not drinking, I'll go greet the other guests. Zhao Chen made to leave. He wasn't about to sit here waiting for Li Miaoxian to interrogate him after she arrived. He wanted to leave. But as soon as he stood up, one of the girls behind him grabbed him and pulled him back onto the sofa. You're not allowed to leave. You have to stay within our sight. Otherwise, how will we know where you've gone? There are so many socialite daughters here today from Beijing. Fine. Zhao Chen pursed his lips, wearing a helpless expression, and sat back down. Fortunately, the girls were pleasant company. If you wander off now, who knows how many people will try to ruin your engagement, interfere, or simply make sure the Zhao and Li families don't unite successfully. It's better if you stay here, no one will bother you. And by the way, are we not pretty enough for you? Her eyes were incredibly bright. Zhao Chen turned to look at her seriously, then smiled and nodded. After all the fuss, Zhao Chen began to tire. As his grandfather had said, not everyone was qualified to approach him and strike up a conversation. This wasn't about looking down on anyone or flaunting wealth. It was simply a matter of practicality. Speaking to someone like him might stretch them too thin. The gathering felt part party, part celebration, and part introduction for Zhao Chen. The sharp-eyed girl sitting next to him seemed to know everyone. She would discreetly point out people in Zhao Chen's line of sight, telling him their names, industries, and the nature of their relationship to the family. Some of the names left Zhao Chen stunned. At first, he thought he had misheard, but he soon realized he hadn't. These were indeed the influential figures he had seen on television or read about online. As Zhao Chen nibbled on some fruit, a well-dressed man in a suit approached him, carrying a briefcase. Mr. Zhao, I'm here to confirm your personal information. From now on, I'll be your personal lawyer. I'll handle matters related to your inheritance, corporate shares, real estate, vehicles, and even any legal issues regarding your girlfriends or other relationships. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent. After providing his ID information, he asked the lawyer to leave for now. Although my identity has changed, my core values don't need drastic alterations. I'll stay true to what I believe is right, at least until I fully understand this new life. Never become so arrogant as to think you're always right. The cheerful girl's name was Li Shan, apparently a cousin of Li Miaoxian. She was lively and thoughtful, often teasing Zhao Chen to the point of making him blush. At 4:30 p.m., Wang Xian came over and handed Zhao Chen a bouquet of roses. She's here. Zhao Chen carried the bouquet to the end of the red carpet. In theory, people today valued freedom and spontaneity, but Zhao Chen couldn't quite bring himself to dislike the idea of this arranged marriage. Perhaps it was because, during his years of hardship, he had secretly yearned for a stable and enviable marriage. The car arrived. It was a relatively modest Rolls-Royce. The driver opened the door, and a pair of white shoes stepped onto the red carpet. The girl glanced at Zhao Chen with an appraising look. Seeing him holding the flowers, she studied him quietly for a moment before stepping forward and extending her hand. Zhao Chen handed her the bouquet, but instead of taking it, she locked eyes with him. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Chen extended his hand and gently took hers. At first glance, he thought Li Miaoxian's demeanor seemed a bit cold. But her palm was warm and inviting. After walking only a short distance, he heard her calm, clear voice in his ear. When I got off the plane, I contacted your high school teacher. I asked about your character, intellect, wisdom, and personality. I inquired about your living conditions and attitude. Outstanding, hardworking, and diligent, that was your teacher's evaluation of you. She paused briefly, looked at Zhao Chen, and continued. I hope that as we spend time together, I'll see an even better version of you. And I hope that being with you will help me improve as well. Her words were subtle and sincere, reflecting a willingness to embrace this arranged, balanced, and mutually enriching relationship. As for who was more outstanding, Zhao Chen didn't dare claim superiority over a senior from Cambridge. She was formidable. When they entered the villa, the two let go of each other's hands, but Li Miaoxian stayed by Zhao Chen's side, her steps closely aligned with his, radiating closeness. As the orchestra's music began, it seemed as though an invisible voice was announcing, the welcome ceremony for Zhao Chen has begun. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had learned about most of the guests' identities from Li Shan. This helped him avoid any awkwardness during conversations. On the contrary, Zhao Chen could speak knowledgeably about the guests' familiar fields, mixing curiosity and admiration with insightful observations. His tone and attitude during these conversations left a strong impression on the guests. Zhao Chen was different from the typical young masters of Beijing. His starting point was mature, intelligent, and willing to navigate social dynamics skillfully. For someone his age, this level of poise was admirable. To act with such steadiness at an age known for arrogance was commendable. Li Miaoxian had gone to change into a more formal gown. Zhao Chen stood in a prominent spot, watching a group of elderly men emerge from a moon gate behind a rock garden, laughing heartily. Grandpa Zhao gestured toward Zhao Chen on the stage, introducing him to the other men. The elderly gentleman nodded with smiles, acknowledging Zhao Chen and mentally marking him as familiar. The implication was clear: if Zhao Chen ever encountered difficulties, they would step in to help. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and Li Miaoxian's mother stood together, animatedly chatting. The joy of so many years seemed to pour out all at once, smoothing their wrinkles and lighting up their faces. Standing on the solid gold floor, Zhao Chen felt a complicated mix of emotions. Thankfully, this party, lacking any rigid program, didn't require him to give a long, passionate speech. All he had to do was stand quietly and listen. Uncle Wang Zhonglei gifts a Ferrari Enzo. Aunt gifts a Bugatti Veyron GT. Welcome home, Zhao Chen. Aunt Zhao Ming gifts a villa in the second ring. Uncle Li Jianwei gifts 5 villas in Shanghai. Aunt gifts 5 villas in Jinling. Zhang Li congratulates with 5 million yuan. Wu Tao congratulates with 5 million yuan. Lu Kaisheng congratulates with 3 million yuan. Beijing's Zhang family, 5 million yuan. Beijing's Wang family, 10 million yuan. Standing nearby, Zhao Chen felt his scalp tingle as he listened. It seemed his life experience was still too shallow, he could barely process this. The butler's calm, measured voice announcing the gifts seemed to strike Zhao Chen's heart with every word, leaving behind the fragrant sound of money falling like rain. When the announcements finally concluded, the butler smiled and added, "Fiancé Li Miaoxian gifts a private jet." The crowd erupted in symbolic applause, and Zhao Chen turned to look. Wearing a moonwhite gown, Li Miaoxian had returned. Up close, Zhao Chen could see the delicate sheen of her collarbone. "All right, enough standing around for now." With a smile, Zhao Chen faced the guests and delivered a light-hearted comment. "I'm very happy to have so many people here to witness my return home. It's an honor. Today, the Zhao family is graced by your presence. Since you've supported me today, I will gladly return the favor in the future, joining you all in prosperity." The response was immediate but restrained. Few dared to clap too loudly or laugh freely, as nearly everyone turned to gauge the reactions of Grandpa Zhao and Zhao Zhichang. When they saw both men giving Zhao Chen a thumbs up, the applause swelled, rippling through the crowd like a wave. This was the best news they'd heard all day. Over the past decade, the Zhao family had built a business empire, dominating their industries and sharing benefits only with the Li family. Others who sought partnerships were usually met with cold indifference, leaving the Zhao family to stand alone at the peak of their success. Now, the guests felt a genuine admiration for Zhao Chen. This boy is good. Zhao Chen is impressive. Standing there, Zhao Chen touched his nose, wondering if he had said something wrong. Why does the person closest to me look so excited? Their face is red, and they're trembling. Wait, why does it seem like they're happier than I am? Are they acting like they've found their long-lost father? Why is everyone so moved by these empty, formulaic words? I really didn't expect this. It seems I've seen too little of the world. The brand new car in the center of the venue, still covered, was almost forgotten in the excitement. Zhao Zhichang, unwilling to make things too elaborate, casually tossed the car keys to Zhao Chen. It seemed to be a Cullinan, though Zhao Chen wasn't certain and needed to check again. Only when Li Miaoxian confirmed it did he feel relieved. He had overheard his uncle and aunt gifting cars with unfamiliar names and worried he might not have a reliable car to use. Thankfully, his father had been thoughtful enough to provide him with a proper luxury vehicle. As the sun began to set, the guests gradually left, and the estate quieted down. The golden light of the sunset bathed the rear garden, where familiar faces gathered in the gazebo: Zhao Chen's parents, grandfather, uncle, and aunt Li, and Li Miaoxian, who sat quietly by his side, calm and composed. "The matter of inheritance should be settled sooner rather than later," Grandpa Zhao said. "This massive family business is yours to inherit. You can enjoy yourself for another 20 years, but after that, you must take over. Of course, this includes some of the Li family's assets." Zhao Chen immediately stood up to pour tea for Uncle and Aunt Li. As for the marriage, since both of you are here, there's no need to say much. Whenever you decide to marry is fine, though I think it's best to pass on the family name sooner rather than later. Xiao Chen has already been admitted to a university in the south, Grandpa Zhao continued. That's fine. The Zhao family's business can expand southward, opening new markets. Miuxian is studying abroad, but it would be better for her to come back more often. Xiao Chen can visit her as well. Honestly, I think foreign schools are overrated. Miuxian, you might as well come back to study and spend more time with Zhao Chun. We've already made arrangements, Grandpa Zhao added. A villa in Jiling has been purchased for you. Study hard and learn as much as you can. Oh, and your high school teacher mentioned you had a connection with a girl in class. These matters should be explained clearly to Miuxian. The Zhao family and Li family are bound by marriage. Only Miuxian can enter this family. The earlier instructions were manageable, but the final statement made Zhao Chen shift uncomfortably in his seat. He turned to glance at Li Miuxian, nervous. Her gaze remained calm. Zhao Chen silently steadied himself. Perhaps this is just how life in a wealthy family works. There are rules I don't yet understand but will have to learn over time. As Zhao Chen exhaled quietly, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. He turned to see that it was from Li Miuxian's fingers pinching him, though her expression remained indifferent. Night fell, and the family dinner in the villa was being prepared. While the adults sipped tea and chatted, Wang Qian urged Zhao Chen to talk with Li Miuxian. The garden was vast, with delicate roses glowing in the soft light of the street lamps, appearing both enchanting and beautiful. Don't spend too much time in the sun from now on, your skin will darken, Li Miuxian remarked. All right. Zhao Chen nodded. Working at construction sites had indeed been harsh on his skin. I'll give you myself, and the Li family's assets will also be yours. All I ask is that you don't disappoint me. All I want is your sincerity. I won't disappoint you, Zhao Chen promised. When you're with me, avoid talking to them, she continued, referring to the other girls. Don't go wandering around either. There are too many distractions outside. Make time for exercise, and keep a healthy routine. Alright, but you should let me explain, I don't actually have that many. Zhao Chen's face reddened as he struggled to clarify. He only had one innocent, sincere relationship in the past. Li Miuxian nodded gently. After a moment of thought, she said, I'll come back to stay with you. I heard that girl is at Peking University. With you in the south and her in the north, it wouldn't work anyway. It's fine. I can take care of myself, Zhao Chen replied. You don't understand, Li Miuxian said softly. A boy with your status and wealth can't always control everything. The temptations outside are too great. I'll come back to stay with you. Her tone was calm as she leaned her head against Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen stiffened for a moment but eventually put his arm around her slender waist. She felt a little thin. Her faint fragrance was intoxicating, a novel sensation that spread through Zhao Chen's heart, leaving him with an indescribable sense of wonder. The two grew closer. After the lights across the grand estate villa lit up, Zhao Chen felt as though he was in a noble and self-contained city, dazzling and enchanting. He couldn't help but think of his tiny room from before. Back then, he hesitated to turn on the lights, enduring entire summers without a fan or air conditioning, with only a few water-filled basins to cool the air. Sometimes, drenched in sweat, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep through the night. Now, even sitting in an outdoor gazebo, there was a cool breeze from a fan. The contrast in his circumstances was nothing short of earth-shattering. Who is born to enjoy suffering? Who naturally desires a life of relentless struggle? Zhao Chen thought to himself that, while his character had been strong in the past, people must also face their desires, especially when they have the means to fulfill them. At this moment, as he sat beside Li Miuxian, her delicate fragrance brushing past his nose, his arm resting lightly around her slender waist, every bit of closeness filled him with pleasure. As an 18-year-old boy, he wanted so much to hold her tighter, to feel the texture of her dress against his hand. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to exert more force. Even his neck felt stiff because she was leaning against his shoulder. The two sat there for a long time. When the distant city lights began to shimmer, Li Miuxian finally spoke softly. It's time for dinner. I probably won't stay tonight. You just got back, so you should get used to everything first. I'll come back tomorrow to spend time with you. I've already arranged for someone to prepare a list of luxury cars, watches, high-end brands, and major global labels. The butler will probably deliver it to your room tonight. As for that matter, let's delay it for now. We're still young, and you're quite thin. Even some of your hair is turning white, clearly malnourished. Like your grandfather says, in youth, one's energy is unstable, one must abstain from indulgence. I don't want children too soon. But if you want one, I won't oppose it. She turned her cool gaze to Zhao Chen, her eyes showing a hint of expectation. Zhao Chen nodded, his tone calm. It's not good for your health to have children too early. We can take it slow. There's no rush, we have plenty of time. Although the conversation felt premature, and even if Li Miaoxian didn't mind, Zhao Chen wanted to respect her. Come on, let's eat. She took his hand and led him toward the brightly lit dining area. Zhao Chen had been hungry for the past half hour. The family dinner did not disappoint. For someone like Zhao Chen, who had never had a proper meal in his life, this was his first time seeing a banquet comparable to the legendary Manchuan imperial feast. Before seeing the lavish spread before him, Zhao Chen's mind had still been stuck on garlic noodles. At most, he might imagine garlic noodles with a variety of meats: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish. That, to him, would be the most delicious meal on earth. Maybe with some red braised or steamed dishes he'd only heard of. Looking at the table full of elaborate dishes, Zhao Chen felt his nose sting for some reason. It smelled amazing. Li Miaoxian gently pulled him into a seat and said softly, "If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Don't wait for anyone else. You need to get stronger, being more robust gives you a masculine presence. Eat more." Even though Li Miaoxian's demeanor was cool, her words were the warmest Zhao Chen had ever heard. Meanwhile, Wang Qian was furious. She was upset because Zhao Zhichang and Grandpa Zhao were dawdling and hadn't come to eat yet. Zhao Chen, sitting properly and waiting, made her feel even more upset. The large round table wasn't fully seated, the dishes weren't all served, and it seemed there was still a long way to go. "Xiao Chen, why don't you try some dishes to see if there's anything you like?" Wang Qian's eyes had been red all day. Zhao Chen gave a soft okay, slowly picked up his chopsticks, and hesitated. He suddenly realized he had forgotten how to use them in his excitement. He had wanted to taste something unfamiliar first. Unfortunately, nothing on the table looked familiar to him. Even if he'd seen these ingredients before, they had been transformed into something entirely new. Suddenly, Zhao Chen put down his chopsticks and froze, overwhelmed by a sense of fear. The fear wasn't of wealth itself but of his lack of knowledge and experience in navigating such an affluent life. How would he adapt to these new standards, rules, and expectations? A sudden warmth interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he saw a piece of tender, beautifully cooked meat on his plate. Turning, he met Li Miaoxian's gaze. "Try it. This red braised pork was personally made by Auntie. I heard that during the years they were searching for you, she dedicated herself to perfecting this dish just so you could taste it today. No matter whether they found you or not, this dish was perfected for you. No matter what kind of life you choose, your family will always stand by you. Just be yourself." Looking at her eyes, then at his mother, Zhao Chen hurriedly lowered his head and took a bite of the red braised pork. In an instant, the sourness in his nose spread to his throat. Fighting back sobs, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and silently savored it. Over the years, Zhao Chen had rarely eaten red braised pork, but he could tell this one was sweeter than others he'd tried. It was even slightly cloying. But it was delicious, tender and warm, like a sweet cloud melting in his stomach. Before Zhao Chen could pick up his chopsticks again, Li Miaoxian had already begun placing more food on his plate. "This is autumn crab, the first batch of hairy crabs this season. This is squirrel fish, sweet and tangy with a crispy flavor. It's delicious. Steamed bass, fresh and flavorful. This is modified 8 treasure duck. Use a spoon for the stuffing, it's very fragrant. This is Chinese-style lobster. This is North American geoduck. Matsutake stir-fried with lettuce and pork. This is rack of lamb from tanned sheep." Gradually, Zhao Chen's plate was piled high. He silently tasted everything, occasionally saying, "This is good," with a cheerful tone. Finally, he reached for her wrist. "Stop giving me food. You eat, too. Come on." When Zhao Chen started adding food to her plate, the atmosphere lightened, becoming warm and relaxed. Laughter gradually filled the table. Grandpa Zhao brought out a bottle of Mao Tai that must have been aged for decades. As soon as the cap was opened, the rich aroma filled the air. After some persuasion, Zhao Chen's grandfather managed to get him to drink a glass. Though Zhao Chen knew nothing about alcohol, the fiery yet fragrant sensation burned through his palate and shot straight to his mind. Now he understood. Alcohol was indeed a good thing. The chaos in his mind seemed to melt away, replaced by the warmth of the drink. He took another sip, savoring the numbing, carefree comfort. I, Zhao Chun, was born to live a life of luxury. To hell with hesitation, I'll do what I want. If I think Li Miuxian is good to me, I'll be good to her. I'll marry her as my wife. If driving a non-luxury car is bad, so be it. I think those flashy supercars are cool, and I'll drive them for the thrill of speed. Li Miuxian let out a soft breath. Though Zhao Chun seemed a little tipsy, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It might help him embrace this newfound comfort and freedom more openly. For the first time in his life, Zhao Chun drank until he was thoroughly drunk. It was his fiancée who helped him back to his room. Wang Qian wanted to come in and help her son wash up and settle in, but she realized there wasn't much she could do anymore. She had seen everything Li Miuxian did for Zhao Chen. It was the behavior of an excellent daughter-in-law. The fact that the Li family had gifted Zhao Chen billions in property today spoke volumes. Don't move, let me wash your feet. The girl's soft, jade-like fingers lightly tapped Zhao Chen's foot. Her voice was as clear and delicate as porcelain. Sigh. With a long sigh, Zhao Chen silently covered his face. Li Miuxian didn't leave. Since Zhao Chen was drunk, she decided to stay and keep an eye on him. Holding a bowl of hangover soup, the girl sat by Zhao Chen's bed and gently scolded him. You've never drunk before, yet you had so much at once. Drinking too much too quickly can hurt your stomach. The butler brought in a catalog of internationally renowned luxury brands, customized just for him. Li Miuxian handed it to Zhao Chen. Take your time to familiarize yourself with these things. Zhao Chen was already feeling much better, but the sound of water running as Li Miuxian showered was very loud. The steady sound of splashing water left his thoughts in disarray, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. A growing boy couldn't help his reaction. While she was in the shower, Zhao Chen finally had the mental clarity and time to focus on the 4 items the system had given him. Billionaire Young Master's Plan. Cashback Card. Daily Behavior Navigator. Universal Transaction System. The other items didn't grab Zhao Chen's attention for now. He was still processing his identity as the son of a wealthy family and couldn't handle anything too overwhelming. His thoughts lingered on the Universal Transaction System. Zhao Chen remembered casually asking earlier about the cost of increasing his height by 1 centimeter, just 50,000 yuan. Why hesitate? Money should be spent where it matters. There's no point in saving money at the cost of personal comfort. Alright, let's just add 5 centimeters to start. Transaction completed, 5 centimeters increase. 39.05 million yuan deducted from your account. What the? Zhao Chen exclaimed. It had worked. But then he froze. Wait, what did I just hear? 39 million yuan? How could this be? 1 centimeter was supposed to cost 50,000 yuan. How did 5 centimeters end up at 39.05 million? Did the system fail math class? No, the number made sense. It was an exponential increase. The cost for each additional centimeter was 5 times the previous one. Hiss. Zhao Chen felt a sharp pang of regret. 39 million yuan. That kind of money should have bought 30 centimeters, not just 5. Though he wasn't heartbroken over the amount, Zhao Chen felt it wasn't a fair deal. It seemed almost like a scam. Cheating the consumer, huh? Fine. Even if I starve, grow bored, or can't spend all my money, I'll never trade with you again. I swear it. Looking at the amount already deducted, Zhao Chen hesitated, then muttered a command in his mind. Use cashback card. Card used. Random multiplier, 36x. Cashback amount, 1.4058 billion yuan. Remaining cashback cards, 0. 1.4058 billion yuan has been deposited into your account. Current balance, 2.405796.095 billion yuan. What the? Zhao Chen shouted again. My dad gave me 10 billion, and now I've made another 10 billion. What kind of lucky star am I? Was working at a construction site truly a waste of my potential? Zhao Chen felt a slight twinge of regret. Did I use the card too early? Why didn't I wait until I'd spent 100 billion before using it? Damn it! Realizing his mistake, Zhao Chen was filled with regret. He had missed out on billions, maybe even countless billions. The sound of water from the bathroom interrupted his thoughts. What are you shouting about? If you're sober, come wash up. Oh, coming. Zhao Chen replied, still feeling a deep sense of loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He tried to test the system. Buy a cashback card. Price, 100 billion yuan per card. Hashtag. I'll take it. Zhao Chen shouted instinctively. He thought he could purchase the card, then immediately use it, creating an infinite loop of cashback. But then he stopped himself. 100 billion? Was this a fair price? Was the system mocking him? Fine. If I ever make another transaction with you, I won't forgive myself. Zhao Chen started undressing and instinctively looked for a water basin but realized the bathroom only had a bathtub and a shower. Without much thought, he opened the bathroom door. Hearing the door, Li Miaoxian's sharp gaze immediately shot toward him. Their eyes met, and Zhao Chen froze, suddenly remembering she was still inside. He quickly slammed the door shut. Sorry, he stammered. Zhao Chen felt like dying on the spot. Why didn't I hear any noise when she was applying lotion? I completely forgot she was in there. What are you trying to do? Her voice came from inside, calm but hard to read. Miaoxian, I swear. I forgot someone was in there. Forgot? Ha? Why would you use that as an excuse? If you'd said you wanted to look, to join me, or to do something else, that would have made more sense. But forgetting? What does that even mean? Her tone held a mix of doubt and confusion. Zhao Chen, still panicked, heard the bathroom door open behind him. Turning, he saw Li Miaoxian stepping out in a bathrobe. Still shirtless, Zhao Chen froze as she cast him a sideways glance, her eyes narrowing slightly. Without a word, she kicked him into the bathroom. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and wash up. We're going to bed soon. Zhao Chen began washing up but struggled with the shower controls. The design was unusually abstract, and after fumbling for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Miaoxian. What? Can you come here for a second? What do you want now? I can't figure out how to turn on the shower. Ha? Alright, I'll come. Li Miaoxian stepped in, her hair still damp and fragrant, probably because she had been blow-drying it earlier. With a few deft movements of her slender fingers, she adjusted the water temperature for him. Not bad, you've got abs. She turned and left without another word. After his shower, Zhao Chen found that she had prepared a robe for him and even tied the belt snugly around his waist. Go to sleep. I'm turning off the lights. Wait, I'm not in bed yet. In the morning, a sliver of sunlight slipped through the curtains, and Zhao Chen suddenly jolted awake, shouting, "The foreman's calling roll." Then he froze. Staring at the elegant decorations above him, he let out a breath of relief. He didn't have to worry about being late anymore. Glancing to the side, he saw that Li Miaoxian was gone, though the lingering warmth in the bed told him she hadn't been gone long. They had been quite well behaved last night. Zhao Chen had only hugged her. Well, there had been a kiss, but that was it, nothing more. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Li Miaoxian was likely brushing her teeth. Zhao Chen didn't feel like getting up yet. He realized he'd never really experienced the luxury of staying in bed. You're awake, came her clear voice. Yeah. What time is it? 6:35, she replied, her voice muffled, likely because she had a toothbrush in her mouth. Why are you up so early? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Who sleeps in the first time they share a bed with someone? What would your aunt think of me? Besides, you were mumbling all night about foreman and 5-cent soy milk. I couldn't sleep at all. Zhao Chen sighed. Old habits really do die hard. That foreman's terrifying glare is still fresh in my memory. After greeting Wang Qian with a quick good morning, Li Miaoxian returned to the balcony to do some morning yoga. Lying on the bed, Zhao Chen gazed at the silhouette on the balcony through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his heart rippling with emotion. Her yoga practice seemed advanced. Even just watching, Zhao Chen could sense the grace and relaxation in her movements. Those beautiful poses, combined with her cold and distant expression, gave her an added air of elegance and aloofness. Today, she had been woken up by him. Before yesterday, Zhao Chen would never have believed he could sleep until he naturally woke up. But today, he found himself waking up slowly, enveloped in the cool air from the air conditioner. It was a new experience. By 6 o'clock, he was already wide awake. Having experimented with the cashback card and universal transaction system the day before, Zhao Chen had nothing to do now. His attention turned to the system's luxury gift package and the items inside. Billionaire Young Master's personalized plan. Tap to open and review the plan. By accepting it, the host will be granted immense luck and coincidences to achieve the plan and accomplish lifetime goals. Billionaire Young Master's personalized plan. Achieve a total net worth of 3 trillion yuan before the age of 30, living detached from mundane concerns. Treat every relationship sincerely, no abandonment, no harassment, no ambiguity. Show true love and provide a sense of belonging, earning the respect of every lover and gaining genuine emotions in return. Conduct over 100 transactions with the system, reaching the realm of mastery. Bring a historical change to humanity through an invention, an idea, or a cultural revolution. Attain personal growth, elevate character, and develop a magnetic personality. Become a world-famous figure by the age of 35. Be remembered in history as someone who left a mark on human civilization. Note, upon completing milestones or making significant progress, the system will reward the host according to personal preferences. Zhao Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. To create history, change humanity, and be immortalized. What man could resist such a temptation? Especially when backed by supernatural luck. It was impossible not to feel tempted. But the grander and more thrilling the plan, the more difficult it seemed to accomplish. Daily Behavior Navigator provides daily guidance to help the host live correctly, master interpersonal skills, and achieve a healthier, higher quality lifestyle. By following the navigator's suggestions, the host will receive personalized rewards. The host may also choose to ignore the guidance. Zhao Chen activated it without hesitation. Daily Behavior Navigator is now active. Current status detected, morning excitement. Suggestion, engage in deeper communication with Ms. Li Niaoxian. Reward for following the navigation, a pair of brand new 20D black stockings and a set of Okamoto professional grade products. Leaning against the bedhead, Zhao Chen stared blankly, dumbfounded by the suggestion. Forget the nonsense advice, those rewards are actually useful. At the very least, the rewards seemed practical and aligned with the navigation's daily suggestions. This system really is powerful. It's surprisingly humanized. As for the suggestion? Well, neither he nor Li Niaoxian seemed opposed, but time seemed to disagree. Even if they'd spent a day together, after an 18-year engagement, they had only just started interacting. To rush into such intimacy after one day seemed a bit hasty. Maybe I'll wait until tonight to bring it up? Zhao Chen got out of bed to relieve himself, changed into a robe, and opened the balcony door. The sun rising in the east shone warmly on his face. Zhao Chen felt like he had never seen such a gentle sunrise before. On a small rattan table was a pot of floral tea brewed by Li Niaoxian. Zhao Chen poured himself a cup and took a seat. The tea's delicate aroma was refreshing and calming. Under the morning sun, Li Niaoxian stretched gracefully. Her slender neck arched elegantly, her pale skin glowing. When she lowered her head slightly, her gaze turned toward Zhao Chen, her cold, indifferent eyes meeting his. Didn't get enough touching last night? It's already morning. Her voice was calm, tinged with mockery, as cold and still as water in a deep pool. Zhao Chen quickly downed his cup of tea, face burning red, and bolted from the balcony. His hasty retreat made her laugh so hard she doubled over, her willow-like eyebrows curving beautifully as she covered her mouth. At breakfast, Zhao Chen went upstairs to call Li Niaoxian down. Sitting on the sofa, he waited as she finished her shower and dried her hair. When she came over, she casually sat on his lap, looking down at him. This spot feels itchy, and I can't reach it. Can you scratch it for me? Oh, sure, here. A little lower. Here. Still lower. Right there. Zhao Chen's hand trembled. He realized he was scratching her lower back practically on her hips. Can't you scratch that yourself? By the time he understood what had happened, she had already stood up gracefully, as if nothing had happened. She left no trace of awkwardness, as if the itch had suddenly disappeared. Zhao Chen followed her downstairs for breakfast. Through the glass window, Zhao Chen munched on diced beef and peas while watching a few supercars being unloaded from flatbed trucks in the estate's yard. They were the two supercars gifted by his uncle and aunt yesterday, a Ferrari Enzo, prized for its collectible value, and a Bugatti Veyron GT, ideal for daily use. Both were excellent. Of course, the Cullinan from his father was also quite nice. But now, there was a problem. Zhao Chen didn't have a driver's license. He'd heard that Li Niaoxian could even fly small planes. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs, even if she's my fiancée. Grandpa Zhao, as always, had a habit of drinking a little in the morning. He had intended to share a drink with his grandson again but stopped when he saw the expressions on Wang Qian and Li Niaoxian's faces. Zhao Chen couldn't believe breakfast could include meat, it was amazing. He could feel himself slowly growing stronger. Li Niaoxian seemed to like strong men. Halfway through breakfast, a group of lawyers arrived at the estate. Zhao Chen couldn't take his time eating anymore and began scarfing down his food to prepare for work. Li Niaoxian tapped his chopsticks. Don't rush. They can wait for you. You don't need to cater to them. Finish your meal and rest for a bit before going. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Rest? Is eating really that tiring? He didn't voice his confusion, choosing to nod along instead. At that moment, the system chimed in. Daily navigation is actively serving you. Current status detected, compliance with social expectations at the expense of personal values. Suggestion: respect yourself, articulate your reasoning, and avoid forming a habit of submissively accommodating people in higher social positions. Reward for following the suggestion: a collection of love poems. After hesitating, Zhao Chen felt ashamed of his indecision. Li Miaoxian had been teaching him, but he had his own perspective on life, too. What if she hadn't heard it before? Li Miaoxian, I think that even as employers, respecting others is a virtue. While it might not bring tangible benefits, I believe it enriches our hearts and souls, offering us comfort when we reflect on ourselves. Zhao Chen had rarely expressed his personal principles or values so directly, which made his voice sound a bit serious and nervous. Li Miaoxian gently set her chopsticks down, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding. Sorry, I understand. I'll change in the future. Her tone was humble, as if she were sincerely learning, even if deep down she might have felt confused or conflicted. Zhao Chen. You're giving in just like that? I was hoping for a little argument with you. Not only Zhao Chen, but even his family members at the table were visibly moved by the exchange. Zhao Zhichang thought for a moment and asked, what if your respect leads to misunderstandings? Let me give you an example. Imagine you, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, show respect to someone with average means, lower status, and a relentless pursuit of wealth. What do you think your respect and goodwill would bring you in return? Your father will always be your father. Zhao Chen was stumped. After a long pause, he finally murmured, just to live with a clear conscience, I guess. As he said this, he felt a weight in his bathrobe pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a finely bound book. Opening it randomly, he read, Fair maiden, noble gentleman desires. On another page. The road to Panglai Mountain is not far, the bluebird diligently carries messages. It was a poetry collection, exquisitely bound. The others at the table were puzzled when they saw Zhao Chen suddenly pull out a book, but before they could question him, he handed it to Li Miaoxian. Miaoxian, this poetry collection is for you. Li Miaoxian glanced at Zhao Chen, her expression calm, and accepted the book. She gently flipped through one page, then another, and another. After a long time, she gave a faint smile and said, Thank you, Zhao Chen. I like it very much. Zhao Chen nodded blankly. She smiled. She smiled for the first time. But before a moment could pass, her smile disappeared. She returned to her usual calm demeanor and carefully set the book aside, as if that fleeting smile was shown only to Zhao Chen. What are you staring at? She asked, her voice soft as her toes lightly nudged his leg under the table. Oh, right. After breakfast, Zhao Chen went to meet with the lawyers. Inheritance was a serious matter, and Zhao Chen understood that. But when he saw the document stating that he was to inherit 600 billion yuan, he froze, completely stunned. How am I supposed to stay serious about this? What's the point of working hard anymore? Should I just wait for my dad to kick the bucket? Is this not the ultimate life hack? Zhao Chen suddenly felt guilty for the rebellious thought and forced himself to stop. But his chest still heaved from the overwhelming realization. 600 billion. Isn't that a bit excessive? I've only just been found, and I'm already getting such a massive surprise. Am I about to lose my sanity from all this excitement? Suppressing his emotions, Zhao Chen gripped the pen and, in a daze, signed his name in the signature box. The document still required approval from Zhao Zhichang and Grandpa Zhao. So, this massive family fortune is going to rest on my shoulders? The pressure is immense. I'm seriously about to cry. Grimacing, Zhao Chen left the lawyer's meeting room. When he saw Li Miaoxian again, he couldn't hold back and gaped at her, his mouth wide open, though no words came out. She pointed toward the window, and Zhao Chen saw a fleet of supercars parked outside the house. The young masters from Beijing have come to find you. They want to take you out to play. I don't know how to drive. Find a driver from home to take you in a supercar. You can sit in the passenger seat. Go, have fun, but come back early. I'll be staying here for a few days. Zhao Chen went to the butler, who promptly arranged a driver for him. Soon, the Bugatti Veyron was on the road. The sound of the engine purred as Zhao Chen was added to a group chat via a unique app. The Beijing Young Masters group chat. Big young master, send us a red envelope. Yeah, it's our first meeting, celebrate with a red envelope. Come on, big young master, you've got to show some flair. Zhao Chen's driver had already briefed him on these people. Zhao Chen, as the son of Beijing's wealthiest family, was referred to as Big Young Master. The other young masters mostly came from business families, which explained their extravagant behavior. Watching the chat, Zhao Chen was bewildered. Are these guys seriously driving and chatting at the same time? What if I send a red envelope, and someone crashes trying to grab it? After some thought, Zhao Chen sent a modest 50 yuan red envelope to the 13-member group. Wishing you prosperity. Your red envelope has been claimed in 3 seconds. Mao Qianxiang is the luckiest. Zhao Chen felt a pang of regret. I'm not even driving, but I'm slower than them at grabbing red envelopes. Unbelievable. Group chat reactions. Mao Qianxiang. Ma Wenhua, 666. Chen, the total is 50 yuan. Wangshi, damn, I got 0.01 yuan. Sun Shang, I've never grabbed such a tiny amount in my life. Big young master, truly impressive. Li Xiang, big young master is amazing. Zhou Chen, big young master, you're awesome. Staring at the chat, Zhao Chen frowned for a moment. Deciding to shift the focus, he typed. Luckiest person sends the next red envelope. The group chat fell silent. For a long time, no one responded. Unsure if they didn't dare or simply didn't want to, Zhao Chen followed up. Who's the second young master? Let's get to know each other. Mao Qianxiang, still driving, sighed in resignation. As the luckiest in the last round, he knew he couldn't escape. Slowing his car, he decisively sent a red envelope worth 50,000 yuan. Zhao Chen had been staring at his screen. When the envelope appeared, he pounced. 178,000. That's a bit much. Zhao Chen exclaimed, nervous. When he saw that Wangshi had snagged 190,000, he finally relaxed. Thrilling. Grabbing red envelopes is so much fun. I'll have to play with Niuxian later tonight. This time, after the envelope was claimed, the next to send one was third young master, who unhesitatingly sent another 50,000 yuan red envelope. Meanwhile, the roaring engines of supercars filled the streets, their speeds bordering on recklessness. Though they couldn't go too fast, the deafening sound of revving engines was enough to turn heads. Zhao Chen scoffed. A bunch of kids showing off. Fine, I'll join in. Telling his driver to speed up, Zhao Chen thought, who doesn't want to show off a little? Let's go. Moments later, Mao Qianxiang messaged him privately. Big young master, where we're going, there will be some girls, you know what I mean. Does your fiancé keep you on a tight leash? Zhao Chen frowned and typed back. I really don't know. Care to explain what you mean by you know what I mean? Mao Qianxiang, we're going to pick up girls. Can you handle it? Zhao Chen, not really. Group chat, haha. Zhao Chen followed up, but I'm kind-hearted. I think I can save some lost souls. The group was speechless. Even among their shameless antics, such brazen honesty was rare. Zhao Chen glanced at his earnings so far, already over 700,000 yuan. A bit unbelievable, wasn't it? A group of young men who did nothing all day but idle around were casually sending out millions in red envelopes. Zhao Chen didn't bother thinking about where their money came from, it was obviously faster than his days of hard labor. The funny thing was that when it was the 7th and 8th young masters' turn to send red envelopes, the pressure started building. They were so afraid of looking like the poorest ones in the group that they sent even bigger red envelopes, terrified of being looked down upon. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smirk. So, this is what it means to be a young master. Maybe he hadn't fully adjusted to his new identity yet, but Zhao Chen still found it hard to understand this competitive, showy way of bonding with friends. Still, it didn't stop him from blending in. He typed into the chat. Alright, if you don't have much money, send a smaller amount. We're just here for fun, don't take it too seriously. A seemingly considerate statement. But it was like adding fuel to the fire. Those who hadn't yet sent their red envelopes didn't even wait for the previous ones to finish, they started blasting out huge amounts. What a joke! Who goes out to play without being able to throw down millions? That's just embarrassing. Zhao Chen grinned so widely his cheeks hurt. The total red envelope amounts had already surpassed 1 million. The thrill of effortlessly making money was intoxicating. It was a success. Zhao Chen had worried he wouldn't fit in with these young men, but it turned out he could easily get along with them. After a torrent of red envelopes, they still hadn't reached their destination. Zhao Chen asked where they were headed. Frisbee Plaza. We're playing frisbee today. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Frisbee? Like, with dogs? Isn't frisbee that game where dogs chase after a flying disc and run back and forth? Where's the fun in that? Suddenly, he felt bored. He had expected some debauchery, extravagant, indulgent lifestyles. But this? Oh well. Might as well enjoy the fresh air. Finally, the roar of engines died down, and Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Ha! There were a lot of people at Frisbee Plaza. But, where were the dogs? When the supercars all parked in unison, the scene created quite a spectacle. In a city like Beijing, this kind of display was untouchable for most people. A group of girls rushed out of the plaza, making Zhao Chen's vision blur for a moment. Pretty high quality. Upon closer inspection, though. All from the same surgeon. Makeup so thick you can't tell what they originally look like. Frisbee sports. The girls began crowding toward the supercars. Some even blocked the doors, laughing and chatting with the young masters through the windows. Zhao Chen clicked his tongue. These guys really had no qualms. To be honest, after being around someone like Li Miaoxian, Zhao Chen found these girls' looks and figures unimpressive. At best, yoga pants? Yeah, those are fire. Since the car door was blocked, Zhao Chen didn't bother waiting for his driver to get out. He casually opened the passenger door and slipped out of the crowd unnoticed. Interestingly enough, none of the girls paid him any attention. Weird. Their eyes were all glued to the supercar drivers. Even Zhao Chen's own driver was blushing under the playful chatter of girls barely in their 20s. Standing behind a fence, Zhao Chen watched for a while. No dogs in sight. It seemed like people were playing with each other. But the view was blocked, so he couldn't see how. When he approached the entrance, a staff member stopped him. Excuse me, sir, which event are you here for? Zhao Chen pointed to Mao Qianxiong and the others. I'm with them. The doorman, polite and respectful, glanced at Zhao Chen's luxury high-end tailored outfit and replied softly, Sir, Mr. Mao and his group are part of the highest tier event here. To join, we'll need to verify your assets. Zhao Chen frowned. Even a game of frisbee has such high standards? What kind of dogs are these? Are they worth this much? You think I can't afford to play with them? Standing to the side, Zhao Chen decided to wait and see how the young masters handled it. Truthfully, he was a bit worried. What if his 2.4 billion balance made them think it was fake? He really didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Still, Zhao Chen couldn't help but grow more curious about this frisbee sport. Meanwhile, the young masters, still surrounded by the girls, suddenly remembered they were supposed to be accompanying Zhao Chen. Mao Qianxiong quickly pushed aside the girl blocking his view. Spotting Zhao Chen standing outside, stopped by the doorman, he was furious. How dare he? That's the biggest young master in Beijing. We absolutely have to step in for him. From afar, Mao shouted at the doorman. You might not recognize my boss, but you don't recognize me either? I was just here yesterday. Does my face mean nothing to you? As Mao stormed over, Zhao Chen tried to explain the misunderstanding. But it was too late. You don't respect my boss? Then what good is this face of mine? The classic scene unfolded. With a resounding slap, Mao gave himself a few hard smacks. The sound echoed as the doorman stumbled back in shock. Zhao Chen was horrified and rushed forward. Mr. Mao, stop. Please stop. He grabbed Mao's hand mid-slap. What's with the theatrics? Do you really need to go this far to get close to me? Zhao Chen swallowed nervously. The doorman was frozen, completely stunned. He had never encountered anything like this before. One of the smarter young masters stepped in, quickly introducing Zhao Chen. Let me introduce you. This is the biggest young master in Beijing, as reported in yesterday's Beijing Daily, the heir who was just found. From now on, remember him. Zhao Chen covered his face and turned away. What kind of cringeworthy introduction is this? Just hearing young master gave me goosebumps. When the introduction was over, Zhao Chen turned back, forced a smile, and quickly said, Let's just head inside. Of course. The interior was impressive. The group continued walking, heading deeper and deeper inside. After passing a glass floor, they finally reached the innermost courtyard. It was spacious, with a lawn and minimalist tables and chairs for lounging. The real attention grabber, though, was the group of girls already inside, whispering softly among themselves. But this time, everyone, including Zhao Chen, was stopped again. Asset verification. Minimum 50 million required to enter. Mao Qianxiong turned to Zhao Chen. This is the highest tier event. The girls inside are top-notch and know how to treat people well. He gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. Zhao Chen frowned. Why does this feel like we're visiting a brothel? Still, he played alone, taking out his phone to show his balance to the manager. The bespectacled male manager carefully examined the numbers. As he calculated, his expression shifted. Zhao Chen's balance was off the charts. 2.4 billion. No, wait. That's 24 billion. The manager quickly looked up and met Zhao Chen's steady gaze. Nodding respectfully, he whispered that Zhao Chen would never have to pay for anything here again, all expenses waived. Zhao Chen nodded. Good. I like places that don't charge me. Real earnings don't count, it's the freebies that matter. Young people should develop the right attitude toward money. Smiling to himself, Zhao Chen gave himself a mental pat on the back. His personal charm had officially earned him preferential treatment. The frisbee game officially began. Zhao Chen entered the field with the group of young masters. Wow! There really were some stunning girls here. Wait, why was he thinking like this? Zhao Chen quickly straightened his expression. He was here to save lost girls, not to get distracted by beauty. When the female coach began explaining the rules, Zhao Chen realized this wasn't the human-dog frisbee game he had imagined but a game played entirely between people. It was a mix of football positioning, basketball passing, and rugby scoring. A bit abstract. Of course, anything that attracted this group of young masters wasn't likely to be entirely serious. Already, a woman was subtly sidling up to Zhao Chen. She wasn't bad-looking either. When the coach left, the young masters' faces immediately lit up with excitement, and the game began. Since Zhao Chen wasn't familiar with the rules, he sat on the sidelines to observe. As expected, some players were essentially substituting for the dog, enthusiastically engaging in body contact. Sigh, there are certainly plenty of lost girls here, Zhao Chen muttered. And then there were those deliberately putting on a show, like the ones in yoga pants who fell theatrically to strike revealing poses. Zhao Chen quickly grew bored. He had thought there would be light-hearted fun with the girls. Instead, it turned out to be a crude spectacle of lewd behavior. But when he saw some of the girls pulling out their phones to exchange contact information, his eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that's how it works. You test the goods first, then follow up later. Frisbee wasn't just a sport, it was a comprehensive evaluation of physical fitness, posture, and vocal appeal. Impressive. These young masters have truly elevated the game. Zhao Chen could already imagine what would follow: deep conversations at five-star hotels. Genius marketing strategy. As Zhao Chen stayed on the sidelines, some girls began to notice him. Historically, courtesans didn't just choose rich men, they valued talent and character. A few lines of poetry could earn a man their favor. Perhaps it was Zhao Chen's quiet demeanor, the calmness and wisdom that set him apart from the others, or his apparent innocence as a newcomer to the frisbee scene that caught the attention of one girl. She was tall, attractive, and carried herself with poise. She approached him. "Why aren't you playing?" she asked. Her voice was the epitome of a refined, cool older sister tone, like something out of a Japanese anime. Zhao Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps. He replied with a polite smile, "Well, why aren't you playing either, big sis?" Despite his grin, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel that no matter how youthful her makeup made her look, in this line of work, her actual age was probably something he shouldn't dare to guess. He didn't look down on her profession, but come on, big sis. I'm an 18-year-old kid. Are you really planning to go after me? She was probably at least 23. Big sis? I'm only 22. Why are you calling me that? Shouldn't I be your little sister instead, she said, intrigued by his choice of address. People in her line of work didn't necessarily act on every opportunity, and they didn't always make their intentions obvious. A certain level of mutual respect was the norm. But Zhao Chen wasn't the least bit reserved. He said whatever came to mind. Big sis, I'm only 18, Zhao Chen shot back with a playful eye roll. Her interest only grew. She found Zhao Chen amusing and decided to sit down beside him on the lawn. She didn't make any overt moves, simply sitting quietly by his side. Whether she intended to tempt him with her looks, her scent, or her presence, it was clear she wanted to captivate the 18-year-old. Daily navigation, now in service. Detected, host is being harassed by a beautiful woman. Navigation suggestion, relax and accept the attention. Take full advantage, but don't agree to any transactions. Reward for following suggestion, +1 charm point. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Charm points. They represented one's overall attractiveness. With enough charm, a man never had to worry about being single, betrayed, or lonely. If his charm reached a certain level, even other men might find him compelling. Zhao Chen hesitated but eventually convinced himself. It's all for self-improvement. Nothing shameful about this. Taking another deep breath, he said warmly, even though I'm only 18, a man should go out and experience the world. Reading 10,000 books is no match for traveling 10,000 miles. It's important to mature early. Do you have any advice for me, big sis? His sincere tone made her cheeks flush slightly. She hadn't encountered someone with such genuine boyish innocence in a long time. Well, I'm actually new to this. A friend introduced me to it today. I've never played before, she admitted. Zhao Chen nodded earnestly. Have you ever been in love, big sis? Huh? She blushed. Just once. Really, just once. You don't have to be so nervous, big sis. I was just asking. I've never been in love myself, Zhao Chen sighed, looking down. The girl seemed flustered, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, she finally said, if you want to fall in love, you don't need to come to places like this. You should look for a good girl. Zhao Chen turned to her, his expression puzzled. Why? I think you're great, big sis. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. But at the end of her laugh, Zhao Chen could hear a faint sigh. Perhaps she had her own struggles. Big sis, since I've never been in love, can I hold your hand? Zhao Chen asked, his gaze clear and innocent. She hesitated for a moment. As someone accustomed to moving between men, she suddenly felt a bit shy. Still, she extended her hand. This tattoo. I got it back in school, just out of curiosity, she said. Why are you telling me this? Zhao Chen thought to himself, this kind of tattoo. Either you belong to one person, or you belong to everyone. Who tattoos a black lip print on their waist? Zhao Chen gently ran his fingers over her hand. The moment he received confirmation from the system that his charm points had increased, he politely let go of her hand. Aren't you tempted to touch anywhere else, little brother? She teased. Zhao Chen replied calmly, let's go play frisbee instead. All right. 10 minutes later, the young masters and the girls began losing interest in the game, all because of Zhao Chen. Why? Every time Zhao Chen threw the frisbee, he'd call out, fetch. It was as if he was commanding his dog to retrieve the frisbee, which made the others feel insulted. No one wanted to continue, so they all sat around chatting, joking, and bragging instead. The girl from earlier looked a little dejected. She realized that Zhao Chen had absolutely no interest in her, not even a little. For someone who had always been sought after, this was a rare experience. Still, she didn't pursue him further. She knew she wasn't worthy of someone like Zhao Chen. If she were the naive girl she had been 3 years ago, perhaps things could have been different. But there was no going back. Zhao Chen had come out to broaden his horizons. Instead, he discovered that aside from some general knowledge and a certain sense of scope, these young men had nothing in their heads except how to have fun. To be honest, Zhao Chen envied them. In today's world, few young people could enjoy themselves so freely, without a care or any burden on their minds. Zhao Chen reflected that in his first 18 years, he had probably endured all the hardships one could face in a lifetime. Now, for the rest of his life, he thought he deserved nothing less than to enjoy it fully. Becoming as carefree as they were seemed just fine to him. As for everything else, honestly, he wasn't interested. Thinking about how to preserve the Zhao family's vast empire, Zhao Chen had considered for a long time, why is it that rich families often fail to pass down their wealth beyond 3 generations? The answer was simple: the second and third generations often overestimated their abilities, thinking they could build a greater fortune than the first. Yet their ambitious ventures often ended in failure, leaving the family in ruins. Besides, Zhao Chen thought, even if he wasted his time on trivial pleasures or developed bad habits like gambling, there was no way he could squander all this wealth. It was practically inexhaustible. He considered himself an ordinary person. So why bother? With enough wealth to last 10 lifetimes, why not just focus on enjoying life? The Zhao family already had capable professionals managing the business. They didn't need him meddling. If the system happened to provide something valuable that could benefit the family, he'd use it carefully. Perhaps that approach would achieve better results than if he actively involved himself in family affairs. For now, he would just enjoy the moment. When the frisbee game ended, the girls transformed. They were all smiles and attentive, offering massages and water. The young men, for their part, didn't make things difficult for them. In truth, The girls didn't need money. Many wealthy older men liked them, and they were here just for fun. If they clicked with someone, they didn't even charge. It was more about indulging in fleeting moments of youth. Their youth was just as colorful as anyone else's. Zhao Chen left the frisbee venue with the young men, each accompanied by a girl. Zhao Chen wasn't an exception. While he wouldn't cross any lines, hanging out with friends and having fun was fine. After all, what's the point of overthinking things during a day out? It was all about friendship and laughter. Engage the body, not the heart. That's what Li Miaoxian had told him. Don't play recklessly outside. But what did that mean? It meant he could hang out but shouldn't cross boundaries. Wild parties were out of the question. For example, when leaving the frisbee venue, all the girls happily got into the cars. They didn't seem particularly impressed by the supercars, they were used to them. Zhao Chen's partner was the mature Zhang Mang, who had a driver's license and could handle supercars. This allowed Zhao Chen's driver to go home. Sitting in the car, Zhao Chen felt a bit awkward. Zhang Mang wasn't as forward as she had been earlier, she seemed preoccupied. These days, even escorts feel pressured? Is this some new competition thing? He guessed Zhang Mang was disappointed about not forging a deeper connection, but Zhao Chen didn't know her thoughts had already shifted beyond the superficial. Still, her frustration showed in how she revved the Bugatti's engine, the sound echoing sharply. By midday, they had crossed a few overpasses and arrived at their next destination, a high-end summer-themed water park and hotel. The location was perfect for escaping the heat. Bringing girls to such a venue usually followed a set routine. First, get them into swimsuits, then enjoy a fancy meal. After that, a chauffeur would pick up a few branded handbags or jewelry from a luxury store, followed by some celebratory red envelopes. This would wrap up the few days as a girlfriend deal quite nicely. After getting out of the car, Mao Qianxian leaned close to Zhao Chen and whispered, "Big bro, you don't know how the girls in Beijing are. They're pretty particular. Just being rich isn't enough to win them over. They carry themselves with a certain grace. If you don't charm them, and you're not especially attractive, they won't follow you. But over in Shanghai, if you've got money, you can just take them and have your fun." Zhao Chen wiped his face, thinking, now that's professionalism. No wonder these girls seemed poised and elegant, they had perfected the art of being coy while maintaining an air of dignity. With a slight sigh, Zhao Chen wrapped an arm around Zhang Meng's waist. To his surprise, the seasoned Zhang Meng flinched, visibly startled. "Why does Big Sis look upset?" Zhao Chen asked. "Oh? I thought you were a pure little boy, but here you are making your move before I've even changed into a swimsuit," Zhang Meng teased, glancing at his hand before continuing forward. "I just want to get better at dating and practice how to interact with a beautiful girlfriend." "But I'm not beautiful," Zhang Meng replied. "Why would you say such a thing, Big Sis?" Zhao Chen exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "You're stunning, exactly my type. If only you weren't already taken." Sigh. He sighed dramatically, as though heartbroken. "You and your sweet talk. How do you not have a girlfriend already? Are you just teasing me for fun?" Though she said this, she didn't mind if Zhao Chen already had a girlfriend. She was only teasing him. Zhao Chen chuckled sheepishly. The water park was vast. Upon entering, the young men went straight to the private areas. A manager greeted them personally. After all, this group was practically walking piles of gold. Zhao Chen and Zhang Meng were taken to a private suite, complete with a 20-square-meter pool, air conditioning, a luxurious bed, and entertainment facilities. There were chilled drinks, fruits, and snacks. The bed caught Zhao Chen's eye, making him regret coming. Thankfully, there was a pool. Zhao Chen decided to learn how to swim. It was something he hadn't had the chance to do before, and now was as good a time as any to catch up on experiences he had missed. When he stepped out of the changing room in his swimsuit, he saw Zhang Meng already in a bikini. As expected of a mature woman, she looked stunning in anything she wore. "Big Sis, can you swim?" Zhao Chen asked. "Yes," she replied. "Great. I can't. Can you teach me?" Zhang Meng tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. First, he had her drive. Now he wanted her to teach him to swim? She had been planning to act aloof and seductive, hoping to stir up some feelings in him. But Zhao Chen seemed uninterested in her bikini. He showed some interest, but it wasn't much more like how one might regard an older sister. Does he like role-playing? Or is he into taboo scenarios? Zhang Meng thought, baffled. Still enjoy playing ethical pranks? Big Sister can teach you, but what if Big Sister gets tired? If you're tired, just rest on the shore and guide me. I can handle it. Alright, I'll teach you how to swim. Pay attention, it's actually quite simple. Zhang Meng had already given in at this point. What was this situation? No premature flirting, no taking advantage, he was genuinely starting to take the learning seriously. I feel like a tutor coming to the house. Others tutor foreign languages, I'm here tutoring swimming. Why can't you just go find a professional swimming instructor? Can you at least respect my side hustle? She could tell Zhao Chen really didn't have any ulterior motives. After entering the room, he only glanced at the bed briefly, just one glance. Am I not charming enough? Or do you prefer pure, cold, and aloof types, little brother? When Zhao Chen carefully finished listening to the instructions and prepared to enter the water, his phone rang. Picking it up, he paused for a moment, slightly stunned. This number seems familiar, but I can't quite place it. When the call connected, Zhao Chen politely greeted. Hello, who is this? There was silence on the other end. Zhao Chen asked again. Who is this, please? Zhao Chen. The voice on the other end was calm, even refined, but it carried a faint tremor. Hearing the voice, Zhao Chen instantly sobered up. Is that Wan Ning? His voice immediately softened. Zhao Chen's girlfriend, Bai Wan Ning, was his high school sweetheart. They had broken up after graduation. It's me. Why did you delete me without a word? Zhao Chen stammered, unable to respond clearly. I accidentally deleted it. Really? The girl's voice remained elegant but now held a slight choke. I asked our class advisor. He said your score was enough for Peking University. Why didn't you keep your promise? Why did you secretly change your application? Nanda is closer to home. It's more convenient for me to study there. Going to Peking University would mean a significant transportation cost every year, too much. You know my situation, there's such a big gap between us. Zhao Chen spoke earnestly, his words dripping with sincerity. But didn't I say I'd cover your tuition? I have my own savings. What I value has never been your money. Chen, don't you understand me? Zhao Chen found a chair and sat down, speaking with heartfelt honesty. I feel there's too much of a gap between us. I might not be able to give you the beautiful life you want. Honestly, you deserve someone better. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Don't say that, okay? I like you. My family has money, it's mine to spend. I don't need a man who's rich, I just want to be with someone I like. Chen, can we not do this? Do you remember all the vows we made? Zhao Chen took a deep breath and finally said. There's another situation now. We're not suitable. It's my fault. Truly, I don't want to hurt you. Is it about your biological parents? I went to your place yesterday, but your neighbors said you had already left. Zhao Chen clarified. There's another girl. 18 years ago, our families decided that she would be part of my life. So, by Wan Ning, I've wronged you. For me, you're not worth it. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. She probably understood what Zhao Chen meant and remained quiet for a long time. The call stayed connected. Then Zhao Chen heard her sobbing. Bai Wan Ning was an exceptionally gentle girl, the kindest he had ever met in his life. If not for Li Miaoxian, he would have immediately reached out to reconnect with Bai Wan Ning after settling down yesterday. He wished her the best. He wanted her to meet someone who could love her wholeheartedly. He hoped she could leave disappointed, seeing him as nothing more than a heartless jerk. It would be better if she didn't fall too deeply into a love with no future. If he were to end up with Li Miaoxian, he truly wouldn't deserve Bai Wan Ning. She was like a celestial being, kind and gentle. Zhao Chen waited silently for her to hang up. His heart was in turmoil, panicked, helpless, reluctant, and in pain. He could hear Bai Wan Ning's quiet sobs. You hang up. Zhao Chen forced his voice to sound cold. However, nearby, Zhang Meng, wearing a sexy bikini, could already see that Zhao Chen's eyes were red. The call remained connected, and the sobbing continued. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and curse me out. Tell me to get lost, far away. Say you don't like me anymore. Zhao Chen yelled into the phone, his voice hoarse. This outburst startled Zhang Meng. Zhao Chen, where are you? Can I come find you? I just want to see you from afar, okay? The girl's tone was pleading. Zhao Chen wiped away his tears, forced himself to swallow his emotions, and shouted again into the phone. Why would you come here? To be a third party? Just leave, okay? Don't waste my time. I'm with someone else now. With that, Zhao Chen hung up the phone, grabbed a bottle of water, and chugged it down. Honestly, with your situation, you could have multiple women. If you like her, why hurt her? Zhang Meng didn't understand why someone with such privileges would take relationships so seriously. Why not be more open-minded? Zhao Chen quickly wiped away the faint traces of tears, turned around with a smile, and said, "Big sister, teach me how to swim." "What's the next move?" Zhang Meng shook her head. She couldn't understand Zhao Chen's forced cheerfulness but still cooperated, stretching and demonstrating a standard swimming pose. All morning, Zhao Chen practiced diligently. Zhang Meng also taught seriously. The two barely had any physical contact, let alone using the bed by the water. At noon, Zhao Chen silently took Zhang Meng to lunch. Unsure what to order, he simply chose the most expensive items: king crab, Australian lobster, and other seafood. He added Zhang Meng on his contact list and casually transferred her 100,000 yuan. "Big sister, I'm really a newbie and don't know the rules. Thank you for spending time with me today." His warm smile made people feel good, even though his mood clearly wasn't great. Zhang Meng didn't even check her bank app. "No need. You called me big sister, I should be giving you a red envelope. Don't do this, I'll return the money. This meal is on me." Zhao Chen lightly shook his head and didn't argue further. If she wanted to make friends, declining too much would seem rude. She's a good sister. After lunch, Zhao Chen renewed Zhang Meng's room, then left with his driver. Maybe next time, when that group of young folks goes out, he'll join them. There might still be some matters to deal with in Nanjing. He had left in a hurry. Li Miaoxian was planting cochineal insects on the balcony and couldn't leave. When she saw Zhao Chen return looking pale, she was a bit surprised but asked, "Back so soon? Didn't play longer?" Zhao Chen said nothing. She thought her fiancé didn't manage to flirt with any girls. Beijing girls like to play hard to get. Don't be upset. Next time, offer more money and sweet talk. Zhao Chen ignored her, went to his room, and collapsed onto the bed. Alcohol and sleep were the best cures for sorrow. He only hoped that foolish girl wouldn't persist anymore. There were plenty of good men in the world. I, Zhao Chen, am just a scumbag. 5 p.m. Zhao Chen finally woke up. At the desk nearby, Li Miaoxian seemed to be using the computer to handle some school-related matters. This time, she was truly preparing to return to school. With her grades and the influence of both the Zhao and Li families, she could easily accompany Zhao Chen at Jinling University. "You're awake? There's water on your right." Zhao Chen replied softly. Even though he had things on his mind, he wouldn't let his emotions affect Li Miaoxian. He got out of bed and was about to go to the bathroom when Li Miaoxian's voice came from behind him. "A girl called while you were sleeping. She asked where you were, and I told her." Zhao Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Miaoxian. "Miaoxian, she's a good girl. I don't want to harm her." "And then? Are you asking me to give up my place to her? The person you like, you're not even trying to hold on to her? If she's so great, why give her up to someone else? Or is it that she's too good, and sharing you with other women would be unfair to her? Then what about me, Li Miaoxian? Why do I have to share you with other women? I just don't want you to give up on the person you love because of me. That would be a regret you'd carry for life. I can be indifferent about some things. You can openly go and find me a younger sister, I won't object. In our circles, for someone like you, who stands to inherit billions, why do you need to make a choice like ordinary people? If you like someone, you can have them all. Zhao Chen, you still haven't adjusted to your status. You're no longer the poor boy you used to be, do you understand? In the future, when you're the head of a multi-billion-dollar listed company, mingling in elite circles, others will show up with celebrities or young playthings by their side. What about you?" Her tone was light, but every word struck Zhao Chen's heart with precision. Zhao Chen opened his mouth but couldn't form a single word. He had hoped that a nap would help him leave these troubles behind for a while, but Li Miaoxian seemed determined to wake him up with her words. Perhaps this was also what his mother, Wang Qian, wanted. Zhao Chen looked at the missed calls from Bai Wan Ning on his phone. He was torn. If he chose not to let go, he'd need to find a way to keep her by his side, but those methods would have nothing to do with his wealth or status. All he needed was a reason she could accept. Zhao Chen had considered this, but the weight of it overwhelmed him, so he thought about giving up. In certain ways, Li Miaoxian was indeed a capable partner, at least, she could make him see reason. Zhao Jichang had returned, carrying a box of watches he had collected in his younger days. They had been stored at the company, but now that his son was back, he naturally brought them home for Zhao Chen to enjoy. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, Frank Muller, and custom Rolexes, over 20 watches, worth around 200 or 300 million yuan, were all gifted to Zhao Chen. In the evening glow, under a pavilion, the glass-top table shimmered brightly. Zhao Chen opened the watch box, inspecting each piece carefully. With a phone in one hand and a high-end watch booklet in the other, he studied the watches under a magnifying glass. Beside him, Li Miaoxian sat quietly, brewing tea and peeling fruit for him. The roses in the garden seemed to raise their heads, as if imitating the girl's elegant posture, striving to become noble and beautiful. The evening breeze was refreshing, a perfect time for tea, watches, and companionship. It wasn't until dinner that the butler hurried over to Zhao Chen to report that a young lady was at the manor's gate. Only then did Zhao Chen feel his hanging heart settle slightly. While he had been both anticipating and dreading this moment, now that she was here, he surprisingly felt a sense of calm. Li Miaoxian had been right. If he thought she was good, why let another man have her? Zhao Chen didn't know how much a kind and gentle person like Bai Wan Ning could endure in love, or how much hardship she'd face before finding true happiness. She was too easily bullied. After the butler left, Zhao Chen carefully placed each watch back into the box. He picked up his water glass, took a sip, and exhaled deeply before turning to look at Li Miaoxian. Go on. It's not like you're doing anything shameful. Treat her well. The house is big. If she doesn't mind, she can even stay the night. Without looking up, she handed him 2 peeled apples. Zhao Chen didn't know how to respond to her nonchalant attitude. As he walked behind her, he hesitated, then bent down to plant a light kiss on her cold face. She remained unmoved. At the manor gate, Wang Qian had already come out after hearing the news. When she saw Bai Wan Ning for the first time, her face lit up with joy. Bai Wan Ning had fair skin, slightly golden hair, and rosy cheeks that easily flushed. She was a true beauty, intelligent and graceful. Wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a long ponytail, her modest and youthful outfit was eye-catching. But her spirit seemed low, her eyes red and swollen, evidence of prolonged crying. Thankfully, Zhao Chen had acted quickly, otherwise, such a good girl might have been snatched away by someone else. Wang Qian also noticed a detail: Bai Wan Ning drove a white Ferrari. At least they were well matched in status. Before Zhao Chen arrived, Wang Qian warmly comforted her, apologizing on Zhao Chen's behalf and explaining his difficulties. Auntie, I know. I just wanted to see him. Did you come all the way from Beijing? No, I usually stay in Jinling. I flew here this afternoon. Oh dear, flying in just to see him? That rascal Zhao Chen didn't even think to spare you the trouble. Come, rest inside. Thank you, Auntie. Before they finished speaking, Bai Wan Ning froze in place. She hadn't seen him in nearly a month. She had missed Zhao Chen terribly. Seeing this tall boy appear in her line of sight again, she couldn't deny her happiness, but her heart ached with regret for not reaching out sooner. Wang Qian, seeing her son approach, quickly stepped aside. Chen, tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to run into his arms. There were no longer the constraints of high school or academic rules, nothing to hold them back. They should be inseparable now. But things had progressed beyond her control. Zhao Chen walked up to her, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and while she was still dazed, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Wan Ning, you came to me on your own. You're not allowed to leave now. Why not? I came because I wanted to, and I'll leave if I want to. You can't stop me. Also, who gave you permission to touch my waist? Her voice trembled with sobs, but Zhao Chen no longer wanted to let her go. Pulling her through the garden, he took her upstairs via a small elevator, not to his bedroom, but to the study. Here, eat an apple. Did you peel it? No. Oh. She peeled it. She told me to treat you well. Zhao Chen felt a sting on his face as he said this, but some things needed to be said clearly, even if it meant being shameless. Bai Wan Ning looked down at the apple in her hands, meticulously peeled and neatly cut. Zhao Chen stood beside her, his breathing heavy, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Finally, he heard a soft sigh. It was ambiguous, difficult to interpret. Then he saw her take a small bite of the apple, tears streaming down her face, silent yet sorrowful. Zhao Chen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He would have preferred her to curse at him, slap him, or hit him with her shoe, anything but this quiet endurance that only deepened his guilt. This apple your sister peeled is delicious. When she said the word sister, Zhao Chen's chest tightened painfully. He closed his eyes and, in a hoarse voice, murmured, Forget it, Wan Ning. You're a good girl. I'm not worthy. Slap. A sharp, crisp sound. A small handprint appeared on Zhao Chen's face. Her voice was choked with emotion. I gave up everything to take a step toward you. And you? You're trying to make me leave? I came all this way to see you, was it just to hear this nonsense? I don't want anything but you. Don't you understand? Where's your courage? When you asked me to be your one and only, you weren't this hesitant. Chen, don't disappoint me, okay? The two looked into each other's eyes. Bai Wanning leaned in lightly, burying her face in Zhao Chen's chest. You have to treat me well, or I'll truly be heartbroken. Zhao Chen had nothing to say. He didn't even feel he had the right to speak. Perhaps he lacked the quality to love freely, always carrying a heavy sense of guilt when doing things like this. I don't like making promises, but I can say I probably won't let you down again. I won't make you sad. Okay. So what are we now? Bai Wanning asked the question. She wanted to hear Zhao Chen's thoughts, to gauge her position in his heart. You're my girlfriend. In a few years, I'll find an opportunity to propose to your family. Okay. She didn't ask how Zhao Chen planned to handle her, the other girl, or their statuses. She just needed an attitude. Everything else no longer mattered. Truly. The two embraced, staring blankly at the distant sunset through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, Bai Wanning grabbed Zhao Chen's hand and placed it on her waist. A boy of 18 or 19, without a girlfriend, likely has enough women in his imagination to rival the emperor's 36 palaces. The filth in his mind could surpass a public restroom. You're that age too. Don't think that just because I'm quiet and elegant, you can't look to me for physical happiness. I'll do my part as a girlfriend. She wiped away her tears, having found the answer in her heart. The girl loved Zhao Chen deeply. But Zhao Chen didn't want to take advantage of her in this moment. His hands simply rested quietly on her waist. At this moment, desire was nowhere to be found. One must still believe in love. The beauty of the world exists whether you see it or not. Sometimes, when your eyes open and your steps steady, happiness arrives unexpectedly. Just like now, as the two embraced. Li Miaoxian entered the room silently. Standing behind them, she watched for a moment, then left the fruit platter she'd brought and quietly slipped away. You're at Peking University, and I'm at Nanjing University. How will we be together? I'll fly to your school on weekends. Everyone else has a girlfriend, and now you do too. Even if you don't ask, I'll find out what other boyfriends do for their girlfriends. Whatever they give, I'll make sure you get it too. Bai Wanning placed Zhao Chen's hand on her chest, and his hand trembled. In high school, you liked sneaking peeks at my chest. Did you think I didn't notice? Back then, academics came first, so I ignored your desires. I was afraid it would distract you from your studies. Her gaze was clear. She understood the matters between men and women but was far more straightforward than pretentious girls. She didn't feign shyness or act overly reserved. Since the beginning, she believed she and Zhao Chen were destined to be together. Naturally, she would fulfill all a boyfriend's fantasies about his girlfriend. Sincere and genuine. When you're in college, you can stay at my place. After all, Peking University is in Beijing. My family has a house in Beijing too, but I'll visit your parents when I have time. I haven't introduced you to my family yet. Actually, my mom's been wanting to meet you. Zhao Chen nodded. He'd have to visit sooner or later. After all, he'd stolen their precious daughter. He couldn't avoid saying hello. Coming out of Zhao Chen's embrace, Bai Wanning tilted her head and asked, "Where's your sister?" "I want to talk to her." Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to answer. "Shun. Sooner or later, I'll have to meet her. Why not now?" Her voice remained soft and gentle, with her small hands still resting on his waist. Zhao Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. "She's probably downstairs. I'll take you to her." Just as he finished speaking, Li Miaoxian walked in. She looked at Bai Wanning and said to Zhao Chen, "Go check on dinner. Make a few extra dishes. Don't be a bad host." Zhao Chen glanced at Bai Wanning, then turned and left. Sigh. He couldn't stop this from happening. The moment he stepped out of the room, click, the door was locked from the inside. As expected. Before dinner, Zhao Chen practiced driving with a coach on the road in front of the manor, taking it step by step. He could have skipped the lessons and tests to get his license directly, but he still chose to put in the effort. His reason? The coach's fee was covered by his father, so he didn't have to spend a dime. Nearby, the private jet that Li Miaoxian had gifted him sat on the helipad, a medium-sized black helicopter, luxuriously outfitted with an interior that was practically paved with money. Just as Zhao Chen was about to sit in the helicopter and take a look, a voice echoed in his mind. Please confirm whether to activate the wealth plan within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the plan will expire. Zhao Chen was startled. He had glanced at the plan earlier in the day but had been distracted by his daily navigation. Now it was about to expire. Initially hesitant, Zhao Chen decided to activate it, not wanting to waste a potentially life-changing opportunity or good fortune. Note, upon completing a milestone or significant progress, the system will reward the user according to their preferences. Activation reward, +2 to physical fitness. Each enhancement improves the chosen attribute by 20% over its original state. The rewards were quite generous. Previously, the reward had been charm, this time, it was physical fitness. Following the system's plan seemed to be working, and the system had apparently detected that Zhao Chen now had 2 women in his life. After completing 3 transactions with the system's universal trading system, Zhao Chen considered trying to complete 100 trades to claim the reward. Suddenly, inspiration struck. How much for 1,000 high-quality hybrid wheat seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-quality hybrid wheat seeds is 10,000 yuan. Zhao Chen's heart raced. Why was it so cheap? Developing hybrid wheat varieties typically took decades of effort and vast resources. These seeds could revolutionize agriculture, bringing food to barren lands and offering solutions to hunger. A thought began to take root in Zhao Chen's mind. He went to find his father, Zhao Jichang. Dad, I want to start a company. What kind of company? A universal company. It can work in any industry. I think I can contribute to humanity and spark a revolution in our way of life. Zhao Jichang was speechless. Was his family empire at risk of being squandered? His son was already blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, and the silly grin on Zhao Chen's face only made it more concerning. Zhao Chen felt as though he had discovered a path to wealth and prosperity, a way to reach the heights his father had achieved. Building a career was far more exciting than spending every day indulging in pleasures. After 18 years of hard work, the comfort and ease of the past 2 days had already started to make him feel lazy. When full and relaxed, it's easy to think of certain desires. This morning, when Zhao Chen woke up, he genuinely wanted to hold Li Miaoxian in his arms and enjoy her. Now, with the system's powerful trading functions, Zhao Chen realized he might be able to balance enjoying life and starting a side business, adding a bit of excitement to his days. Hanging out with those young playboys every day and aimlessly chasing girls had its limits. At their rate, Zhao Chen estimated they weren't far from needing kidney replacements to maintain their lifestyles. As Zhao Chen observed the hesitation on his father Zhao Jichang's face, he knew what his father was worried about. Dad, here's what I think. I'll start my business without taking money from the family. I'll just use some of the allowance you've given me to fund a small venture, nothing too big. Whether I succeed or fail, I won't ask for additional funding. I might just occasionally need some technical advice from you. Hearing this, Zhao Jichang's eyes brightened. An allowance of a few 100 million yuan was more than enough to fund a small company. It seemed like a good way for Zhao Chen to learn enterprise management while having some fun. Alright, tomorrow a batch of overseas returnees will be joining the company. Go pick yourself a secretary. A word of advice, when choosing a secretary, be careful. Look for someone with good genes, talent, and appearance. And don't tell Li Miaoxian. Zhao Jichang gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. Secretaries were essential, they could brighten the boss's day. Zhao Chen agreed. Zhao Jichang had already wanted him to visit the company that morning, but Zhao Chen had been dragged away by his friends to goof off. Tomorrow would be a good time to choose a secretary. Love should be serious and romantic, not forced or unwanted. While certain things were possible, Zhao Chen knew to take care of the girl's feelings, emotions, and physical well-being. But other things could be a little more flexible. Having a personal cup or utensil, or, in this case, a competent secretary, was different. Zhao Chen was a young, energetic 18-year-old. He had previously restrained himself, but now? That wasn't realistic anymore. The temptations were too great. Sometimes, a little release was perfectly acceptable. He understood his father's message loud and clear. After Zhao Chen left, Zhao Jichang muttered to himself, "The brat has a good eye and some decent tricks." Even with all his schoolwork, he managed to win over that girl. Zhao Chen began drafting a plan. He wasn't overly concerned with national or global issues, he just wanted to make money. However, he thought, why not help ordinary people along the way? After all, he had grown up in that environment and understood how hard life could be for most people. Do you have high-yield quality potato seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-yield quality potato seeds is 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. Do you have high-yield quality corn seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-yield quality corn seeds is 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. The prices were surprisingly low. Zhao Chen realized that with these seeds, he could gradually cultivate them further after the first batch. In his notebook, he jotted down 3 crops: wheat, corn, and potatoes. This would be the start of his business venture. Tomorrow, he'd share his plans with the secretary. Getting started early on the project would also help him fill the idle hours he'd been wasting chasing girls. Suddenly, Zhao Chen thought about Zhang Meng, who had spent the morning with him and been so polite. Should he find her a proper job? He dismissed the thought. It wasn't his place to speculate about her life. She might enjoy her line of work. Dinner time arrived. Zhao Chen hesitated as he pushed open the door to the study where the 2 girls were. Their voices were low, and he couldn't make out what they were saying. But judging by the tone, it didn't sound like they were arguing. He hoped there wouldn't be any unpleasantness. Chen, come here, Li Miaoxian called out. Zhao Chen realized his attempts to remain unnoticed had failed. Resigned, he walked over. The 2 girls were sitting on separate sofas. Sit, said his fiancée in a cold tone. I prefer standing. Zhao Chen glanced at the 2 sofas and wondered aloud, if I sit, where should I sit? On whose sofa? Sit. This time, her tone carried more force. It was clear that Li Miaoxian intended to make things difficult for him. It was understandable if the first wife didn't challenge him after he brought back another girl, he might start bringing a new one home every day. Zhao Chen glanced at Bai Wan Ning, who gave him a look. He finally sat next to Li Miaoxian. When she wasn't paying attention, he quickly pulled her into his arms. Miaoxian, just tell me what's on your mind. Li Miaoxian didn't stop him from holding her, but her tone remained soft. How many children do you want in the future? Huh? Why are you asking this? Just answer me. Why can't I know what you're thinking? Stop being so evasive. Just one. Both girls nodded in satisfaction. Then came Li Miaoxian's next question. Do you think your desires are strong? What kind of desires? Zhao Chen froze, unsure if he had misheard. What kind of ridiculous question was this? Were they dividing him up? These 2 girls, both unmarried, were acting as though they were negotiating custody of their man. With a light smack, Zhao Chen slapped Li Miaoxian on the rear. She froze, stunned that he had dared to do this in front of Bai Wan Ning. Her expression turned cold, and with swift precision, she pinched Zhao Chen's waist, giving him a look that clearly said, we'll settle this later. Bai Wan Ning, meanwhile, softly interjected, Chen, don't bully Miaoxian. She's a good person. Her voice was so gentle that just hearing it was enough to calm Zhao Chen's temper. He led both girls downstairs for dinner, holding each of their hands. It felt amazing to openly enjoy such affection. After dinner, Bai Wan Ning wanted to leave, but Zhao Chen refused. It was already dark, and with the Zhao family's estate located far from the city center, he couldn't let her drive back alone. He also felt it was the right time after 2 years of holding back. He wasn't going to let her slip away so easily. In the guest room, Bai Wan Ning rested in Zhao Chen's arms, her breathing light, her face flushed. When Zhao Chen's hand moved toward her waist, she hurriedly grabbed it. Enough! How can you act like this as soon as you touch me? I'll feel embarrassed. Zhao Chen exhaled, gently kissing her lips. It tasted sweet, just as he imagined. Lacking experience, the 2 simply kissed and hugged. Wan Ning, I want to. No, not yet. It's still too soon. I'm not ready. Once I've taken better care of myself, we can talk about it. For now, I'll keep you company in other ways. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen stepped out of the guest room. In the hallway, he saw Li Miaoxian sitting on a sofa, wearing a fitted nightgown and holding her phone quietly. Not causing trouble, she asked. No. You're quite well behaved, aren't you? What else? Did I do anything inappropriate to you last night? Zhao Chen retorted, feeling aggrieved. A quick kiss, does that even count as being improper? The 2 of them walked back to the bedroom together. Zhao Chen, feeling more at ease, gently wrapped his arm around the girl's waist. Don't use words like inappropriate. It makes it sound like I'm being cold and distant toward you, Li Miaoxian replied softly, pointing toward the bathroom to indicate she had already prepared the bathwater for him. Zhao Chen quietly went to wash up. As he walked away, the hand resting on her waist subtly slid downward. Did I say you could touch me? At least ask for my permission first, okay? You say you're well behaved, but you're acting a bit improper, aren't you? Zhao Chen didn't argue. Sometimes, seeking intimacy through physical contact was a natural way to strengthen a bond, especially when the situation felt appropriate and the future looked promising. After all, she had waited for him outside by Wan Ning's room earlier. It was an unmistakable gesture, like a wife wanting to stay by her husband's side, sharing mutual support and companionship. After showering, Zhao Chun, used to living alone, had a habit of walking around unclothed. But this time, as he came out of the bathroom, Li Miaoxian handed him a set of pajamas, throwing a subtle yet cold glance his way. They sat in a reserved manner under the soft glow of the ambient lighting, quietly reading books. Neither spoke, and the only sound was Zhao Chen occasionally sipping water, seemingly trying to moisten his lips. Holding his book, Zhao Chen moved closer, squeezing onto the small sofa with her. Li Miaoxian didn't protest. Their heads slowly leaned toward each other. Zhao Chen set his book aside, and seeing this, Li Miaoxian did the same. The faint scent of her lips, free of lipstick, lingered in the air. Unable to resist, Zhao Chen swallowed hard. She was breathtakingly beautiful, both her face and figure were flawless. Fixing his gaze on her, he noticed her slightly lowered eyelashes trembling faintly. Zhao Chen reached out to pull her into his arms. Dissatisfied, he then guided her onto his lap. While this didn't make her appear particularly shy, it did make it easier for him to kiss her. Just as their lips were about to meet, Li Miaoxian turned her head away slightly and softly asked, "Did you brush your teeth just now?" "I did." "Good." Only then did she turn back toward him. She meant that she didn't want him bringing the lingering scent of another woman by Wan Ning back to her. Kissing while holding her in his arms was convenient, and after kissing her lips, he kissed elsewhere too. Li Miaoxian frowned slightly. Perhaps because Zhao Chen was inexperienced, he seemed unable to control his strength. "Miaoxian. Well, I don't think so. Not tonight. Your girlfriend is still in the guest room next door. If she hears something, it wouldn't be good," she said softly, her arm lightly wrapped around his neck. "So that's why you made sure Bai Wan Ning stayed tonight." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. This woman had planned everything, knowing exactly what he would try to do. She had intentionally placed Bai Wan Ning next door. "Not at all," she replied in the same relaxed tone. Zhao Chen sighed helplessly. "Miaoxian, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I actually intended to help you tonight, but then you hit me this afternoon, so I changed my mind," she said in a tone filled with playful grievance, burying her head in his chest like a timid bird. Zhao Chen lifted her chin, studying her amused expression. "Help me with what?" he asked, wanting clarity. "You know what?" Her voice carried a hint of laughter. Zhao Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. It took him a while to process what she meant. Realizing it was getting late, he carried her in a princess hold and placed her on the bed before lying down beside her. Don't hit me again in the future. Bai Wan Ning was here today, how do you think that made me look?" she said, curling into his arms yet still speaking in a domineering tone. Zhao Chen remained silent, acting as if he were sulking over being denied. "Chen, why aren't you saying anything?" "Zhao Chen? Are you upset?" "Oh, stop pretending. You should at least give me some warning, shouldn't you? Do you even know your own strength? Last night, I had nightmares because of you. It's all your fault." She playfully hit him with her small hand. Zhao Chen was speechless. He had started to understand her personality. When she was cold and proper, she was distant to everyone. But when she wanted to tease him, her antics were endless, especially when they were alone. Thankfully, she could be serious and insightful when needed. She was also caring and attentive, which made it manageable. Otherwise, dealing with a rigid wife might have been unbearable. "I'm not upset. My hands haven't even done anything yet, what's there to be mad about? Don't touch me." She suddenly pulled his hand away, instantly creating a sense of distance. She even moved slightly away from him, almost placing a pillow between them. Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of game was this? They had just been cozying up, and now this? This time, Zhao Chen decided to stay silent and just sleep. He had gotten enough out of the evening already, and it was time to rest. About 10 minutes later, as Zhao Chen was on the verge of falling asleep, Li Miaoxian leaned close to his ear. "Chen, Bai Wan Ning should be asleep by now. Let's." Zhao Chen, still groggy, instantly perked up. He jumped up and adjusted the ambient lighting. Chen, I'm suddenly feeling sleepy again. Standing by the bed, Zhao Chen shook his head, resigned. He prepared everything anyway, refusing to let her toy with him any longer. By the time everything was ready, Li Miaoxian seemed unusually compliant. Miaoxian. Have you decided? No, I'm going to sleep. She turned over and pulled up the blanket. Zhao Chen wanted to smack himself. Finally, they both settled down for the night. That night, she was also 18. Morning. Zhao Chen woke up early. Even though he had deep shadows under his eyes and looked drained, he still got up to make breakfast. Halfway through cooking, Wang Qian walked into the kitchen. Ever since Zhao Chen had returned home, she had taken on the habit of making breakfast herself. Seeing Zhao Chen busy in the kitchen, she was surprised, then quickly realized something. Is Miaoxian still asleep? She asked, testing the waters as any mother would. In truth, she wanted to know who Zhao Chen was cooking breakfast for, Miaoxian or the gentle girl. Has Miaoxian not woken up yet? Wang Qian, as a mother, couldn't resist probing. Not yet. Beef, fried eggs, shrimp, porridge, and a little salad. Zhao Chen carried the three-person breakfast tray with a smile, brushing past his mother. Why do you look so worn out? Sleep earlier at night, young man. Wang Qian scolded him disapprovingly. Zhao Chen replied with a string of yes, 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 as he headed upstairs. Li Miaoxian looked much better than Zhao Chen, even though she was still asleep. Zhao Chen adjusted the room temperature, tidied up the messy room, and noticed that Li had already opened her eyes at some point. Her gaze was cold. You woke me up. Beast. I'm starving. Did you, my man, make breakfast? Zhao Chen set down the glass water jug, placed a small table on the bed, and carefully served breakfast along with her usual floral tea. Quite skilled, aren't you? It's the least I can do. Zhao Chen scooped a small spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and brought it to her lips. Li Miaoxian looked at his earnest expression and suddenly burst out laughing. She kept laughing, her smile was dazzling, and Zhao Chen froze for a moment before quickly saying, Here, drink some porridge first to warm your stomach. Her expression returned to calm as she replied softly, All right, I'm not incapacitated. You don't need to feed me. According to tradition, I should be the one making breakfast for my man. But you're kind and thoughtful. Taking the spoon from his hand, she began eating the breakfast on her own. Her legs, however, didn't seem to be in the best condition. Zhao Chen felt a twinge of regret. 5 centimeters, maybe he had gone a bit overboard. Sigh, life is always filled with some regrets. This time, he'd have to change the bedsheets himself. Zhao Chen went to find the housekeeper to avoid the awkwardness of asking someone else to help. After taking care of Li Miaoxian, Zhao Chen grabbed the remaining breakfast and knocked on by Wan Ning's door. The girl was already awake. She was fully dressed and sitting neatly on the balcony, reading a book. When Zhao Chen called her name, she put the book down and walked over. Did you sleep well last night? Very well, she replied, standing straight as she accepted a light kiss on her forehead from Zhao Chen. After breakfast, Bai Wan Ning prepared to leave. Zhao Chen walked her to the front gate. The summer camp at Peking University is starting, and I signed up. If I had known you were coming to Beijing, I wouldn't have joined, Chen. You can't have too many women. My father has 4, that's what I know of, and he's just the CEO of a listed company. You're even more capable than him, but don't go overboard. Zhao Chen felt a wave of shock in his heart. So that's how it is. He had thought she compromised out of deep love yesterday, but it turned out she was already a wealthy heiress, far more knowledgeable about such matters than he was. Having grown up in a world where this was commonplace, her acceptance was far greater than his own. Thankfully, with his current status as a scion of a powerful family, his romantic pursuits could be forgiven. If he were still his former self, Bai Wan Ning's eyes might have swollen from crying. The ways of the rich were indeed different from those of ordinary people, even today. Zhao Chen hugged her. Don't worry. I can resist most temptations. If you miss me, come find me. And you should miss me too. You've switched to a smartphone now, so we can video call. Take care of yourself while studying in Jinling. Sometimes, you should also listen to Sister Miaoxian. She's very smart. Alright, I'm leaving. Don't see me off, go back and keep Miaoxian company. You were too much last night. With a subtle expression and a hint of complaint, Bai Wan Ning got into her car and drove off. Zhao Chen sighed. Forget it. Might as well embrace this image now. When he returned home, Zhao Chen found Li Miaoxian slowly descending the stairs. Her legs were unsteady, and she walked with a cold frown, as if silently cursing him. Seeing Zhao Chun, she spoke indifferently, "Why are you still here? Weren't you supposed to go to the company today to choose a secretary and familiarize yourself with the business?" Zhao Chun froze. He had been delayed sending off by Wan Ning, but how did Li Miaoxian know what he was supposed to do today? How did she know? And then it dawned on him, his father, Zhao Jichang, the sneaky old man. As if on cue, Zhao Chen received a message from him. A man must fear his wife to keep the household stable. Trust me, son, you'll thank me later. It's better than secretly fooling around outside. Everything can be open, and life will be easier. I told your mother to mention it to Miaoxian. Open and honest? Zhao Chen stared at the message, speechless. His father had told him not to mention it to Li Miaoxian, yet he had gone ahead and told Wang Xian, who, fearing her own wife, had passed the message to Li Miaoxian to ensure a good mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship? Zhao Chen was utterly defeated. His father had somehow managed to turn fearing one's wife into a virtue. Helping Li Miaoxian down the stairs, he asked, "Didn't you go to the company with uncle? I'll have the driver take me later." "Are you feeling all right today?" she asked softly, concerned about whether Zhao Chen might have exhausted himself. "I'm fine. But you using such self-destructive methods, who do you think benefits?" Zhao Chen locked eyes with her. Li Miaoxian remained cold and indifferent as usual. In public, she was distant, but in private, she always left Zhao Chen thoroughly exasperated. Her intentions were clear, to drain his energy so he wouldn't have the strength to deal with other women. The driver pulled up, and Zhao Chen set off for the Zhao family's corporate headquarters. Huasheng Group was the largest private enterprise in the country, headquartered in the CBD of Beijing. Arriving in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhao Chen reached the towering headquarters in just over 20 minutes. The skyscraper, surrounded by its own business district, was part of a vast commercial zone entirely owned by Huasheng Group. Everything here belonged to the Zhao family. Standing at the base of the building, Zhao Chen felt a surge of emotion. Living in the family manor, he hadn't fully grasped the scope of his family's influence. But here, he could see it. Ordinary people worked hard to make a living, and Huasheng Group was like a giant tree providing shelter to countless people. In other words, a single decision from him could determine the fate of those rushing into the building. The driver stood by his side, doubling as a bodyguard. "There are 10 minutes until the interviews begin," he reminded. Zhao Chen nodded and walked inside at an unhurried pace, accompanied by senior managers from the HR and logistics departments. The resumes in Zhao Chen's hand were astonishing. For the secretary position, every candidate was a high-achieving, highly attractive woman under 25. "Has recruitment always been like this?" Zhao Chen asked. A senior HR manager leaned closer and said, "Not just us, this is the standard for all major corporations. We do hire male secretaries, but whether they pass the interview is another matter." Zhao Chen chuckled. "What if someone like me applied for the position?" "Young master, you're joking." "Ha ha." Zhao Chen smiled but didn't reply. That young master felt like a slap to his face. He couldn't help but feel a bit insulted by the flattery. Zhao Chen glanced through the profiles of the candidates in his hands and was a bit surprised. He had always wondered what kind of careers top overseas graduates pursued after completing their education. Did they stay abroad working at prestigious financial institutions or start their own businesses? Now, holding these interview resumes, he finally had an answer. Harvard, Oxford, MIT, Yale, every name on the list was from a world-class university, and their educational backgrounds were impressive. What stood out even more were the attached photos. It was obvious that those who came for the interview likely understood the unspoken rules. Zhao Chen didn't comment on it. Now that he was part of this social stratum, there were certain things he could no longer criticize. If he were still from his previous humble background, he might have had a few scathing remarks about the corporate hierarchy and the tactics of the wealthy. But different circumstances shaped different attitudes. Some people believed they could stick to their principles and benefit society, but reality often proved otherwise. Zhao Chen felt that, to some extent, he had become the dragon he once despised. Yet he had no power to change the rules of this social class. Unless he became so powerful that he could do whatever he wanted, but even then, eliminating personal desires would still be a fantasy. It wasn't realistic. When true enjoyment was within reach, who could resist? Unless, of course, they were incapable. In his rush to leave the house, Zhao Chen hadn't dressed the part of an interviewer. Instead, he wore casual, everyday clothes, simple yet expensive. A t-shirt, oversized shorts, and sandals, worth over 40,000 yuan in total, but still far from formal business attire. As he passed the waiting area, Zhao Chen casually scanned the candidates, nodding silently. Their high education and striking looks gave them an undeniably charming aura. Sitting in the interviewer's central seat, Zhao Chen quietly waited. The HR director personally called in the candidates one by one. Zhao Chen liked to ask questions that caught people off guard. He had his own set of standards for evaluation. While everyone here was top-notch in terms of competence and appearance, his final decision often hinged on the first impression they left on him. Some of his questions included: what do you think causes the conflict between perception and behavior? Do you believe hard work and effort truly matter? Share your understanding of contributing to society. Based on your experience, how would you evaluate the role of a secretary? Discuss your views on art. Do you think money holds a dominant position in modern society? How much does personal background influence one's life trajectory? Each woman answered confidently, with unique insights. Some responses surprised Zhao Chen, offering unexpected perspectives. Of course, there were also those who gave empty, cliched answers. Zhao Chen found these responses tiresome, cutting the interviews short and leaving the rest to the HR staff. For those candidates he disliked, Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to shred their resumes and toss them in the trash. This shocked some of the interviewees. The questions from the central interviewer were entirely unanticipated, rendering much of their interview preparation useless. None of them had ever encountered an interview setting like this. It seemed as if the questions were being asked on a whim, with the interviewer evaluating them based solely on whether their answers aligned with his personal values. It felt less like a formal interview and more like matchmaking or selecting a concubine. This thought crossed everyone's mind. Who had the authority to privately select people in this way during the recruitment process at such a major corporation? After completing the interviews, Zhao Chen had made his decision. He called out a name, Chen Yanlan. A young woman in a black dress walked in for the second time and sat before him again. She exuded confidence that radiated from her demeanor, almost to the point of arrogance. What struck Zhao Chen about her responses wasn't their cleverness but their straightforwardness. Despite her composed posture and stunning appearance, her air of self-appreciation was palpable, subtly influencing how those around her perceived her. As Zhao Chen studied her, she calmly adjusted her posture, lightly brushed her hair aside as if to show off her face, and met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. "Guess my identity?" Zhao Chen asked, his tone light and teasing. Chen Yanlan offered a professional smile and responded softly, "You're the son of Huaxing Group's president." Zhao Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he asked, "How did you know?" "You asked me to guess, so I guessed." Her reply was as unadorned as ever. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yanlan frowned slightly. "Is that funny? Did I say something wrong?" She wasn't questioning herself, she was challenging Zhao Chen directly, showing no concern for how this might affect his impression of her. Stanford University, majoring in economics. 3 consecutive years of scholarships. 17 published papers in global economic journals. Voted Tsinghua University's campus beauty in 2018. Most impressively, you were admitted to every program through guaranteed placement, Zhao Chen remarked. Chen Yanlan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Chen posed one final question: describe the highest level of trust. After a moment of thought, the young woman in black replied confidently, "The highest level of trust is unconditional, loyal, and unwavering. It transcends blood relations, involving both physical and spiritual intimacy, unaffected by time or distance." Zhao Chen leaned forward. "And then?" Chen Yanlan looked directly at him and said, "I believe you'll trust me. I don't like changing jobs frequently, nor do I like working under different leaders. I don't care what you believe. I care about what I believe." Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, waiting for her next response. "I'm very obedient," she said simply. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt as though she could see right through him. It was an odd feeling. She was clearly intelligent, yet she presented herself as humble and grounded. This contrast intrigued Zhao Chen. Perhaps it was precisely this combination of traits that had made her so accomplished. Remembering his father's advice to find someone with good genes, Zhao Chen decided he greatly admired Chen's personality. "For now, let's keep it this way. You'll work directly under me. You won't need to come to the company often. It might be demanding, but I'll make sure you're well compensated." "Understood." As Zhao Chen left the interview room, the black-dressed, long-legged Chen Yanlan followed closely behind him. The candidates waiting for their second-round interviews couldn't help but exchange curious glances. So it was true, the young master was here to choose a consort. His domineering act of directly taking someone away felt audacious, as if he ruled the company like his personal domain. Still, many of the candidates envied the girl who now walked confidently at Zhao Chen's side. For them, clinging to a rich and powerful benefactor seemed somewhat beneath them and inconsistent with their identities. However, they were fully aware of why they had such high academic achievements. If there was a shortcut available, why take the long road of struggle? You need to register a company, and think on a grand scale. In the future, my business might grow very large, so you should draft a comprehensive framework for me to review. Focus primarily on industries related to manufacturing and trade, Zhao Chen instructed, eager to turn the idea in his mind into reality. After all, the rewards from the system were incredibly generous. He was already looking forward to the success that seemed so within reach. Should the company be placed under Huaxing Group? Chen Yanlan asked, hitting on the key point. Zhao Chen shook his head. No need. This will be my personal business. I don't lack money, and this company won't go public. It'll be mine alone. Chen Yanlan said nothing. In her eyes, Zhao Chen, at most 18 years old, was like a reckless little brother. She was already 23, and this was just the whim of a younger boy trying to play CEO. Still, as long as she was working for him, she intended to do her best to meet the job requirements. She was about to leave and find a quiet spot to start drafting a plan when Zhao Chen pulled her into the private lounge used by company executives for a more earnest discussion. Why are you so certain that these crops can produce high-quality hybrid seeds? How much are you investing, and how much time will it take to see results? Zhao Chen couldn't reveal the trading system, so he hinted at his confidence. Half a year, and we'll have results. As for the products, you don't need to worry about quality. Before these superior hybrid products officially enter the market, you'll need a stable, long-term project to ensure sustainable revenue, she noted. Chen Yanlan more or less understood. This was a rich heir attempting to turn the industries of his imagination into reality. He wasn't truly starting a business, she was doing it for him. This little brother just wanted the thrill of seeing a successful venture come to life. All right. One more thing, remind me to have a meal with you once a week. You should understand why, Zhao Chen added bluntly. The system's transactions were crucial. If he didn't fully bring her to his side, he wouldn't be able to trust her with this kind of information. Right now, it was seeds, but in the future, it could be secrets from other industries. Zhao Chen couldn't afford to be reduced to a mere tool. This was a critical matter. Zhao Chen believed it was best to establish trust before the seed superiority was revealed. A trustworthy ally would be invaluable. Though it sounded a bit calculating, this was the reality of the world. If you weren't cautious, failure would be inevitable. Chen Yanlan understood his implication and simply nodded without further comment. Before leaving, Zhao Chen turned back and added, in a few days, go to Jingling. That's where the company will be registered. That's important. He had chosen not to register the company in the Cayman Islands as a sign of respect for his homeland. At this point, Zhao Chen didn't care much about money, he just wanted to create something meaningful. Whether the profits were big or small, he wanted to bring the extraordinary into the world. Zhao Chen informed a supervisor to arrange a private office for Chen Yanlan. She would report only to him, with flexible working hours. After leaving the industrial park, Zhao Chen called his father, Zhao Jichang, to discuss matters concerning bodyguards and drivers. With wealth came fear of death. Zhao Chen had become acutely aware of this. If Zhao Group's business rivals ever decided to target him, what would he do? His father advised taking the route of a professional security company. With proper systems in place, many issues could be dealt with discreetly. Zhao Chen immediately adopted his father's suggestion. He called Chen Yanlan again to ensure everything was clarified. By noon, Zhao Chen received a call from the courier service. The items he had purchased for 200,000 yuan as part of his initial experiments with the system had arrived, over 200 books and a watch. The watch was a 150,000 yuan Audemars Piguet, which Zhao Chen planned to give to his homeroom teacher in Jingling. Regardless of the price or brand, it was a gesture of gratitude. Teachers with genuine integrity were rare in today's society. Returning home to move the books, Zhao Chen worried that Li Miaoxian might throw them out of the house. Luckily, when he got back, he only saw her sitting and watching TV, ignoring his arrival completely. Miaoxian, I bought some books. Should I leave them here or send them to the Jinling house? She seemed annoyed by his interruption, shooting him a cold glare. Why would you leave them here? You're not planning to live here in the future. Alright, as you wish. He made arrangements with the courier. Truthfully, Zhao Chen should have stayed home to keep Miao Xian company. However, he had promised his father yesterday to find a capable secretary, so he had to visit the company. Now that he was back, Miao Xian's attitude toward him remained icy, with no sign of reconciliation. It became clear to Zhao Chen that her morning remark, "Why haven't you gone to the company to pick a secretary yet?" wasn't a question, it was sarcasm. Her tone implied, "Go ahead, find your new fling. Don't waste time." Realizing this, Zhao Chen felt it was already too late to fix things. He thickened his skin, moved closer to her, leaned in by her ear, and lowered his voice. "Still hurt? Want me to massage it for you?" He thought his teasing comment might shift her icy demeanor to a mix of anger and embarrassment. But no. Miao Xian's expression remained cold, as if she hadn't even heard him. Zhao Chen was left completely ignored. There was no helping it. After all, he was the one who had taken advantage, even if he had been left utterly drained in the process. He had to pamper her a little. Forcing a smile, Zhao Chen positioned himself in front of Miao Xian, blocking her view of the TV. She rarely watched television, so it seemed she was doing so only because her legs were sore, and Zhao Chen wasn't around to keep her company. Seeing his persistent smile, her cold eyes flickered slightly but still didn't soften. After 2 minutes of silent staring, she finally gave in to his shamelessness. "So, did the secretary meet your expectations?" Her soft voice saying brother made Zhao Chen shiver, his skin covered in goosebumps. Smiling stiffly, he replied, "Well, one of them seems okay. Not exactly my ideal, but I'll keep looking to be sure. Honestly, though, I don't even need a secretary. If you tell me not to hire one, I'll stop immediately, even if it means walking through fire and water for you. Let me tell you a secret. This whole secretary business was my dad's idea." To his surprise, Miao Xian smiled. Miao Xian's smile was beautiful, but to Zhao Chen, it felt a bit unsettling. He had a nagging feeling that she was up to something. Sure enough, she spoke. "Really? Of course it's true. How could I come up with such devious schemes? I wouldn't even think of them." Her smile deepened as she leaned closer to Zhao Chen's ear and whispered, "I'll ask Auntie later. I'll check with her to see if Uncle is that kind of person." Zhao Chen's face darkened. If his mother found out about his father's misdeeds, given Zhao Jichang's fear of his wife, he would likely deny everything. Not only that, to save face in front of his future daughter-in-law, his father might even turn the blame onto Zhao Chen. "You're blocking my view of the TV, Chen." Zhao Chen reluctantly sat beside her, speaking gently. "I had planned to spend today with you. But I really want to get the company up and running quickly, so I ended up neglecting you." Miao Xian's smile slowly faded. She stared into Zhao Chen's eyes for a long moment before sighing softly. "It's good that you're making progress with your business. But you need to pace yourself and act cautiously. Our family's industry is vast, but even it can't handle reckless decisions. Chen, you need to remember that. As for finding women, weren't you drained enough last night?" she said through gritted teeth, clearly frustrated with Zhao Chen's indulgent tendencies. It seemed her way of keeping his attention focused on her was through exhaustion. Her comment only irritated Zhao Chen further. He replied, half scolding, "Don't you realize it was your first time? Hurting yourself just to hurt me, if it leaves lasting damage, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Miao Xian fell silent, resting her head lightly on Zhao Chen's shoulder. Although there hadn't been any intimacy last night, their closeness now felt like a way of quietly supporting each other. "I need to go back to Jinling soon." "What about you?" Zhao Chen asked. "I'll go with you." Her cold gaze and calm demeanor, coupled with her gentle words, left Zhao Chen with no reason to say more. It was only natural for a newly married couple to stay together, especially after just discovering the pleasures of being a couple. Wang Qian had left earlier for a social gathering with Beijing's elite ladies, supposedly to attend a vanilla scent appreciation event. After preparing breakfast, she had dressed up and departed. For lunch, Zhao Chen had to head to the kitchen, though he simply supervised the chefs rather than cook himself. What kind of young master cooks every day? He consoled himself. The truth was, while Zhao Chen and Miao Xian had been getting cozy earlier, he had made the mistake of touching her. She reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, raising her sore leg to kick him away despite the pain. "It's broad daylight. Do that again, and you won't be sleeping in bed tonight." Zhao Chen got the message loud and clear. During the day, Miao Xian maintained her proper and serious demeanor. She had successfully stopped and warned him the first time he attempted anything during the daytime, even enduring discomfort to make her point. Lunch is ready. Zhao Chen brought the dishes to the table, wearing an apron. After setting everything down, he removed the apron and walked over to gently support Li Miaoxian's arm. Come try my cooking. Li Miaoxian nodded indifferently, not exposing his bluff. She let him ramble on about how he had supposedly cooked each dish, even though his explanations sounded believable enough to fool most girls. In truth, Zhao Chen's cooking experience had only ever involved salt, oil, and vinegar, maybe soy sauce on a good day. Li Miaoxian didn't believe for a second that he had mastered such a variety of dishes in just 2 days. Still, his effort to act the part was endearing. Their lunch was abundant and delicious. Midway through the meal, Zhao Chen's phone rang. The caller ID read Qin Yanlan. The phone was placed between Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian. Instead of answering immediately, Zhao Chen used his chopsticks to pick up some food for his plate. Miaoxian, can you answer it for me? Guilty conscience, she teased lightly but still picked up the phone. Hello, the preliminary business plan is ready. We can register in Jinling anytime. I've sent the proposal to you, and you'll need to name the company, said the voice on the other end. Got it, replied Li Miaoxian softly. There was a pause on the other side before the caller asked nervously, Excuse me, who is this? Isn't this Zhao Chen's phone? I'm his fiancé. He's eating and can't answer the phone, Li Miaoxian said evenly, her tone calm as always. While taking the call, she opened the messaging app on Zhao Chen's phone to find the proposal sent by his secretary. She put down her chopsticks and spoon to review it carefully. There was silence on the other end of the call. Unsure of what to do, the caller hesitated, seemingly at a loss. Eventually, after overhearing Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian speaking, the caller quickly said, as long as the boss approves the plan, the company can be established in Jinling. With that, the caller hung up without waiting for Zhao Chen's response. After lunch, Zhao Chen reviewed the proposal. It was detailed, addressing many issues he hadn't even considered, such as networking, office leasing, talent recruitment, and financial estimates. Despite being written in just a few hours, it outlined a solid framework. Regarding the optimization and cultivation of high-quality hybrid seeds, the secretary hadn't planned much, likely finding Zhao Chen's ideas laughable. Still, her thoughts were pragmatic. To her, a rich heir admiring heroic ideals, wanting to pursue research, benefit society, and build an industrial empire was harmless and even admirable. Whether successful or not didn't matter. As long as Zhao Chen wanted to do it, she would follow his lead. After all, working on this was far better than wasting time on gambling, chasing celebrities, or womanizing. Her assessment of Zhao Chen, a good person, though a bit childish and overly ambitious. By the time Zhao Chen finished reviewing the proposal, 2 excellent employees from the group had arrived at the estate, high-level executives sent by Zhao Zicheng to assist his son. After all, what kind of young master doesn't have a few talented advisors by his side? Zhao Zicheng, with his sharp business acumen, had selected 2 top talents from Huaxing Group's management to guide Zhao Chen, Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan. Zhao Chen greeted them warmly, though formalities weren't necessary. Both wore glasses and appeared studious, though their occasional sharp glances hinted at their intelligence. It was as if their presence silently conveyed, "We're really good at what we do." After brief introductions, Zhao Chen learned their names and prepared for the afternoon flight, which had already been arranged. A tow truck had arrived at the estate, ready to transport his cars, a Ferrari Enzo, a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, a Cullinan, and one of the family's extended Phantom models. Driving off in one of Dad's Rolls Royces, he probably wouldn't mind. After all, he's so generous, this is nothing to him. The cars were all being shipped to Jinling, the city where Zhao Chen would attend school, build his empire, and achieve greatness. With the transporters lined up, even Li Miaoxian's cars had arrived, delivered by her family. A white Bentley Continental GT and a Ferrari LaFerrari. Zhao Chen was so busy that he barely had a moment to catch his breath. Between moving things back and forth and brainstorming a name for his company, there was no time to relax. Upstairs, he had to haul down over a dozen property deeds, each in their distinctive red folders, to put into a briefcase. The weight was almost unbearable, but he had no choice but to carry them himself. 5 villas in Jinling, 5 villas in Shanghai, the king villa his family had bought him in Jinling, and even a courtyard residence his aunt had arranged for him near the Second Ring Road in Beijing, one he hadn't even visited yet. Oh, and the watches Zhao Zicheng had gifted him, they also had to be packed. By the time he arrived in Jinling that night, chances were he wouldn't be able to move into the new villa right away. He might need to spend the night in a hotel. Fortunately, the Li family owned 2 major hotels in Jinling, giving them a reliable place to stay. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was still packing a few toiletries, worried the hotel's amenities wouldn't meet her standards. The transport trucks carrying the luxury cars began their slow journey to Jinling. Zhao Chen took a moment to call by Wan Ning, letting her know he was leaving Beijing and asking her to visit him in Jinling after her summer camp ended. Not long after, Chen Yanlan arrived late, immediately joining Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan to discuss company matters. Standing nearby, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at her lightning-fast typing speed as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Her skills are incredible. This girl has a bright future ahead of her. While the others worked, Zhao Chen took the opportunity to head upstairs and nap with Li Miaoxian. She woke up around 4 p.m., refreshed from her rest. Outside, the sound of a helicopter filled the courtyard. Zhao Chen, Li Miaoxian, Chen Yanlan, Wang Ming, and Ma Ziyuan boarded the helicopter, which flew them straight to Beijing Airport, where the Zhao family's Gulfstream private jet awaited. Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan walked closely behind Zhao Chen, one carrying a case of property deeds and the other a case of watches. On board, Zhao Chen sat with Li Miaoxian while the 3 others worked quietly on their laptops, drafting plans and preparing for the next steps of the business. Although Zhao Chen was rushing things, the 3 appreciated his efficiency. They liked having a boss who valued results. As Zhao Chen held Li Miaoxian, his gaze wandered into the clouds. If someone were to call you an agricultural technology hero, would you accept the title? He asked her, curious about her thoughts. If she were willing, letting the credit for the seed project go to her wouldn't be a bad thing. Once the 3 hybrid seeds were introduced, the leading researcher would undoubtedly gain immense recognition, wealth, and status, becoming the center of attention. Honor and prestige were tempting rewards. Li Miaoxian's cold eyes followed Zhao Chen's, gazing at the scattered, free-floating clouds. She replied softly, "Do you also imagine I could earn titles like scientist, inventor, physicist, chemist, or writer?" Zhao Chen froze for a moment before hastily explaining, "Miaoxian, I'm not lying to you." I believe you." Li Miaoxian was sharp. She knew that if she called out Zhao Chen's unrealistic ideas, it would upset him. He'd argue endlessly to prove himself. She wouldn't allow that. So instead, she immediately claimed to believe him. Zhao Chen had been ready to launch into a spirited defense, but her calm agreement completely deflated him. It was like throwing a punch into cotton, unsatisfying and frustrating. "Miaoxian, I'm really not imagining things." Chen, I believe you. Do I seem like the type to fantasize? I wouldn't act recklessly unless I was absolutely confident. Nodding slightly, she leaned her head against his chest. Her figure was slender and delicate. If Zhao Zichai knew that Zhao Chen's entrepreneurial plans revolved around such intangible ideas, he would never allow him to proceed, let alone move to Jinling to start fresh. Hybrid potatoes, wheat, and corn? Only Zhao Chen could come up with such a thing. Other young masters spent their time creating clubs, esports teams, nightclubs, or luxury car dealerships. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, was focused on projects that offered little immediate reward. Never mind whether the seeds could be successfully cultivated, just the time required to develop them would be enough to exhaust him. She wished Zhao Chen would focus on mastering his role as a young master first. Get the basics right before chasing dreams, don't put the cart before the horse. The plane landed. The Li family's hotel staff greeted them with Maybach cars to take them to the hotel. The presidential suite on the top floor became their temporary home. Returning to Jinling, the city where Zhao Chen had spent over a decade of his life, felt familiar yet different. Now, he was coming back as a wealthy young master. It felt like a triumphant return. He decided to keep a low profile, staying in the suite priced at over 80,000 yuan per night and leaving the other 3 to handle business matters. Having spent years in the workplace, Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan kept their distance from Zhao Chen's secretary. Learning that she was Zhao Chen's personal assistant made them even more cautious around her, and Zhao Chen's fiancé, worried that one wrong move could ruin their careers. Meanwhile, the recruitment postings had gone live online. Li Miaoxian quietly asked Zhao Chen, "This seed project you're working on, it's a dead end financially. The funding won't last long. Shouldn't you find another way to generate some income? Just enough to break even." Zhao Chen nodded. "The next step is to build a photolithography machine." This time, Li Miaoxian simply pretended not to hear him. But Zhao Chen continued to fantasize. "If we have the schematics, we could replicate a photolithography machine in 3 months. Still, we'll need a profitable project before then." Inside his head, Zhao Chen activated the system. How much for photolithography machine schematics and manufacturing? Initial price, 20,000 yuan. Hashtag. How much for high-quality, non-depleting batteries and their production methods? Initial price, 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. Replacing oil with electric energy wasn't far off. Even if oil-powered cars couldn't be completely replaced, the reputation of such batteries would shake the automobile industry to its core. But it wasn't an immediate source of profit. How's the price of gold? Zhao Chen asked. Initial price, 50 yuan per gram, with a limit of 1 ton. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was so excited that he nearly started trembling, almost scaring Li Miaoxian. He quietly noted the price, planning to trade with the system once his villa was ready. With proper handling, he could make over 300 yuan per gram of gold. Trying to keep calm, Zhao Chen turned to Li Miaoxian. I've realized something. What is it? She asked, turning her head slightly to look at him. I think I'm a business genius. Seriously. Who says using cheats doesn't make you a hero? Who praises themselves like that? Calling yourself a business genius? Li Miaoxian remained expressionless, not even bothering to acknowledge Zhao Chen. She figured that one day, after he lost money in business and quietly returned home to inherit the family fortune, he might finally understand. In youth, you don't appreciate the value of inheritance and mistakenly think starting a business is the real treasure. By the time regret sets in, it will be too late. Deep down, Li Miaoxian had her own principles. As the rightful wife, she would assist her husband, raise the family, and oversee everything big or small. Even if Zhao Chen's ventures were frivolous, she'd keep an eye on them to ensure he didn't suffer losses. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was doing some mental math. A ton of gold would yield a profit of roughly 300 million yuan. This was just the initial exchange price. Gold was a stable form of wealth, suitable for reserves or for entering the jewelry business. With gold priced at 50 yuan per gram, it was practically guaranteed profit. Who am I kidding? With gold, I'll never lose. But as he thought more about it, Zhao Chen realized that randomly pursuing ideas without a clear direction felt unreliable, even to himself. His energy was limited, so it made more sense to focus on a few industries with potential for long-term profits. He wasn't upset about the skepticism from those around him. Not everyone could understand the system that let him conjure items out of thin air. No need to explain, better to just enjoy the satisfaction of proving them wrong. Li Miaoxian was resting. She had been thoroughly exhausted the night before and hadn't gotten much sleep in the morning, so she needed to catch up now. Zhao Chen didn't disturb her. Meanwhile, he watched as the 3 people on his team left hurriedly with their bags, likely having already scheduled meetings with clients or relevant agencies. They're working so hard to help me start my business, makes me want to cry. As Zhao Chen left the hotel and sat in the car, still pondering his path to wealth, the voice in his head spoke again. Recommended industries for the plan: technology, healthcare, jewelry, automobiles, services. Hashtag. Current suggestions: photolithography machines, anti-cancer drugs, luxury jewelry, new energy vehicles, global hotel chains. Hashtag. Please select a direction that suits you. Hashtag. Zhao Chen froze. Just looking at these options made his thoughts race. Not bad. If one industry doesn't pan out, there are others to complement it. Something will work in the long run. What Zhao Chen didn't yet realize was the seriousness of the situation. He might have to explore all these industries, integrate them, and manage them as a conglomerate. Money wasn't his primary goal. He simply wanted to give himself something meaningful to do in his otherwise leisurely life. He didn't need to be hands-on, his team could handle it. Why not enjoy life instead? By the time they entered the city, Li Miaoxian was fully refreshed. Since they'd be moving into a new home the next day, she dragged Zhao Chen to the supermarket, insisting that they couldn't move in without basic supplies. This was, in fact, her first real grocery trip without any worries about money. After a while, Zhao Chen realized he'd been duped. This wasn't shopping for essentials, it was accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. Granted, the items were practical, but the prices were outrageous. A bottle of vinegar, 4,800 yuan. A small bottle of Tsingtao beer, 168 yuan each. She grabbed 10 bottles, claiming they had a smooth and mellow taste. 3 plates, not gold or silver, just decorative ceramics, cost 5,300 yuan. 2 shoehorns, 990 yuan. A set of 5 tie clips, 19,000 yuan. At this point, Zhao Chen wasn't even surprised. This supermarket clearly wasn't meant for ordinary people, it was tailored for the affluent and their extravagant lifestyles. When Zhao Chen saw a set of kitchen condiment bottles priced at over 30,000 yuan, he muttered under his breath, "I'll lose my mind at this rate." Grabbing her hand, he asked seriously, "Why are you spending so much today?" Li Miaoxian looked at him, confused. "What? Haven't I always spent like this?" They locked eyes for a moment. After a deep breath, her delicate collarbone rose slightly as she calmly replied, "I've been spending like this since I was young. In fact, since you're with me today, I picked the cheaper options to make it easier for you to accept." Zhao Chen forced a smile, turned around, and let her pull him along, pretending he hadn't said anything. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Li Miaoxian no longer hid her usual shopping habits. She bought an entire collection of bear bricks, large, small, colorful, for over 300,000 yuan. Then she casually purchased a small painting by an unknown artist, claiming to see artistic value in it. That cost over 250,000 yuan. The painting? Just a canvas filled with messy, scribbled lines. And then came the truly absurd purchases: faucets and toilets. She dismissed the 24-karat gold ones as too flashy and opted for rose gold faucets instead. A toilet priced at 110,000 yuan. She explained that it was highly advanced and the same model as the one in their Beijing home. Zhao Chen resisted the urge to ask if the toilet could also perform surgery. Ridiculous. Despite the absurdity, her shopping spree opened Zhao Chen's eyes to the luxurious side of life. She showed him how the wealthy truly lived, introducing him to the opulence of high society. It was nice, though a bit overwhelming, like standing in front of an open window, only for the wind to nearly knock him over. Next came the fruits. Zhao Chen never imagined spending 1,800 yuan on a single bunch of grapes. 2 cantaloupes? 1,500 yuan. A few lemons, oranges, and a small bag of tangerines? 5,500 yuan. Zhao Chen now understood why some women mocked men as cheap or unworthy in online arguments. It's true. With a wife like this, how could a man survive on a regular salary? Even 50,000 yuan a month wouldn't cut it. Heck, even 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough. No wonder some women called men frogs dreaming of eating swan meat. Wrapping his arm gently around Li Miaoxian's waist, Zhao Chen continued strolling through the supermarket. One perk of such luxury stores was the attentive service. Staff members followed them around, carrying their purchases, sparing Zhao Chen from any heavy lifting. For those who complained about the exhaustion of shopping with their girlfriends, maybe they should reflect on why they weren't bringing them to high-end stores like this. While browsing, Zhao Chen noticed a golden spatula intended for cooking priced at 13,000 yuan. He decided to buy it. He also spotted a ramen pot with a jade-inlaid handle. Why? He had no idea. Finally, he purchased a mattress for 130,000 yuan, worried that Li Miaoxian wouldn't sleep well otherwise. To his relief, the mattress was extremely soft and comfortable. As Zhao Chen considered buying her some clothes and bags, Li Miaoxian leaned in and whispered, "Actually, this Ginza supermarket is owned by my family." Her soft voice continued, "As for clothes and bags, my family custom orders high-end, private designs. Every season's new releases and classics are delivered directly to our home. We already have too much." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. "Your own supermarket, and you can't have things delivered? My legs are going numb from all this walking." The gap between people is sometimes wider than the gap between people and pigs. Although Zhao Chen was somewhat mentally prepared, when Li Miaoxian displayed her extravagance, he felt as though he were dreaming. The two returned to the hotel. All their shopping had already been delivered to the new house, where temporary housekeepers were cleaning and organizing. The bathtub in their hotel suite was framed by large floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a stunning view of Jinling's bright and majestic nighttime skyline. Zhao Chen's gaze drifted in a particular direction, the small old streets and alleys where he had lived for over a decade. Back there, he didn't even have a place to shower. Now, not only did he have a place to bathe, but he could also relax in a bathtub while holding someone. The contrast felt surreal, like a dream. One life above the clouds, one buried underground. Zhao Chen decided to etch the hardships of his past deeply into his memory. Not for anything else, but so that if he ever became inhumanly wealthy and indulgent, he could recall his previous struggles and cherish his good fortune. He never wanted to go back to that life. This was a quiet, self-imposed reminder. "You're crushing me," Li Miaoxian murmured with mild displeasure. You're the one who wanted it this way. I told you to lie on top of me from the beginning. Tomorrow, let's order a supersized bathtub big enough for 2 people to lie in comfortably." Zhao Chen was at a loss for words. Why do they even make double bathtubs so small? Soft beauty in his arms, a dazzling night view outside, rose petals scattered in the bathtub, fresh chilled fruit on the side table, and a TV mounted opposite them, though it was turned off. They should sleep early, Zhao Chen reminded himself. He couldn't let her have her way again. They weren't in their 30s or 40s yet, and she was already going all out to assert her status as the household's queen. If this continued, he'd waste away. A few days ago, Zhao Chen received his college acceptance letter. His biological parents had summoned him home, but his class advisor hadn't yet hosted the traditional farewell dinner for the top students in his graduating class. Unlike casual class reunions, farewell dinners marked the end of high school and were a nostalgic celebration of youth. They held a certain meaning, though not overwhelmingly significant. Zhao Chen had graduated as the second highest ranking student in the class. The class advisor personally invited him to attend, not just for himself but also as a representative for Bai Wan-ning, his companion for the past 3 years. Everyone knew Zhao Chen came from poverty. Despite his hardships, he was well liked. Smart, kind, and highly empathetic, he would often finish his homework and let others copy it. His financial struggles were no secret, but his classmates were genuinely happy for him when he got into a prestigious university. They hoped he would seize this opportunity to change his fate. A few of the boys had even planned to discreetly pool money during the farewell dinner to help Zhao Chen, fearing he might struggle to afford meals in college. They had no idea he'd found his biological parents and was now living in wealth. The morning of the dinner, Zhao Chen noticed messages in the class group chat. His class advisor had tagged him, and he knew he couldn't skip the event. "Chen, I'm coming too," Li Miaoxian declared from bed, stretching her voice dramatically. As expected, they had partied late into the night again. "Stop messing around. It's a farewell dinner for my classmates. What would you even do there?" "No, I'm going. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll help you show them up and slap their faces until it stings." Zhao Chen shot her a helpless smile from a distance. "You've been reading too many novels. My classmates are nice. You don't need to worry, and the class advisor will be there too." As he shaved, his sharp features became even more striking. Li Miaoxian stayed silent, and Zhao Chen assumed she had given up. But a second later, her voice rang out again. Yesterday, some dog told me this was our honeymoon period and said they'd stay with me. And now, ugh, what a heartless man, a scumbag, a liar." She began throwing pillows. After a few light punches, she angrily tossed one to the floor to vent her frustration. In that moment, all her usual cold elegance vanished. Zhao Chen sighed internally. If she were plain-looking or average, he wouldn't mind bringing her along to meet his high school friends. But her stunning beauty would make people assume she was a rented girlfriend. To complicate matters, many of his classmates knew about his relationship with Bai Wan-ning. If they saw him with someone else, they'd bombard him with questions. Bai Wan-ning was adored, who would dare betray her? He suspected that Li Miaoxian was intentionally putting him in a tough spot. Knowing her, she probably anticipated the awkwardness but insisted on tagging along anyway. Fine. Let them say whatever they want. He couldn't bear to let her keep calling him a scumbag. When Zhao Chen finally agreed, Li Miaoxian jumped out of bed in excitement. After washing up and dressing, she chose a strapless black and white gown adorned with black pearls and paired it with an ocean heart sapphire necklace. Zhao Chen had no doubt it was real, the sapphire sparkled vividly. A 30,000 yuan dress, a nearly 1 million yuan necklace, high heels, she looked every bit the image of a wealthy socialite. And this was the woman he'd be taking to eat at a roadside stall for lunch? When he asked her why, she replied smugly, "I just want to stand out." He understood. She was going to flaunt, though her approach was a bit extreme. Fortunately, her face was naturally fresh and pure, untouched by heavy makeup. Otherwise, people might assume she was an escort. Zhao Chen made a low-profile choice, plain white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. They headed to the farewell dinner. Before leaving, Zhao Chen asked the class advisor if he could bring an extra guest. From the responses in the group chat, he could practically hear the boys shouting over the phone, of course. The dinner was held at a modest hotel. Zhao Chen wanted to secretly pay the bill, but the thought of his classmates fawning over him uncomfortably convinced him to keep a low profile and act as he always had. At the dinner, Zhao Chen handed his class advisor a watch he'd prepared, one worth 150,000 yuan but deliberately scuffed to appear secondhand. After inspecting it to ensure it wasn't brand new, the advisor accepted it with a smile. When Zhao Chen arrived, he instantly blended in with his friends, laughing and hugging. Even some of the more playful girls couldn't resist teasing him, enjoying the sight of his shy and helpless expressions. Then, Li Miaoxian emerged from the restroom. The room fell silent. The boys stared, captivated by her beauty. Even the girls couldn't hide the sparkle of admiration in their eyes. After a long pause, Li Miaoxian calmly walked over and stood slightly behind Zhao Chun, her cold expression intact. Yet her positioning made it clear to everyone she was with him. All eyes shifted to Zhao Chen, silently begging him for an introduction. But Zhao Chen refused to speak, stubbornly holding his tongue. Finally, one of the boys couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Zhao, aren't you going to introduce her?" Zhao Chen forced a smile, stammering nervously, she's my mom, ow." Li Miaoxian had already twisted the skin on his waist. Li Miaoxian always seemed to enjoy joking about her future happiness. Why did she always pinch his waist? What if she hit his kidney? At this moment, the murderous look in her eyes genuinely frightened Zhao Chun. She looked as if she was about to devour someone. Zhao Chun frowned and quickly corrected himself. "This is my, mother's recommended daughter-in-law. No, I mean the girl my mom introduced to me. No, wait, I mean she's the girlfriend my mom introduced me to." The room of classmates was left utterly baffled. First, she was his mom. Then, his daughter-in-law. Then, someone for my partner. Finally, my girlfriend. The sheer amount of information made everyone's heads spin. Fortunately, Zhao Chen clarified things with his final statement. Even so, the confusion lingered in the air. Zhao Chen awkwardly coughed and grabbed Li Miaoxian's hand. That one gesture said more than words ever could. Zhao Chen forced a bitter smile. His former classmates' expressions were a mix of shock, curiosity, and disbelief. "She's this beautiful, and your girlfriend?" One thought, however, dominated the room. "Zhao Chen, weren't you an orphan? Where'd you get a mom? Stolen? Adopted? Or, did you somehow reconnect with your biological parents?" Their expressions were rich and complex, part astonishment, part doubt, and, for a few, a sense of betrayal. For them, the most pressing question wasn't even about the beautiful girl beside Zhao Chen. "Where is Bai Wan Ning?" Among the boys, some were visibly upset. In their hearts, Bai Wan Ning was untouchable, the kind, gentle classmate who deserved nothing but the best. "Zhao, you'd better admit you broke up with her. Because if you haven't, it means none of us have a shot with her." Finally, one of the boys couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Where's Bai Wan Ning?" Zhao Chen paused. "Ha? She's in Beijing." The boy, clearly nervous, asked carefully, "Did you two break up?" Zhao Chen's answer was nonchalant. "No, we didn't." The boy's face lit up with hope, but just as he was about to cheer, Zhao Chen's words registered, "No, we didn't." The entire room fell silent. "What? You're still together? Then why are you here with another girlfriend?" Zhao Chen blinked. How is that a problem?" Stunned silence. The collective gasps in the room sounded like a chorus of disbelief. The classmates couldn't believe their ears. Zhao Chen, the top student, had said something so shockingly audacious that it shook them to their core. To them, such a statement seemed utterly devoid of basic decency. And yet, there it was. Who could reject someone like Bai Wan Ning? Some of the girls refused to believe it. They approached Zhao Chen, pointing at Li Miaoxian. "Does she even know she's your girlfriend?" one asked, her tone sharp. Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Li Miaoxian leaned into his embrace, her thin frame pressing against him. She smiled faintly, glancing at the questioning girls. The boys in the room chuckled nervously and began frantically texting Bai Wan Ning. "First come, first served. Zhao doesn't know what he's got. His new girlfriend is okay, but Bai Wan Ning is a goddess." The class advisor eventually stepped in to quell the chaos, giving Zhao Chen an out. "People sometimes get lost in their fantasies. My advice is to stay grounded, take life one step at a time, and not aim too high." Zhao Chen smiled faintly. "Oh, sure. I see how it is. I'm honest, but all you do is doubt and accuse me. Fine. I admit it. I'm a philanderer." The farewell dinner was a simple affair: crayfish, beer, oysters, clams, braised beef, and pork trotters. No grandiosity. When Li Miaoxian rolled up her sleeves and dove into her meal, her elegance clashed hilariously with her enthusiastic eating. Zhao Chen had worried she wouldn't be used to the food, but she ate with gusto, relishing every bite. Soon, she even bonded with his female classmates, easily joining their conversation with her sharp wit and charm. Zhao Chen finally understood why she had insisted on coming. She was here to take over. As the beer flowed, the boys began boasting about their dreams and ambitions. I don't need much in this life, just 1 billion yuan, and I'll be satisfied. Only a billion? No ambition. I want a mansion in Jinling's city center. That alone is worth over 1 billion. A mansion? Ha! What's the point of money without love? Me? I want at least 2 concubines. Ew, came a chorus of mocking jeers. Others chimed in. For my future kids, I want to secure a Beijing household registration. I want to be an entrepreneur, constantly reinvesting my earnings. I'll be a true wealth chaser. I want to have lunch with Zhao Zichang, the wealthiest man in the country. I just want a supercar. I want a girlfriend, mumbled a shy boy, drawing immediate ridicule. Embarrassed, he asked, wait, are all of you in relationships already? Suddenly, the room went silent. As they watched Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian feeding each other, a few classmates began to feel that the dinner was losing its appeal. Still, they couldn't just ignore Zhao Chen. One of the boys interrupted, hey, Zhao, what's your dream? Zhao Chen scratched his head awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. After some hesitation, he answered, I just want to wake up naturally every day. I'd like to come home late at night to find a warm meal waiting for me. In winter, I want someone to warm my cold feet in bed. I want every meal to have 4 dishes and a soup. And I just want to earn enough to support my family. His classmates were dumbfounded. His dreams were so simple, so mundane, almost pitiful. Sigh, maybe that's just the mindset of an orphan, they thought. They couldn't blame him, perhaps this was just the result of his circumstances. Zhao Chen noticed their sympathetic expressions and couldn't help but sigh internally. Actually, I already have everything you've mentioned. My life is fine. Even better, really. The most ironic part was when someone said, I want to have lunch with Zhao Zichang. Zhao Zichang, CEO of Huaxing Group and the nation's wealthiest man in 2019. Just a moment ago, Zhao Chen had looked up something on his phone. Turns out, the richest man in the country is my dad. Zhao Chen felt that an invisible gap seemed to have quietly formed between him and them. He hadn't changed much, and neither had they. The only thing that had changed was the background to his life. With just the simplest main color, he could help them achieve their lifelong dreams in just one day. Though it seemed unbelievable, it was the truth. I'm not bragging, I really did have lunch with Zhao Zichang. I really own a few supercars, I really have several villas in Jinling, I really have a household registration in the capital, I really have a girlfriend and a fiancé, I really have billions, and I really can start a business at any time. I'm genuinely helpless, my life and your dreams don't clash. I'm truly sorry. At that moment, Li Miaoxian's previously aloof and indifferent gaze became a little lively and subtle. She stared at Zhao Chen, watching his lips move, wondering how he would respond to the mild condescension of his classmates. Zhao Chen just smiled lightly, picked up the bottle of wine, and filled his brother's glasses one by one. I'm an ordinary person, and my thoughts are simple. Today, we're all gathered here. Maybe we're just boasting, but 5, 10, or 20 years from now, some of us will surely be leaders in our fields, highly knowledgeable, or powerful figures. As long as we keep dreaming, keep moving forward, and don't live aimlessly, I believe everyone's dreams will come true. After saying this, Zhao Chen downed his drink in one go. The beer flowed down his throat and chest. No one spoke for a moment, they all silently drank. They were all young and inexperienced, not capable of handling too much alcohol. After a big glass of beer, their faces turned red, their boasts grew wilder, and their gestures more uninhibited. They cried if they wanted to cry, laughed if they wanted to laugh, and hugged each other without leaving regrets. Zhao Chen, however, found himself surrounded by several girls in his class, each filled with bittersweet nostalgia for their youth. Li Miaoxian stood off to the side, her face darkened with displeasure. Isn't this just bullying an honest man, she muttered to herself. Even though she wanted to march over, pull Zhao Chen away, and twist a rose into his waist, she held herself back with dignity. Smiling faintly, she watched her man get hugged by one girl after another. The gathering continued. From time to time, Zhao Chen glanced toward the door. His closest friend from high school hadn't arrived yet. Just days ago, they were both working construction, hauling bricks. Then, Zhao Chen had silently left, while his friend kept working on the site. He was probably asking the foreman for time off. Zhao Chen kept his eyes on the door. Suddenly, a thin figure rushed in from outside. Ma Xiao. Over here. Ma Xiao, Zhao Chen's best buddy, was tall at 1.8 meters but painfully skinny, weighing less than 50 kilograms. Everyone stood up to greet him, making room. Ma Xiao squeezed in beside Zhao Chen, clenched his fist, gave Zhao a light punch on the shoulder, and then reached for the plate of beef on the table with his bony hands. Zhao, where've you been getting rich? Didn't even take me with you? You haven't shown up on site for 2 or 3 days. I thought you starved to death at home. His sunken eyes darted around as he stuffed beef into his mouth, swallowing it without tasting anything, just to fill his stomach. Zhao Chen sighed softly. He had made it out of hardship, but Ma Xiao hadn't. Ma Xiao's parents were still alive but bedridden, making him no better off than an orphan. At school, they were classmates. At the construction site, they were co-workers. At the dinner table, they were friends. Zhao Chen hadn't yet figured out how to help Ma Xiao directly. Ma Xiao was stubborn, he would never accept pity. He would rather starve than accept a free meal. Zhao Chen knew this. The two of them ate and drank, ignoring the others. Rarely did they have the chance to eat and drink so freely, aside from communal meals. As they drank more, their faces flushed, and Li Miaoxian frowned as she poured their wine. She sat beside them, keeping watch, afraid that they'd pass out and play dead on the floor. When Li Miaoxian refilled their glasses again, Ma Xiao looked up at her and froze. Who's this? My girlfriend. Really? Of course. 100% legit. Wow, Zhao. You're the man. I told you a guy packing 18 centimeters is irresistible. Ma Xiao, drunk, was rambling nonsense. Zhao Chen laughed. His laughter annoyed Li Miaoxian, who smacked him twice on the face. Still proud of yourself, huh? She stopped pouring their drinks. Before leaving, she kicked Zhao Chen's chair and said, "Go ahead, fall asleep on the floor. Sitting there disgusts me." Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao chuckled for 10 more minutes before starting to hiccup like fountains. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Zhao Chen spoke softly, "Let me tell you something, I've found a way to make money. 10,000 a month. Want in? Give me a straight answer." Ma Xiao's eyes lit up. He slammed the table with a thin hand and exclaimed, "Damn it. I knew you were destined for greatness. As long as it doesn't go against socialism's core values, I'm in." "Good, it's a deal. We're going to make it big together." It was worth mentioning that Ma Xiao had also gotten into Nanjing University. Though his grades weren't as high as Zhao Chen's and they weren't in the same program, they cherished their friendship. Zhao Chen planned to have Ma Xiao assist the 3 people helping him start his business, doing tasks like cleaning the office, shredding documents, and making coffee. It wasn't practical to hand him tens of thousands outright, Ma Xiao wouldn't take it. Meanwhile, their drunken classmates were sprawled across tables. Even the class teacher, dragged into drinking, was unconscious. Zhao Chen stumbled around, trying to help the old man into a taxi, but they both collapsed to the ground. Li Miaoxian was exasperated. Why does he act tough when he can't hold his liquor? Do men care about face that much? The drunk male classmates, hearing someone suggest taking photos, jumped up immediately, striking heroic poses despite their dizziness. After sending off their classmates with a forced smile, Li Miaoxian's expression turned cold. She woke Zhao Chen up with a shove. "Are you drunk?" "I'm not drunk. I can drink more. Everyone's gone." "Really?" They laughed. Zhao Chen opened his eyes slightly, looking around the empty room. He gave Li Miaoxian a wry smile as she helped him to the garage and drove to their new villa. The last thing Zhao Chen remembered was how Ma Zhao's hands trembled when he heard about earning 10,000 a month. No one is completely heartless. Even though Ma Xiao was adamant about not accepting charity, it was impossible for him not to feel excited when he heard that he could earn over 10,000 yuan a month. With both of his parents bedridden, his life was even tougher than Zhao Chen's. Zhao Chen, being empathetic, understood Ma Zhao's situation well. The key difference between them was that Zhao Chen's biological parents had found him, while Ma Xiao was still mired in hardship. It was already the next day. Zhao Chen wasn't sure how the entrepreneurial trio was doing, so he took a moment to send a message to Chen Yanlan. "Women are all made by sleep." "Chen Yanlan?" "Zhao Chen, you need to get good sleep. There's no rush with the startup. Take care of your health." "Chen Yanlan, flower vase?" "Zhao Chen, the main thing is, if something happens to you, my small company can't afford to pay for your work injury." "Chen Yanlan, you're not trying to sleep with me, are you?" "Zhao Chen? Where did that come from?" "Chen Yanlan, heh." "Zhao Chen, I think the most important thing in working together is mutual trust, not malicious speculation." "Chen Yanlan, I'm busy working. Boss, I'm signing off." Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. He then brought up Ma Zhao's situation to Chen Yanlan, asking if she could let the young man help out, even with a simple task. This time, Zhao Chen really just wanted to talk about Ma Xiao, but somehow it ended up being a misunderstanding. Oh well. It was bound to happen eventually. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was resting in the car. She hadn't slept well the night before. Though her complexion was rosy, her sleep was insufficient. She had been working hard to catch up on rest these past couple of days. The effects of the alcohol had quietly faded. The car's sunshades blocked his view, so Zhao Chen switched on the screen in front of the seat. The scenery and the route outside appeared on the display. One of the drawbacks of luxury cars, they're too thorough. The extended Phantom had a partition between the driver's seat and the rear. The driver remained silent, simply driving them to their new villa. The king of villas in Jinling. It was said to cost over 1 billion yuan, ranking among the world's finest properties. Zhao Chen didn't find it overly luxurious after all. The manor in the capital had left a deep impression on him. No matter how big the villa was, it was still just a place for a few people to live. That's what he thought, anyway. Until he saw the king of villas. When they entered the shaded area, Zhao Chen gently pulled open a small slit in the sunshade. One glance outside, and his jaw dropped. He could fit an egg and a half in his mouth. An estate. This was no mere villa, it was a full-blown estate. No wonder it was called the King of Villas. The property was even larger and grander than the Zhao family manor in the capital. Flanking the main villa were two smaller buildings. According to the introduction handed over by the driver, these were the maids' quarters, the butler's building, and the security building. An entire building just for maids and butlers? How many people did it take to serve this young master? It was absurd. Although Zhao Chen knew Zhao Jicheng treated him well, when his biological father gave him a house this enormous, Zhao Chen truly felt the weight of paternal love like a mountain. Even a hint of indulgence. And now, this massive house was occupied by just Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian. To be honest, it felt a bit empty. The Rolls-Royce pulled into the villa's courtyard. Zhao Chen got out near the central fountain and carried Li Miaoxian out of the car. The courtyard was as large as a soccer field, with a lush green lawn and a few towering pine trees casually planted around. What made Zhao Chen's heart skip a beat was the small stream running from west to east through the courtyard. The crystal clear water was home to koi fish, splashing noisily. Compared to the grandeur of the villa, the entrance door seemed a bit modest. It was just a standard single door, though it was thick. Zhao Chen unlocked it with a key and pushed it open. The driver had already gone to park the car in the garage. Zhao Chen placed Li Miaoxian on the sofa, earning a cold, sleepy glance from her like a tired tigress. The first floor of the villa was entirely open concept. There was an entryway, 2 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, an office area, a reading nook, a piano section, a coffee table area, 2 symmetrical spiral staircases, a TV zone, a bar, a wall-to-wall bookshelf, and a fitness area, all visible at a glance, with no partition rooms. At least, Zhao Chen couldn't find any standalone rooms. Moreover, the extensive use of crystal and dark glass made the space look vast and empty, yet the white, gray, and black tones gave it a simple and sophisticated elegance. Some of the items they had bought from the supermarket yesterday were already placed around the first floor, but even so, the place still felt empty. Swallowing hard, Zhao Chen crouched down to examine the floor closely. It seemed to be custom-made tiles, with the Zhao family crest engraved into them. From east to west, floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the lush greenery, pine trees, and flowing river outside. As Zhao Chen calmed down, he noticed that Li Miaoxian was awake and quietly observing him. Zhao Chen smiled, scooped her up in a princess carry, and ignored her protests as he carried her upstairs. Opening the master bedroom door, Zhao Chen was momentarily dazed again. Once he regained his composure, he figured it would take at least 2 hours to thoroughly explore the villa. If a thief broke in, they'd never find them. Take it slow, he muttered. He gently placed Li Miaoxian on the massive bed in the master bedroom and lay down beside her. Nap time began. Who cared how big the villa was? It was his now. When I wake up this afternoon and find the villa's storage room, he thought, I'll see if the universal trade system works. Whatever I want, it better deliver. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chen's phone rang. He was curious to know who had the nerve to disrupt his nap. Hello? Chen Yanlan? You need my signature? A stamp or a handprint? Where are you? Fine, come over. I'm at, Villa number 0 in the Purple Mountain Villa District, the one closest to the mountaintop. No choice. Entrepreneurship was tough work. To build a successful business, sacrificing a nap was nothing. Zhao Chen wasn't afraid of hard work. Hurry up. I want a nap after signing. Hanging up, he went downstairs, grabbed a Coke from the fridge, and heard the doorbell ring at the estate gate. Using the central control system on the tablet by the sofa, Zhao Chen opened the gate. Chen Yanlan arrived in a BMW M5, driving quickly. She stepped out, one long leg first, sunglasses on, looking sharp and efficient. One hand opened the car door, the other held documents and a pen. Zhao Chen handed her a drink. "It's hot. Have something to drink." Chen ignored him, pointing at the places on the document that required his signature and seal. It was done in seconds. She stood up to leave. Zhao Chen asked, "Are you planning to rent a place in Jilin?" "No." "Why not?" Chen tilted her sunglasses down slightly, revealing her bright eyes. "Because I guessed you'd ask me to move in." Although Chen Yanlan appeared calm, her confidence in saying this was evident. Zhao Chen frowned. He disliked the feeling of having others read him so easily. It made everything seem less interesting, as if things weren't going according to his plan, leaving him feeling irritated. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind: I have money, so everyone should listen to me. This realization made Zhao Chen aware that developing proper values wasn't something that happened overnight or at a specific stage of life. It was a process that took place throughout one's entire life, constantly shaping a more complete personality. Money wasn't everything, and being self-centered wasn't exactly admirable. Chen Yanlan was intelligent, and there was no need for Zhao Chen to feel undermined by her wit. After all, her fate was already set. Women weren't merely accessories to men, but having a wise woman by one's side wasn't without its own sense of accomplishment. Zhao Chen comforted himself with this thought, though he still refused to back down verbally. "If you want to move in, fine, but pay me a few thousand yuan in rent each month." "How about that?" "Then give me a raise of a few thousand yuan," she retorted. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed. "Who's bargaining with you?" Chen Yanlan pursed her lips, took a sip of her coffee, and calmly looked at Zhao Chen. "You're really strange. You want to keep me in your big villa for easy access, but you're so stingy about it that you even ask for rent. You're supposed to be a rich kid, why are you so shameless?" The girl's expression carried a hint of amusement as she looked at Zhao Chen with feigned confusion. Zhao Chen never expected anyone to be so blunt. "Don't I care about my own dignity? Why do you always assume the worst about me?" he asked, frowning, seemingly puzzled. With a subtle smile, Chen Yanlan didn't reply. Instead, she simply stepped forward, extending one of her long, black stocking-clad legs. At that moment, her silence spoke louder than words. Zhao Chen, who had just been thoroughly enjoying the view, suddenly felt his face burn with embarrassment. "Fine, no rent. Just move in soon. It's too empty here anyway, and it'll make work easier." Zhao Chen spoke rapidly. Before Chen could respond, he pulled out his phone and immediately transferred her 1.5 million yuan. "I've sent you the money. Use it to register the company, hire employees, and cover rent, utilities, or whatever else." Chen Yanlan nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she took a file from her bag and handed it to Zhao Chen for review. Her demeanor made it seem like she was merely going through the motions. After all, while it was technically Zhao Chen's business venture, he was really just a behind-the-scenes figurehead, uninvolved and unconcerned. She suspected Zhao Chen's entrepreneurial pursuits were just a way to pad his resume for the future, giving him something to show when he inherited his family's empire. As for other matters, like male-female relationships, she didn't particularly care. She had no interest in marriage, no desire for a man to control her, and no intention of having children. Her only wish was to achieve success and independence, like a successful man, without relying on anyone else. That said, when it came to the pleasures of life, both physical and emotional, she didn't deny that she was open to them even though she hadn't experienced them yet. If such an experience were to happen, the man would have to be clean, healthy, accomplished, and capable, a vigorous and competent partner. For safety and health reasons, she wouldn't want to have casual encounters or switch partners frequently. Occasionally indulging, as long as it was mutual, would be fine provided it didn't interfere with her ambitions in the business world. So far, Zhao Chen seemed to fit the bill. He was just a bit long-winded and hesitant, almost like a woman with bound feet, too restrained. The most bizarre thing to her was that this second-generation rich kid even tried to save money on flirting. Asking her for rent? Truly amusing. Then again, he was only 18, a strong and inexperienced young man, practically still a child. With that, Chen Yanlan left. Zhao Chen frowned as he watched her go. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a lot going on in her mind, but he couldn't figure out exactly what. This girl was bold, unrestrained in her words, and completely unashamed. It was as if she didn't care at all about the nuances between men and women. Looking down at the document in his hand, Zhao Chen saw it contained details about the company, its address, office space, rent, pros and cons of the location, employee responsibilities, and goals for the business. Patiently reading to the end, Zhao Chen noticed something surprising. The name listed under legal representative was his own. So this is actually my company. And there are already new employees. Wait, what's this about land on the outskirts? Oh, it's for agricultural hybrid testing fields. Not bad. The entrepreneurial trio really knows what they're doing. Their efficiency is insane. Talking to himself, Zhao Chen carried the document down to the second basement level. This area was half the size of the villa above, about as big as 2 basketball courts. The villa's storage zone. Zhao Chen casually pulled over a table and chair, placing them in the center of the room. With simple paper and pen, he wrote, 10,000 high-yield hybrid seeds, transaction price, 10,000 yuan. As soon as he finished, his phone buzzed with a notification from the bank. On the table appeared a shabby cardboard box. Looking inside, Zhao Chen found 10,000 full and healthy seeds. Next, he wrote, 10,000 high-yield hybrid seeds, 10,000 potato seeds. This time, 20,000 yuan was deducted from his bank account. On the table, there was still only a box of corn seeds, but beside the chair was a large cardboard box filled with small potatoes. He didn't rush to inspect them. Instead, he wrote again, first-time gold transaction limit? 50 tons, hashtag. Zhao Chen scribbled. 50 tons of gold at 50 yuan per gram. Transaction price, 2.5 billion yuan. Suddenly, he froze. He had just over 2.4 billion yuan in his account, not enough to complete the deal. Realizing this, Zhao Chen calculated, he needed at least 1.5 billion yuan for liquidity. Once he sold the stockpiled gold, he could make a massive profit. At the current market rate, each gram of gold could earn him 300 yuan, netting a total profit of 12.5 billion yuan from a 2.5 billion yuan investment. This was doable. The only problem now was the lack of money. For some reason, Zhao Chen didn't want to ask his father, Zhao Zichang, for more funds. Especially since he had burned through the 1 billion yuan his father gave him in just 4 days. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Li Niaoxian. Her voice was cold. Where are you? I'm working downstairs, Zhao Chen replied softly. Why aren't you taking a nap? Because I can sleep at night, and I want to work during the afternoon, he answered seriously. Did I say you were allowed to sleep at night? Her question left Zhao Chen bewildered. He sighed, Niaoxian, I'm facing some difficulties right now. There was a pause before she replied. Already struggling? It's only been 2 days. Zhao Chen froze, trying to process what she had just implied. When faced with difficulties, Zhao Chen instinctively wanted to tell his girlfriend. However, her reaction was unusual. Zhao Chen had expected to receive her full care and concern, but Li Niaoxian's casual remark, "You're already struggling?" made the 18-year-old feel like he'd stumbled into the embarrassing territory usually reserved for men in their 30s or 40s. No, I'm talking about serious business, Zhao Chen replied, his tone becoming more solemn. On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence before Zhao Chen heard the sound of muffled laughter. What are you laughing at? He asked. Serious business? What kind of serious business? An 18-year-old billionaire, tell me, Zhao Chen, what serious business are you dealing with? Li's voice was languid, and from the sound of it, she was getting out of bed. I invested in a batch of goods, but I'm short on cash. Oh? What kind of goods are so expensive? Don't you still have some money left? Your mother told me you do, isn't it enough? Zhao Chen froze. His mother, Wang Xian, was really something, already planting the seeds for him to fear his wife. Not even his stash of private money was safe. It's really not enough, Zhao Chen admitted. What are you playing with that requires 10 billion yuan? Li asked curiously while pouring herself a glass of water. Gold, Zhao Chen replied as he crouched down to examine the seeds. Li took a sip of water, her interest piqued. Gold? If you're just starting, why not invest less? Ease into it. No, you don't understand. I'm buying physical gold. Put. Li almost spat out her water. What? Exactly. Real gold, gold bars. Zhao Chen clarified. He thought about texting Chen Yanlan to ask her to come and pick up the high-yield hybrid seeds, but considering she was staying at the villa, he decided not to rush. How many billions worth of gold did you buy? At what price per gram? Li asked, assuming Zhao Chen was collecting gold as a hobby. 50 yuan per gram, Zhao Chen answered. Li frowned on the other end of the line. Scammers must be getting bolder, trying to con someone out of 10 billion yuan in one go. 50 yuan per gram? If that's real gold, I'll change my last name to match the scammers. She decided to go downstairs and confront Zhao Chen face to face. How could such an absurd scammer target someone as naive and rich as him? Did they think her boyfriend was easy prey? If it was serious, she'd file a police report. The downside of a large villa was that even to talk to each other, they had to use the phone. Zhao Chen spent a long time explaining himself, but there was no response. When he checked his phone, he realized Li had hung up. Hearing footsteps at the stairway, Zhao turned around to see Li walking toward him. What are you doing? I bought some things, Zhao Chen replied without getting up. Li came closer and crouched beside him. Together, they examined a basket of small potatoes. Pebbles, she asked. They're potatoes. They're so small. How do you eat them? They're not for eating, they're seeds. Extremely high-quality potato seeds. Once cultivated, their yield per acre could multiply several times. How is that possible? Li mused, then asked in a soft tone, are these seeds from the same person who sold you the gold? Yes. Where is he? Li turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. His attention was still entirely on the potatoes, barely sparing her, a young woman, a glance. He left when I ran out of money. How much are you short? Li asked casually. Only 1.5 billion. How about you lend me some first? Zhao finally turned to look at Li, who was crouching beside him. Despite her tall frame of 1.78 meters, she looked delicate and petite in this position. Can it make money? Li could see the gleam in Zhao Chen's eyes. For a moment, she didn't want to reject him. This was his first attempt at making money, even if it might leave him penniless. At the very least, it would teach him a lesson. And if it really was a scam? With the resources of the Li and Zhao families, they'd make the scammer return every last penny, down to the cent. Of course. Zhao Chen beamed. He knew Li was a wealthy young woman, and this amount of money should be manageable for her. If you make money, you'll have to share some with me, Li said as she called her bank's private assistant to transfer the money to Zhao's account. Deal. Zhao was visibly excited as he led Li upstairs. Despite their close relationship, he still didn't want to reveal the secret of the transaction system to anyone. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the white curtains, spilling onto the floor-to-ceiling windows and casting a soft glow on Li's slender, fair legs, which looked almost like flowing cream. Resting her head on Zhao's lap, she could even hear his excited heartbeat. Her gaze wandered, and she noticed a lipstick on the sofa, her brows furrowing slightly. In a light tone, she asked, "Did someone visit while I was napping?" "My assistant came by to get some documents signed," Zhao replied. Li's expression remained calm as she nodded, indicating she understood. However, unable to resist, she reached over and pinched Zhao's waist hard, her teeth clenched in frustration. Ask her if she can cook, do laundry, clean, or drive. Offer her an extra 500 yuan a month. We need a maid to handle lunch. Her tone had turned icy, her gaze just as cold. Zhao shivered. You mean my assistant? Who else? Her cold stare fixed on Zhao, as if waiting for him to betray himself. She's a finance and management graduate, Zhao stated flatly, his expression unwavering. Does that conflict with being a maid? I'll ask her. She might be too busy helping me with business. Li leaned closer, her eyes narrowing. Are you defending her? No, just saying. Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Li's eyes welled with tears, and she leaned on his shoulder, looking pitiful. You don't love me anymore? Have I fallen so low? Are you really this much of a scumbag? Zhao was utterly stunned. The once cold girl had transformed into a tearful, fragile figure clinging to him, almost balling herself up in misery. Panicked, Zhao tried to piece together what he'd said wrong. There shouldn't have been any issues, right? He thought for a moment and whispered, so you're saying I shouldn't ask her opinion and just add maid duties to her job? Covering her mouth, Li's bright eyes sparkled mischievously. Her gaze seemed to say, you're not too dumb after all, huh? Zhao was at a loss. Isn't that just bullying her? Li closed her eyes tightly, faking tears. You just want her to take over my place. You have a new love now, and you're discarding me. Men are all the same. Zhao's legs went weak. Holding Li in his arms, he gently kissed her forehead. There. I wouldn't dream of bullying you. I'll call her right away and have her cook for you and take care of my precious baby. Oof. With that, Lee's expression cooled again. I've transferred the money. Go buy your gold. Before Zhao could stop her, she stood gracefully and left, yawning as she went upstairs. Drink more water, and there's a computer in the study. Play some games if you want, she said coolly, her tone sharp despite her kind words. As she ascended the stairs, Zhao bolted downstairs to the basement. The account now held over 2.6 billion yuan. Everything was ready. Sitting on the chair, Zhao Chen stood up and gently closed the warehouse door. He moved the potato seeds to the side. He had already calculated that the warehouse could easily hold over 100 tons of gold. 50 tons wouldn't even be a challenge. He picked up a pen and wrote in his notebook. 50 tons of gold transaction price, 2.5 billion. Transaction successful. Zhao Chen didn't hear any noise, but when he turned around to look, even with his full trust in the transaction system, the sight of gold bricks filling half the warehouse still made his heart race. Walking silently to the light switch, he flipped on the remaining row of lights. In an instant, the dim underground warehouse was illuminated with a dazzling golden glow. Zhao Chen instinctively covered his eyes. So bright. The gold bricks were piled up chaotically, with no apparent order, forming small heaps, miniature golden mountains. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen repeatedly reminded himself to stay calm. This was nothing but a small matter. Putting on a pair of brand new white gloves, he picked up the small hammer he had prepared earlier and approached the nearest gold brick. He tried to lift it with one hand but couldn't. It was too heavy. He quickly ran upstairs and brought down the weighing scale from a cabinet. Returning to the warehouse, he placed the gold brick onto the scale, which now looked fragile in comparison. One by one, he weighed the bricks, recording their weight. After trying a dozen bricks, Zhao Chen mumbled to himself, each brick weighs 20 kilograms. A total of 2,500 bricks, divided into 10 small gold mountains, each with 250 bricks. After these simple calculations, Zhao Chen had finished accounting for the nearest mountain of gold. The amount was correct. Now it was time to verify their authenticity and purity. Carrying a single gold brick upstairs, Zhao Chen locked the warehouse door behind him. Even though it felt unnecessary, it gave him peace of mind. After all, anyone who had just staked their entire fortune would be on high alert. The gold brick was so large that Zhao Chen wasn't sure how to test it. He didn't have a high-temperature blowtorch, and even if he did, melting through such a heavy block would take forever. It was frustrating. The gold brick, roughly the size of 2 thick dictionaries, weighed about 40 pounds. Sitting on the sofa with the brick in his arms, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. There was no one to help him manage these affairs, no capable person to share his burden. I'm supposed to enjoy life. Why is a young billionaire like me struggling with heavy lifting? Where are the world's talents? At that moment, Zhao Chen was truly eager to find someone reliable, someone who could appraise the gold's authenticity and handle things efficiently. I'm the boss. Why do I have to do the hard labor myself? He grumbled and shifted his blame onto Chen Yanlan. Zhao Chen quickly devised a plan. Cultivating those hybrid agricultural seeds was bound to succeed eventually. Hiring 2 farmers would suffice, no degrees required, just plant the seeds. No fancy technology was needed. The real challenge was efficiently and discreetly converting the gold into cash without disrupting the market. In 2019, national gold consumption exceeded 1,000 tons. Zhao Chen's 50 tons might not seem like much, but even a small stone could create ripples in a lake unless it was ground into fine powder. Chen Yanlan's task would be to help Zhao Chen introduce this gold into the market in powdered form, maintaining price stability and maximizing profits. Zhao Chen called his assistant. He remembered the advice from the Godly Wealth Plan that suggested venturing into luxury goods and jewelry. With a clear direction and the promised luck from the plan, this should be manageable. Hey, we're expanding our business. This isn't nonsense, I'm serious. Put the agricultural product research on hold. We don't need highly skilled professionals, just hire 2 farmers who know how to plant crops. On the other end, Chen Yanlan was stunned. She already thought Zhao Chen's business ventures were whimsical, typical of a spoiled teenager with no patience or dedication. Most likely, he'd give up halfway. But she hadn't expected him to abandon the agricultural project before it even started and then boldly announce a new business expansion. No matter how much goodwill she felt toward Zhao Chen, her skepticism overpowered it. This kid is just messing around. He's hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Alright, what business are you expanding into? She asked. Luxury goods and jewelry. Zhao Chen declared. You found a diamond mine in South Africa, she quipped, unable to resist mocking him. Diamond mine? Zhao Chen didn't fully understand her sarcasm, but he silently noted it down to inquire later with the transaction system. Maybe he could get one. It's nothing. That sounds difficult. Why don't you try something else? She suggested. No. How can you casually switch industries? Are you joking with me, Yanlan? Business isn't child's play. Zhao Chen's tone was serious. Holding her phone, Chen Yanlan's expression went blank for a moment. She felt insulted, but she endured it. After all, he was the boss. Okay, boss. But if you're selling gold and diamonds, why not start with something like Leo Fengxiang jewelry? We could call it Leo Longxiang instead. Zhao Chen froze, realizing his mistake. Gold wasn't exactly a luxury good. She heard his silence and continued, luxury goods, by definition, have little practical use and exorbitant prices. They rely on brand reputation and marketing to make money off the wealthy. Give me an example, Zhao Chen asked. That colorful bear by your sofa. It's priced at over 600,000 yuan, has no practical value, and isn't even particularly attractive. Its production cost? Probably less than 100 yuan. So it's just scamming fools? Zhao Chen said. It's not scamming, it's a mutual agreement. Some people only find joy in being overcharged. Zhao Chen pondered this deeply. Does this mean my gold could be fake? No, wait, it could just be underweight. I could sell it for thousands of yuan per gram. The luxury goods and jewelry industry has real potential. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Chen placed his phone on the gold brick and said, Alright, go ahead. Price it high, and if you do well, I'll give you a raise. Yanlan was speechless. She didn't want to embarrass her boss too much in one go, even if he did have a knack for shameless ideas. Where on earth am I supposed to conjure a luxury brand for you? Still, she was amazed and horrified by Zhao Chen's confidence in saying such things. Then she heard the most outrageous statement of her life. Prepare yourself, Zhao Chen said. Start planning. We're going to acquire Bulgari. He had found Bulgari listed in a booklet of global luxury brands and decided it was perfect. Without waiting for her response, Zhao Chen hung up and immediately began inquiring about Bulgari's market value through the transaction system. Chen Yanlan furrowed her brows deeply. Zhao Chen's idea of acquiring Bulgari was shocking. Even the world's richest individuals couldn't just say, let's acquire it, and make it happen. How could she describe this? It wasn't just arrogance, it was the naive thinking of a child. Suddenly, she relaxed and smiled, realizing that all her efforts to pursue business success might just be a game for this wealthy heir. The outcome didn't matter, nor did the process. What mattered was keeping her little boss happy. After all, Zhao Chen's words were genuinely frightening. As she let herself unwind a bit, Zhao Chen sent her another message. I have a batch of gold. Help me authenticate it. Got it. Zhao Chen placed the gold brick on the floor. It was practically useless to him now, too heavy even to use as a footrest. Sure, gold was valuable, but when there was too much of it, wasn't it just as decorative as golden wall panels? Wait, what if the wall panels were made of gold too? Well, that would be different. The thrill of trading was addictive. If Zhao Chen weren't strapped for cash, he might have already started inquiring about the price of diamonds. However, his top priority was to ask about Bulgari. When he told Chen Yanlan about acquiring Bulgari, it was more for fun. Starting an actual business would still require consulting the universal transaction system. After all, who didn't enjoy some harmless bragging? Whether to impress or shock someone, it all served the same purpose. What's Bulgari's price? Loading event information. Universal transaction system loading. Bulgari group information loaded. Congratulations to the host for activating the extraordinary luck granted by the Godly Wealth Plan. The price of the transaction item will be randomly selected from numbers and prices commonly encountered in the host's life. Bulgari Group's price, £9.15. Why not a 5-cent packet of noodles? You make it seem like I've bought a shirt in pounds before. He stood frozen, a dumbfounded smile creeping onto his face. Hearing the price left him utterly speechless. He had only asked casually and hadn't actually planned on buying it. But £9.15? That seemed manageable, even with his current financial strain. That's just over 80 yuan. Li Miaoxian spends thousands on a single hair tie. 80 yuan was practically nothing. Deal. Transaction successful. Hashtag. Zhao Chen let out a long breath, finally feeling calm. Wiping his nose, he felt reassured. But then, realization dawned on him. Now what? Was that it? The transaction was successful, but where was the company? Where was the confirmation of ownership? Shouldn't it show up or something? Within 24 hours, Bulgari Group executives will contact the host to hand over operations. Hashtag. Ah, that explained it. How exciting. He'd already worked overtime today. It was past 4 in the afternoon. It was time to take a break. Pushing the gold brick aside, Zhao Chen noticed it was already 4:30 p.m. He wanted to visit his old neighborhood to see the familiar faces of the elderly residents who had watched him grow up. Unfortunately, he couldn't drive. It was a headache. His driver from the capital was supposed to arrive with the fleet of cars, but they still hadn't reached Jinling. No cars, and he couldn't just use one from the Li family's hotel fleet. As Zhao Chen sat by the window in a daze, he heard the sound of slippers approaching from upstairs. Li Miuxian, wearing oversized black-rimmed glasses, had just woken up. Her gaze was still a bit unfocused as she lightly rubbed her long hair. She walked around the first floor, looking for Zhao Chen, but didn't see him. She could have sworn she'd heard movement earlier. Zhao Chen was only about 10 meters to her right, but he didn't move or make a sound, simply watching her. Despite this, she didn't notice him. It wasn't that her vision was bad, it was just that the villa was so large that it wasn't easy to spot someone. Blending in with the scenery, Zhao Chen's light-colored t-shirt camouflaged him by the window. "Where's that little troublemaker?" she called softly. Zhao Chen blinked but didn't respond. "Zhao Chen," she called again, louder this time. Still, he remained silent. The sheer size of the villa made it hard to locate someone. Even the decorative color scheme made distinguishing objects challenging. Li took slow, deliberate steps toward Zhao Chen's location, her eyes scanning the room. Zhao Chen decided to wait until she got closer to give her a little scare. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. As she turned her back, Zhao Chen quietly stood up, preparing to tap her shoulder. But just as he moved, her hand darted behind her, grabbing his ear with uncanny precision. Then she turned, her face blooming into a radiant smile. The smile quickly vanished, replaced by an icy expression as she twisted his ear down to his waist. "Why didn't you answer me? Do you know how hard I looked for you?" Her voice was clear and melodious, like pearls falling on jade. Looking at her, Zhao Chen finally understood what they meant by beauty brings calamity. Who could resist a woman like this? "Sorry, I got distracted and forgot to respond," Zhao Chen admitted, his voice tinged with a guilty smile. "What distracted you?" As she tried to step back, she realized Zhao Chen had already wrapped her in his arms. "You're beautiful, and I like you," he said bluntly. She wrinkled her nose and gently pulled away. "Your sweet talk is so straightforward. You're such a big dumb straight guy." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly. Straightforward? Maybe. But a straight guy with a girlfriend wasn't doing too badly. When Zhao Chen showed her the gold brick on the floor, Li was stunned. She had planned to investigate the supposed scam that Zhao Chen had fallen for, only to find herself looking at what seemed to be a genuine gold brick. She'd seen plenty of gold before, and while she couldn't be 100% sure, there was a 90% chance this was real. "Why just one? Didn't you buy 50 tons? The rest are in the underground warehouse." "All 50 tons? "All 50 tons, Zhao Chen confirmed with a serious nod. In the next second, Li grabbed Zhao Chen and pulled him downstairs to the warehouse. When she pushed open the door and Zhao Chen turned on the lights, even someone like Li, who had grown up in luxury, was stunned. 10 mountains of gold bricks. She couldn't believe her eyes. "And the person who sold this to you? Where are they?" Li asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Chen. In her mind, she was already calculating. Based on Zhao Chen's existing 10 billion and the 1.5 billion she had given him, the price per gram of gold worked out to less than 50 yuan, around 20 to 25 yuan. Of course, she didn't know about Zhao Chen's secret cashback system. Taking a deep breath, Li asked seriously, "How do you plan to cash this out?" "Not today. I'm taking the rest of the day off," Zhao Chen said decisively. Li narrowed her eyes, pondering for a moment before smiling and pulling Zhao Chen upstairs. She didn't want to disrupt his rhythm, except for insisting he couldn't sleep early tonight. "Our cars haven't arrived yet," he said. "Then let's buy one. We need a simple ride for errands anyway." Zhao Chen nodded. He still had tens of millions in his account, it wasn't like he was broke. You might not believe it, but Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian rode shared bicycles to the 4S car dealership. Luckily, the sun wasn't too harsh that day, and a light breeze made their leisurely ride along the riverside even more pleasant. Li Miaoxian called Zhao Chen a straight guy. Zhao Chen immediately objected, insisting that he understood romance. As he spoke, he stopped his bike, plucked a small wildflower, and cheerfully handed it to Li. Of course, they weren't riding the same bike. Zhao Chen had even complained that Li was riding too slowly and falling behind. Seeing the wildflower, Li accepted it with a smile, then tucked it into Zhao Chen's hair. She tossed her bike to the side and hopped onto the back of Zhao Chen's bike, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Zhao Chen glanced at the tires and remarked, "You're not that heavy, so why did the tires get flattened?" That was it, Li couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bike and chose to walk instead. Zhao Chen trailed behind her on his bike. "Hey, do you not like sitting on the bike?" Li didn't respond. Zhao Chen continued riding slowly, matching her walking speed. "Why aren't you riding your bike? Did you lock it properly? Otherwise, you'll keep getting charged." Li stopped walking, turned to Zhao Chen, and gave him a smile. She realized it was impossible to expect this clueless man to cheer her up. He didn't understand romance and was, without a doubt, allergic to the concept. Zhao Chen stopped his bike and, with a puzzled expression, gently tucked a strand of Li's hair behind her ear. Their eyes met, and he smiled awkwardly. Li raised an eyebrow, yanked him off the bike, and rode off herself. By the time Zhao Chen realized what had happened, she was already far ahead. With no choice, Zhao Chen ran after her, shouting dramatically as he chased her down the riverside. The breeze played with Li's hair as she looked back, her eyes playful. She slowed her pace, letting Zhao catch up and hop onto the back of the bike. Once he was seated, she started pedaling again. "Li Miaoxian, there's nothing to hold on to back here." "Then get off and run." Zhao fell silent, then hesitantly wrapped his arms around her slim waist. "Your waist is so small. I want to hold tighter." "Go ahead. You smell so nice, Miaoxian." They rode past a group of elderly people with their grandchildren. A few kids began chasing after their bike. To be precise, they were chasing Zhao Chen, who seemed quite popular with the little ones. "Big brother, aren't you ashamed? A girl is giving you a ride. Big brother isn't a real man. Put. Don't you know how to treat a lady with care? You must have skipped kindergarten. Our teacher said boys should help girls." Zhao's face darkened as he clung to Li's waist and bickered with the kids. "Oomph, you little brats. Don't you understand? This is called romance. Go home and drink your milk, you snot-nosed kids." As they argued, they made faces at each other. The children chased them for quite a distance along the riverside until their parents called them back. Then, they scampered away. Zhao Chen took out his phone and, seeing that there weren't many people around, played some music at low volume. A soft interlude of Sunny Day began to play. Li's expression remained neutral, but in a spot Zhao couldn't see, her eyes glimmered with happiness. Though she didn't say anything, her mood was clear. She simply let him hold her waist. "Miaoxian, are you tired? What do you think? Should I ride for a bit?" "Wouldn't that flatten the tires?" she retorted. Zhao paused, then realized, "Oh, right. Anyway, we're almost there." "Almost there? Then get off my bike." At the 4S dealership, the staff had never seen a young couple run into the showroom, chasing each other and causing a scene. Initially, they thought the two were just troublemakers, but Zhao Chen shouted while running, "Show me your AMGs. Bring out the expensive ones." The salesperson froze, confused. "Wait, they're here to buy a car?" Quickly regaining his composure, he took a closer look at the couple's attire. Realizing they weren't ordinary customers, he hurriedly brought out a catalog, served coffee and snacks, and stood quietly by while the two finished their playful scuffle. Zhao Chen tossed his card to the salesperson and pointed at the AMG catalog. "The most expensive one on here. If it's in stock, I'll take it. Add some upgrades, make it pricey. Hurry up and charge it. If the price isn't high enough, I'll return it in 2 days. Get moving, I know you're regional manager, so don't mess around." The salesperson was stunned again. Taking Zhao's card, he had 1,000 thoughts running through his head. At first, he thought Zhao might be an easy target, but those words weren't something a pushover would say. Besides, judging by their outfits, they didn't look like they were short on money. If he handled the sale well, they might come back for future purchases, like wedding cars. It was an opportunity to secure long-term business. After a few minutes, the car was brought out with temporary plates, along with several gift bags. They even arranged a quick delivery ceremony. For nearly 3 million yuan, the car was worth it. It might have been Zhao's cheapest car yet, but as a casual ride, it wasn't shabby at all. The formalities completed, Zhao and Li sat drinking coffee. Thanks to Li's stunning presence, none of the female sales staff dared approach them. Holding the car key, Zhao nodded at the salesperson and said, "Do you have a business card?" The salesperson handed him a card, and Zhao said, "You're good." "Well done." Then he turned and got into the passenger seat while Li drove them away in the AMG GT convertible coupe. To be honest, driving this car was far more enjoyable than riding shared bikes. But as Li jokingly asked why cars like this didn't sell as well as bikes, Zhao pursed his lips and chose not to respond. "Turn right, then left, go straight, then another right, and keep going straight," Zhao instructed. "Why aren't you driving?" Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he casually placed a hand on her leg. She was wearing a short skirt that day. Without fabric in the way, the sensation was quite pleasant. Li said nothing, following his directions as she dutifully played the role of chauffeur. "The folks in my old neighborhood were always kind to me," Zhao said. "I know," Li replied, handing him a pair of sunglasses. Zhao didn't put them on, his emotions complicated as they approached the alleyways of his childhood. Besides excitement, he felt gratitude for his good fortune. As he brooded, his father, Zhao Zhicheng, called. "Hello?" Zhao answered. "Where are you?" "I'm back in the old neighborhood." "All right. I was worried you couldn't take care of yourself alone. I've arranged for someone to come and be your housekeeper. Make sure they can find you." Hearing his father's words, Zhao nearly choked. Okay. But it's really not necessary." "Not necessary? What if you get lost again?" After hanging up, Zhao sighed in resignation. He just hoped this housekeeper wouldn't be too strict or formal. He really didn't like being called young master. "Hello, Aunt Lu?" "Yeah, it's Xiao Chen. I'm almost at the street corner. Could you let the neighbors know? I got into college, so I thought I'd throw a banquet tonight. No need to go overboard, I've already hired a hotel chef. We'll just set up a few tables in the alley, like an outdoor feast." When the car reached the entrance of the alley, Li deliberately slowed down. Under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, Zhao Chen's initially awkward smile gradually relaxed, and the tension in his toes eased. He became lively, just like he had been when he had nothing. As the car moved further into the narrowing alley, Li parked it, removed her sunglasses, and stepped out gracefully with a bright smile, holding Zhao Chen's arm. It wasn't exactly a triumphant return, more like a coming-of-age celebration. After all, to Zhao Chen, the people here were more than neighbors, they were practically family. Over the years, not one person had bullied him on purpose, spoken harshly to him, or ridiculed him behind his back. For a boy who had once seemed destined to remain without a family, the kindness he received here had been constant and genuine. It's true that helping someone is a kindness, not an obligation. But Zhao Chen had been lucky, the people in this alley had all chosen kindness. As Zhao walked past the group of older women gathered at the entrance, holding Li's hand, he nervously scratched his nose. They sat on both sides of the alley, smiling but saying nothing. It was said that even dogs passing through this alley would get a few words of commentary. Fortunately, although Li was slender, her figure was well proportioned enough to avoid any remarks about being unfit for childbearing. And her beauty? Absolutely flawless, no one could find fault with her looks. Even immortals would struggle to point out a flaw. In the alley, folding tables had already been set up, not from a hotel, but simple tables borrowed from neighbors. Everyone knew this was Zhao Chen's graduation banquet, so they came to join in the fun, celebrate, and enjoy a meal together. It was a lively and cheerful occasion. "Is this Chenhua's girlfriend?" "Yes, she is." Zhao Chen answered with a smile. "This girl is gorgeous. She looks like a movie star." The straightforward townsfolk didn't know how to exaggerate. They simply spoke the truth. "Miss, our little Chen is a good boy, honest, hardworking, and smart. You two must cherish each other." Aunt Lu couldn't keep quiet. Seeing Li's beauty, she was delighted and immediately wanted her to stay with Zhao forever, a heartfelt wish from an elder. Li covered her mouth, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. When Zhao let go of her hand, she sat down with the group of women, answering their questions one by one. Before long, her face turned pink from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhao busied himself setting up the tables with the help of some older uncles and neighbors. The entire alley was abuzz with activity. The evening breeze carried the sound of laughter from one end of the alley to the other. It was light and cheerful, spreading the joy of the gathering far and wide. Zhao worked up a sweat. About a dozen small tables were arranged in the alley, with shouts from children and men echoing from the surrounding buildings. Light bulbs strung above the alley flickered to life as the sun set, prompting a loud cheer from the children, signaling the start of the feast. The catering truck from the hotel arrived. Everyone pitched in. Uncles and aunts carried dishes, while children ran with crates of soda. Zhao and Li delivered food to each table. 10 dishes and 1 soup, not extravagant but plentiful and delicious. Large fans whirred loudly, blowing cool air over the tables. Fish head. I want the fish head. Me too. The chicken but is the best part. Whoa, lobster. It's lobster. Mom, I got to eat lobster. Hey, there are lamb skewers too. The children stuffed themselves, smacking their bellies and guzzling bottles of soda. Even the dogs in the alley were overwhelmed by the enticing smells, jumping up and down in excitement. The sounds of laughter, drinking, and boasting intertwined in the night. Zhao and Li sat at a large table but hardly spoke. Even though it was Zhao's graduation banquet, they felt shy. The older women, however, enjoyed teasing them. Li's face turned so red she couldn't lift her head. The neighbors had already started treating Zhao like an adult, speaking boldly and directly. Zhao didn't stand to toast anyone. Whoever wanted to drink could pour for themselves. If not, they could take the wine home. The banquet's cost wasn't even as high as Li's short skirt. Zhao Chen, say a few words. An older man with gold-rimmed glasses waved a toothpick and called out to Zhao. Say something. Give us a speech. Chenhua, you've got to say something. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao stood up smoothly, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one go. Well, I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks. I've moved now near Purple Mountain. If you have time, come visit me. I'm not great with words, so that's all. Let's enjoy ourselves. The older men burst into laughter. Zhao had always been known for his cheerful and sincere demeanor, and his words carried the same honest charm. When the children had eaten their fill, someone began stuffing money into Li's pocket. Miss, since it's your first time here, here's a small gift, don't refuse. Zhao Chen is a good kid. We don't have much to give, but take this and buy yourself some candy. Even if it's not much, it's tradition, take it. The elders were adamant about upholding old customs. A girl visiting her partner's home for the first time was always given a small token. Li felt embarrassed, especially since she hadn't brought any gifts when she arrived. Unable to decline, she handed the envelopes to Zhao, leaving the responsibility to him. Zhao chuckled and didn't refuse. After a few drinks, he began speaking casually. Our family's financial situation is okay, we run a business. Yes, from the capital. If anyone has kids struggling to find a job, I know a lot of people and can help give advice. We've been neighbors for so many years. If anyone has difficulties, we should help each other out. Once I graduate and start earning, I'll be able to contribute more. No matter how far I go, I'll never forget the neighbors in this alley. You can count on that. Some things could only be said after a few drinks. Otherwise, it might sound like boasting. But here, among close friends and family, it was sincere. Zhao felt reassured. Huasheng Group employed over 120,000 people, helping a few neighbors find work wasn't a problem. It was within his power. Hearing this, some of the older men hurriedly downed their drinks, their excitement visible. They knew Zhao was usually frugal, so hearing him say such things meant he wasn't lying. If there was a need, maybe they really could rely on him. Little did they know, Huasheng Group was led by Zhao Zhichang, a former top billionaire. No one had connected Zhao Chen to him yet. As Zhao was preparing to take Li to see his old house, a voice interrupted him, echoing his earlier promises. Turning around, he saw a man in his 50s. For jobs, education, or retirement, just find our young master. If anyone's getting married, invite our young master, it'll add prestige. And let me tell you, our young master's kindness is unmatched. He's the real deal in the capital. The man's excitement grew, and every sentence included young master. Zhao Chen's smile froze as he realized the man was talking about him. Shocked, Zhao hurried over and interrupted, "Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" The man grinned. "Young master, it's normal that you don't recognize me. I was sent by Zhao Zhichang. Just call me Fugue. I didn't want to disturb you earlier since you were busy." Zhao wanted to cover his face in frustration. He hadn't expected the housekeeper his father hired to be such a character. Not only that, but he'd arrived from the capital to Jinling so quickly. The housekeeper, who had just arrived, joined the banquet and ate his fill. Zhao Chen had been trying to keep a low profile, but Fugui, the housekeeper, had done the exact opposite, going out of his way to be as flashy as possible, completely undermining Zhao Chen's approach. Zhao Chen pulled him aside, both standing under the dim streetlight at the alley entrance. With a frown, Zhao Chen asked, "How did you even find this place?" "Find? Your villa was empty, and there were no flight schedules," the housekeeper replied confidently, exuding more self-assurance than Zhao Chen himself. Zhao Chen managed a faint smile. "What did my dad send you here to do? To watch over you, so you don't get lost. Wasn't it to help with managing my affairs and maybe give me some business advice? You're overthinking it." "I have no interest in business," the old man said smugly. Zhao Chen fell silent. This conversation was going nowhere. "Alright, but don't call me young master anymore. Just call me by my name. You're around my dad's age, I'll call you uncle. Let's just communicate normally." Before Zhao Chen could finish, the old man let out two strange laughs so grating they made Zhao's scalp tingle. According to the traditions of the Zhao family, when you're out in the world, people should be calling you master or bowing to you. We're a prominent family. When you step out, it's all about prestige. You can forget about this modest approach. If someone respects you, it's their honor after all, we're not lacking in status. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, turned on his heel, and walked away, leaving the eccentric housekeeper standing there. He had no intention of engaging further. Back in the alley, Zhao Chen helped clean up the tables and sweep the area. But soon enough, the old man followed, calling him young master repeatedly, trying to stop him from doing any work. Zhao Chen maintained a polite smile and turned to explain to the bewildered neighbors, "He's mentally ill. Just got out of the hospital. Doesn't seem fully recovered yet." Laughing, he joined the other men to carry items upstairs, leaving the housekeeper behind. "Mentally ill? I haven't said anything wrong," the housekeeper protested, his voice echoing through the alley, prompting a group of women to burst into laughter. When Zhao finally found Li Miaoxian, she was sitting outside a neighbor's door, eating a slice of chilled watermelon. She was also scratching her legs. Mosquitoes were always a nuisance with short skirts at night. Zhao took her hand and led her back to his old home. Once there, he had her sit on the firm bed while he fetched some water for her to wash her legs and feet. "You can wash them for me, Chen," she said. "No way. You have hands, don't you? I'm eating watermelon. My hands are busy." "Then finish eating first, then wash them," Zhao replied as he began packing up things he hadn't taken last time. Li's bright eyes twinkled, but she didn't press further. Once she finished her watermelon, she spoke softly. "When it comes to these legs, you're all hands when you're touching them. You didn't seem to mind holding them before, or when you..." Zhao quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, grabbed a small stool, and sat beside her. He began washing her legs and feet, focusing on the mosquito bites. Of course, he couldn't resist sneaking a touch or two, completely legitimate, since he was helping her. Another reason for his sudden enthusiasm was that the housekeeper was still lingering outside the room. With how thin the walls were, Zhao didn't want Li's words to carry. And honestly, Zhao couldn't help but praise his girlfriend's legs, they were quite nice. After tidying up and as the evening cooled down, Li draped herself in one of Zhao's old jackets. With neighbors seeing them off, they headed toward the car. As they approached, Zhao noticed a black G-Wagon parked beside his own car. Looking around, he spotted the housekeeper unlocking the G-Wagon and climbing in. Zhao was so shocked he momentarily forgot how to walk. While the scene felt a bit over the top, it suited the housekeeper's personality perfectly, acting younger than he was. Li, however, wasn't surprised. She simply remarked, "What's the big deal? My family's maid uses a G-Wagon for grocery shopping. It's roomy." Zhao nodded, realizing the car he bought earlier in the day might be too understated after all. Still, for Li, it was fine, a simple ride for a simple purpose. 30 minutes later. At the small 3-story building beside the main manor, Zhao personally opened the door and warmly greeted, "Welcome, Uncle Fugui, to my home." "Ah, young master, you're quite gracious," the housekeeper replied. Fugui removed his coat, changed into slippers, and formally invited Zhao into the servants' quarters for tea. Under the bright lights, Zhao finally got a good look at him. The old man, with his white hair, was decked out in a garish outfit covered in Louis Vuitton and Supreme logos, complete with reflective elements like a walking rainbow. He looked more like a trendy teenager than an elderly man. Compared to him, Zhao's own conservative style made him look downright dull. Li rarely commented on Zhao's fashion choices, worried that if he leaned too much into trends, he might end up looking ridiculous and worse, attract equally flashy women. The tea was high quality. 2 million yuan per kilo, Fugui boasted. Zhao sipped it once and downed the rest in one gulp. Through their chatter, Zhao learned that Fugui had been a wild youth back in the day, no job, no girlfriend, no money, until Zhao Zichang had taken him in. Since then, he'd flourished. Recently, he had been managing one of the Zhao family's estates abroad, essentially living a comfortable retirement. When he heard that Zhao Chen had been found, Fugui was so excited he immediately volunteered to return, eager to help the young master experience the lifestyle of the rich and famous. Even Zhao Zichang called him uncle. Fugui had insisted on coming to Zhao Chen's side, and his father couldn't refuse. From now on, let's treat each other as equals. I may be old, but I'm still full of energy, driving, dating, you name it. Don't underestimate me. They say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Look at my name, Fugui. It's bright and promising. Your grandfather's success started with me, your family owes its fortune to my lucky presence. Zhao drained the pot of tea, stood up, and left. This uncle had clearly come to be the boss of him. Zhao didn't understand tea, but it definitely tasted better than plain water. Even later, while kissing Li, he could still taste the lingering sweetness. Go shower, you're all sweaty. Li pushed him away, clearly unimpressed. Before showering, Zhao picked up his phone, intending to call his father to send Fugui back abroad. He couldn't deal with this guy. But just as the call began to connect, the system's voice rang in his mind. Daily guidance, personalized suggestions for you. Detected, host attempting to dismiss a dedicated housekeeper. Recommended action, accept the housekeeper's guidance and services to learn proper values of a wealthy household. Reward for following suggestion, plus 1 centimeter in height. Zhao froze. Hanging up, he put the phone down and headed straight for the shower. He'd asked the transaction system before gaining a centimeter in height would cost at least 10 million yuan. Getting it for free? Totally worth it. This was a win. Maybe this eccentric housekeeper could really teach him something valuable. Sometimes, having an elder around wasn't so bad. What is a fiancé-like girlfriend? She said, in youth, one's temperament is unsettled, so beware of indulgence and lust. She said, why do you always want to hold something back every time? My opinion is, it's better to give it all to me. What, are you saving it for another girl tomorrow? She said, Shen, I don't really care about your appearance, as long as you treat me well. She said, let me see those abs. She said, brother, I'm so sleepy. Your sister needs to sleep now. She said, die, you scumbag. If you don't call me big sister, I'll make you regret it. She said, actually, in love, both people need to stay calm. The kind of emotions that are simple and as plain as water are the most precious. She said, do you not love me anymore? Zhao Chen was taking a shower, and the voice of that aloof woman lingered in his mind, repeating her words from the past few days. Before he realized it, it felt like he had gone from being single to suddenly stepping into a relationship. Not quite at the stage of marriage, but something akin to, well, cohabitation before marriage. But Li Miaoxian gave him a multi-layered feeling, cold yet playful, afraid of pain yet gluttonous. It wasn't some odd personality type, just a pure, carefree, and unrestrained way of living. Though, in specific circumstances, she maintained a certain image. This casual lifestyle and attitude towards life, in just 2 days, had left Zhao Chen with many thoughts. His conclusion, children from poor families don't live so carelessly, and heiresses from wealthy families who reach such a level of personal freedom are 1 in a million. Zhao Chen envied and admired his girlfriend. Are you done yet? Almost, I'll be right out. Zhao Chen's thoughts were interrupted. Need help scrubbing your back? No need, I'm done. Then can you help me? Of course, my noble princess. Zhao Chen replied gently, turning to the bathtub, filling it with water, and grabbing a handful of rose petals from the cabinet to sprinkle into the tub. With her hair in a bun and wearing a headband, Li Miaoxian darted into Zhao Chen's shower. Move over. She pushed Zhao Chen aside, quickly drenching herself with water. Then, satisfied, she stepped on her boyfriend's foot. So, were you tired after running around all day? Not at all. Back then, I used to get up at 5:30 in the morning to work on construction sites while it was still cool. By 11:30, I'd finish for lunch, take a break, and then get back to work at 1:30. The bricks at the site were scorching in the afternoon, and the work didn't end until 6 p.m. That was real exhaustion. Li Miaoxian loved hearing Zhao Chen talk about his past. During these moments, she always listened quietly. Sometimes, she would grab Zhao Chen's hand and hold it tightly. So, when you got off work in the evening, did you shower first or eat first? I'd usually carry 2 buckets of water upstairs first, take a shower, then cook dinner. Li Miaoxian didn't ask further. She simply stretched out her arm, pulled Zhao Chen under the large shower head to press against him, and gently scrubbed his back without saying another word. In the bathtub, the bright lights of Jinling City could be seen in the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights seemed to merge with the water in the tub, rippling in sync with the mood. In the future, if you don't have to work, don't overdo it. Don't push yourself too hard. But wouldn't that make me seem like I'm not doing my job? What kind of man doesn't do his job? It's different. For people like us, the point is not to work hard unless you have extraordinary abilities or exceptional wisdom. Zhao Chen fell silent. Surprisingly, he didn't argue back. He simply stared out the window, quiet and thoughtful. What had the world of the rich brought him? Endless wealth? A stunning fiancé? Or the freedom to live a superior, carefree life? These were indeed things he had always wanted. Now, he wanted them even more. This truly was an intoxicatingly gentle paradise. Life could be so dreamy, why struggle and suffer needlessly? Giving up the thrill of hard work was an acceptable trade-off. Having come this far, doing anything other than enjoying life was no longer permissible. Starting tomorrow, don't work more than an hour a day. Otherwise, no bed for you at night. Okay. Late at night, Zhao Chen carried the girl back to the bedroom in his arms, had some water, and dimmed the lights. They each held a corner of the blanket. By morning, Zhao Chen was startled awake by a boisterous voice. "Young master, get up for your morning run. Time for your morning run." Morning run. Zhao Chen groaned awake, rubbing his back. Intense activities the previous night had worn him out, only to be woken up early for a morning run. He wished he could sew second uncle's mouth shut. Turning his head, he saw that Li Miaoxian was already up, doing her usual morning yoga on the balcony. He felt too embarrassed to stay in bed, so he forced himself up, washed up, and changed into a premium athletic t-shirt before heading downstairs. From afar, he gave second uncle a quiet down gesture. Second uncle responded with an okay sign. Zhao Chen stretched a bit before jogging alongside second uncle on the path around the estate. One lap was about 500 or 600 meters. "Old man, are you trying to die early?" "Bah! What kind of talk is that, boy? I personally wake you up for your morning run, and you're not even grateful. Look at that girl from the Li family, she's up exercising every morning. Men, no matter when, must prioritize their health. Take me, for instance. At 60, I'm still in better shape than you." "Fine, uncle, do you have kids?" Zhao Chen mustered the courage to ask. "Hey! Your uncle doesn't even have a wife," he said proudly. Zhao Chen nodded, it was just as he thought. Once you have a wife, you can't fool around anymore. Let me tell you, the number of women I've been with is more than you've ever seen. Zhao Chen gave a small smile. So, the old man was quite the Casanova too. Look at me, strong and healthy. Young girls still fancy me. I'm a hot commodity. But these young folks today. I won't call them shameless, but they're certainly reckless. I can only count myself as a tier 2 male god at best. Zhao Chen quickly wiped the smile off his face, resisting the urge to laugh. Stop boasting before you hurt your tongue. Finding his self-satisfaction unbearable, Zhao Chen muttered, "Uncle, if you didn't say anything, I might have thought you were a eunuch from the imperial palace." The butler snapped. Immediately, he picked up speed. "You brat! Stop right there. Let me teach you some respect." Thanks to a bit of stamina enhancement from the system, Zhao Chen wasn't worried about being caught. The old man had already run a full lap but still couldn't catch up. "Uncle, you're slipping." "Who's slipping? A man should never be called slipping." Second uncle glanced at his stylish smart bracelet, saw the morning run was about done, and stopped to stretch. Zhao Chen jogged closer, smiling. "So, uncle, what's on the agenda today?" With a disdainful glance, second uncle struck a pose. "Fine, I'll tell you. Today, I'm meeting a few friends from Jinling to attend an auction of fine calligraphy and paintings." "Antiques? Into collecting now?" "That's right." Li Miaoxian had prepared breakfast. Zhao Chen had formally invited second uncle, but the old man insisted that the breakfast at home lacked grandeur, claiming that only the decades-old breakfast shop at the end of the alley in the old town had the true sense of ceremony. Early in the morning, the old man tricked Zhao Chen into letting him take the brand new AMG, saying he'd help break in the car and grab breakfast while taking it for a spin. "Where's the butler?" Li Miaoxian handed him a towel to dry his hair. He went to the old town for breakfast. That old man is quite amusing. Yeah, but he woke me up so early I barely got any sleep. Morning runs? I haven't done those since school, and doing one at home now is truly a first in my life. You're quite the sleepyhead. She pulled out a chair for Zhao Chen. And you've got some nerve to talk. You're nothing short of a witch. I can't even get out of bed because of you. Don't you have any conscience? Keep this up, and I'll be running on fumes. The air suddenly grew silent. Zhao Chen thought Li Miaoxian hadn't understood what he meant, but when he turned around, he saw her using large mittens to take a tray out of the oven. It was garlic butter oysters. Today's breakfast: garlic butter oysters, baked prawns with nori and sea salt, fried dough sticks, vegetable rice noodles, and soy milk. With a playful smile, Li Miaoxian set the food down. Zhao Chen's breathing quickened. He found her smug expression annoying but couldn't deny he was hungry, so he began to eat anyway. Thinking back, from the moment he came home, showered, and sat at the table, all her caring gestures as a girlfriend seemed not just appropriate but downright necessary. After all, as the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. What boyfriend could tolerate a life of constant demands without some kindness in return? Still, making breakfast seemed like a domestic touch. Though, honestly, this breakfast would have only taken him 5 minutes to prepare. Anyone with hands could have done it. No sooner had he thought this than a voice rang in his ears. What about your secretary? Wasn't she supposed to be a housekeeper in the villa? Yet here I am, making breakfast. You heartless man, don't you feel sorry for your darling? You already made it, didn't you? But I'm still tired. All right, Missy. I'll call her later. But how do you know she can cook? Don't twist my words. I didn't say just cooking. I said housekeeper. Fine, you win. Zhao Chen peeled her a prawn, prompting her to give him a subtle, polite smile in return. Second uncle mentioned an auction. Want to go check it out together? Li Miaoxian took a sip of milk, glanced at him, and only spoke after swallowing her bite. The auctions you know about are all under Huasheng. Going to an auction would just mean buying your own stuff at some ridiculously inflated price. Then why's second uncle going? Him? Probably because something of his is being auctioned, and he wants to join the fun. The girl tied her hair into a bun, looking both elegant and adorable. Her fair collarbones gleamed, exuding a delicate charm. She had a faint aura of pride, but at home, sitting casually, there was also a touch of laziness. In summary, a true heiress. But he invited me to go with him. Zhao Chen frowned, suddenly suspecting the old man's motives. Now he was worried about his new car. If you ask him for his treasures, he'll surely give them to you as an elder. But if he can make some money off you, why wouldn't he? Zhao Chen grumbled, doesn't he have any shame? Apparently not. Li Miaoxian pushed the empty plate in Zhao Chen's direction, not for him to eat but clearly indicating that washing the dishes was his job. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and muttered, so this is the infighting among the wealthy, huh? Truly horrifying. No shame, no respect for the elderly or love for the young. Ha ha. Li Miaoxian burst into laughter at his dramatic performance. Noticing the time, the girl suddenly exclaimed, speaking quickly, oh no, today's the car enthusiasts club meeting in Shanghai. It's almost time. Darling, I can't hang out with you today. Wash the dishes, then I'm off. I'll be back for dinner tonight, so have your little secretary come over. Also, do you want to join me? I'll take you with me. Zhao Chen sipped his milk and shook his head. No, I've got work. Work won't take more than an hour. Oh, and you need to learn how to game. The computer I ordered for you arrives today, along with a gaming phone. I also signed you up for golf lessons. The instructor will contact you this afternoon. By the way, there's a driving license program. And there's this app called Douyin, learn how to browse short videos. Tomorrow, I booked tickets to Hainan. Let's go on our honeymoon. As she went upstairs to change, she kept issuing instructions. Zhao Chen put on an apron and began washing dishes, considering this his last chance to do so in his life as a wealthy young master. In his mind, her recent requests swirled: gaming, golf, driving lessons, learning short videos, traveling tomorrow for a honeymoon. The weight of his luxurious lifestyle hit him like a tidal wave. It almost made him feel like working on a construction site would have been less stressful. Damn, this comfortable life. 2 minutes later, Li Miaoxian came downstairs. Wow, quite the lady of the house. Li Miaoxian was holding her coat, wearing a creamy white dress, a necklace, hoop earrings, and red-bottomed heels. She looked exquisite and cold, with a ring on her finger. Of course. Dressed like this, I'll be the center of attention wherever I go. Oh, by the way, buy me a proper ring when you get the chance. It's inconvenient to keep wearing these girly little accessories. Zhao Chen had no response to her calling herself the lady of the house. What could he say? Secretly, he was thrilled. What's so special about this car meet that you're dressing so grandly? Rolls-Royce Wraith, Ladies' Circle, just a gathering of some rich women in Shanghai. Now that I have a husband, I can finally join. There are a few ladies I haven't seen in ages. I used to go with my mom, but now I can go alone. You have a Rolls-Royce Wraith? Nope. Then how are you going? I'm picking up the car now, silly. 6. As she reached the door, Li Miaoxian turned and asked, "Are you really not coming? There'll be tons of delicious food and lots of elegant, charming ladies. While men can't officially attend, I'm sure they'd let you in because of me." Zhao Chen frowned. Let me in where? Humph. With a step on the gas, Li Miaoxian drove off in her Bentley, which had been shipped from Beijing. She left her LaFerrari behind. Whether she flew or took the high-speed train to Shanghai, she had her own social circle, and clinging to her boyfriend all day wouldn't be good either. A man going out and still needing his wife to tag along? After finishing the dishes, Zhao Chen noticed a small note stuck to the dishwasher. Taking it down, he saw 3 words, dishwasher. Zhao Chen froze. He didn't fly into a rage or grind his teeth, he simply felt pure joy. Truthfully, at first, he hadn't thought he and Li Miaoxian would be a good match. At least, he didn't think it was the kind of relationship where they'd immediately click. They were more like a couple who married first and fell in love later. Zhao Chen didn't say it out loud, but over the past few days, he could sense her playful yet sincere attitude toward their relationship. She really was a good person. After finishing the dishes, Zhao Chen hummed a tune as he headed to the basement vault to check on it. Everything was as usual. Where were the Bulgari people? If it weren't for all this gold lying around, depreciating by the day, if he didn't make money, he'd be losing it. Just look at how his girlfriend spent money like water. If he didn't earn, they'd be drinking air tomorrow. Being a man was truly tough. As he came back upstairs, the doorbell rang. Zhao Chen turned to look at the screen showing the gate. Outside were several men in suits and ties. They were here. Mr. Zhao, this is the legal representative's signature. Please write your name here. By yesterday afternoon, our company has transferred the shares of the Bulgari Group to your Huachen Group Holdings. You will now own all shares of the Bulgari Group. A long section in English. The young French guy, speaking in a fluent London accent and a very formal tone, read the contents of the document aloud to the young master. Zhao Chen sent a text message to Qing Yanlan, "Have you arrived? Hurry up, this is urgent." Even English listening tests weren't this annoying, even though this was a deal worth billions. He couldn't understand why, despite scoring near perfect on his college entrance exam for English, he still couldn't figure out what this guy was saying. The 2 domestic staff standing nearby didn't bother to translate either. They just stared at him blankly, as if their silent presence would make him value them more. Not even good at flattery. Damn it, once the asset handover is complete, the 2 of you better get lost. Standing there like a couple of idiots. For 5 whole minutes, Zhao Chen was driven to the brink of a meltdown by the incomprehensible gibberish. You're just mooing like a cow. He really wanted to grab the document and scan it for translation. Luckily, Chen Yanlan arrived. Today, her outfit was neat and professional, as if she was fully ready to focus on work. No black stockings today, but she wore a white pencil skirt that was formal enough for the office. Not bad. For the first time, he noticed her calves. Quite fair. Sit down. Quickly finalize the handover. I can't understand a word of his English. Chen Yanlan didn't waste time. She opened her laptop, placed it on the table, and told Zhao Chen, "He's speaking Italian. It's normal that you don't understand." Zhao Chen was about to argue, but before he could, she added, with some English mixed in. The Bulgari brand was founded in the 19th century, transitioning from silversmithing to jewelry, renowned worldwide for its exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious jewelry. A globally famous supplier of luxury jewelry, Bulgari also operated businesses in hospitality, hotels, and resorts. Its current owner, Chinese businessman Zhao Chen. Valuation, 50 billion. Halfway through listening, Chen Yanlan frowned deeply, interrupted the man reading in gibberish, and asked, "Are you saying Bulgari is now under Huachen Group?" As she asked, even she felt nervous, as though she was about to embarrass herself by saying something so absurd. But then she saw all three people handling the handover nod firmly in confirmation. Chen Yanlan was stunned. She knew all about Huachan, this tiny, scrappy company. After all, she had built it herself. When Zhao Chen mentioned yesterday that he was acquiring Bulgari, she thought he was just joking and didn't bother to call him out on it. But now, this morning, seeing and hearing the news firsthand, it turned out to be true. This little, tiny company had already grown enough to be called a group. She could hardly believe it. She knew very well that those plots of land in the suburbs, meant for agricultural cultivation, still hadn't been planted. Luxury jewelry. She now realized Zhao Chen wasn't kidding. Turning her head, she saw Zhao Chen scrolling through short videos on his phone, seemingly engrossed. He didn't care at all about the asset transfer, not even a little. Seriously, young master, can't you at least show some interest? This is a deal worth billions. Doing nothing, playing around, she felt this kind of man was even more exasperating than a pampered woman who had never worked a day in her life. Forget it. He's a young master, after all. While seriously finalizing the details of the transfer, she sent the documents to two of her assistants to help handle them. At the same time, she had to quickly recruit staff. There wasn't even a legal department yet. If she had to do everything herself, she'd be exhausted. Zhao Chen had already set work aside. He found the short videos really interesting. They let him see the world, different lives, and attractive women. He started wondering, which men actually end up with these stunning women? High education? High looks? High wealth? Suddenly, he saw a comment. If I were rich, all these women would be mine. Dog emoji. Zhao Chen replied, love isn't something you can buy just because you want to. You need to be sincere. The next second, the commenter replied. Heh, like you've ever bought it. What do you know? You're just an ordinary guy like the rest of us. Why bother spouting these fairy tale morals? Besides, aren't you broke too? Zhao Chen frowned, slightly annoyed, and argued seriously, that's not true. Love isn't just about money. Even though I have money, I sometimes feel lost when it comes to love. The commenter, Black Susan, replied. Heh, you have money? What, enough to buy girls spicy snacks? Ha ha. What a joke, they think I'm just a kid. Zhao Chen didn't like flaunting his wealth, nor did he want to argue much with that kind of person. He just hoped they'd have a proper understanding of love. But as he was about to exit the comments section, a voice rang in his head. Daily navigation system, always at your service. Detected that the host's strength has been questioned. For the sake of system dignity, daily navigation suggests you respond and prove your worth. Reward for following the suggestion, monetary gain. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. The system's dignity had been challenged. If he just refuted the commenter, he'd earn money. After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen went upstairs to take photos of his watch collection, then photographed the stack of car keys by the front door, followed by the 20-kilogram gold brick next to the sofa. Each photo included a distinct hand gesture. Yes, increase recognition. Make sure people know it's his. He edited the photos into a short video using the app and replied to the commenter. A minute later, the commenter responded. Ah. Seeing how well the young master lives, this humble servant is truly happy from the bottom of my heart. Wait, does the real young master also watch short videos? Tears emoji. Other users joined in. Why do I keep running into walls these days? Young master, do you need a servant like me? Rich guy, Venmo me $500 so I can get a foot massage. Young master, take her for me too. Just say my name while you do it. Zhao Chen frowned. More and more comments appeared. The video he used for his reply had somehow become a separate short video post, with comments pouring in and likes skyrocketing. In 10 minutes, it had over 103 likes. The comments left him speechless. Though they were written in Chinese, when read together, they made no sense to him. Ha ha ha. A laugh came from behind him. Zhao Chen turned to see his second uncle, who had apparently finished breakfast and was now leaning over his shoulder, staring at the screen. You scared me. Why are you spying on my phone? Second uncle looked disappointed. You didn't understand the commenter's meaning at all. He wasn't talking about love, he was talking about sleeping with those pretty girls without needing to take responsibility. Zhao Chen, what? That's absurd. Isn't responsibility a given? Second uncle, not necessarily. Some girls don't expect responsibility. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. The internet was deeper than he thought. It turned out he didn't realize that people even considered bragging about casual relationships as something worth boasting about online. Alright, the auction is about to start. Are you going? Yes. Let me change clothes. Hurry up. I'll get the car. Today I'm taking your Cullinan. Whatever, you're the boss. Kid, dress better. Stop looking like a country bumpkin. You're embarrassing me. Bah! You're so annoying. Zhao Chen's voice echoed from upstairs. Chen Yanlan, meanwhile, was incredibly busy. The overwhelming amount of information and tasks was starting to exhaust her. Yet, the feeling of managing a massive group gave her a sense of pride, as if she was already on the battlefield of global commerce. Even though she hadn't put in any real effort, just working as Zhao Chen's assistant, she had achieved her dream of dominating the business world. While juggling tasks and feeling excited, she couldn't help but look up to her boss a little more. He really had a way of getting things done. When he said he'd acquire something, he did. Leaving the facts aside, a man with such charisma really was impressive. Did her dream of dominating the business world come true just like that? While busy working, she couldn't help but feel happy, and she gave her boss another look of admiration. He really had a way with things. When he said he'd acquire something, he did. Putting aside the facts, a man with this kind of charm really is capable. Chen Yanlan couldn't help but marvel at her boss's aggressive methods. But when Zhao Chen came downstairs in a change of clothes, whistling as he drove off, she muttered under her breath about the lazy dog boss who never took his responsibilities seriously. Faced with the handover of assets and the transfer of shares, she felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. At the moment, she couldn't bother with her boss's indulgent lifestyle and focus solely on doing her job well. Assistant Chen, remember to make dinner for 3 people. Don't forget. Get lost. Chen Yanlan, swamped with work, had no time to spare for pampering him. She was speechless. A man like this, just because you have money, ability, and looks, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. What she didn't know was that all these requests were deliberate provocations from the mistress of the house, aimed at her. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was sitting in the passenger seat, listening to his second uncle brag. You're young, your horizons are narrow, and you're still immature when it comes to relationships. Why don't you take the opportunity to enjoy life before you get married? There are so many girls out there, why not experience a few? Let me tell you, when I was abroad, I had several foreign girlfriends. Look at you, 18 or 19 years old, the prime age for romance, yet you want to hang yourself on one single tree, ugly family girl. Pathetic. Before Zhao Chen could respond, second uncle hurriedly added. Have you been to a bar or nightclub? Have you attended large social gatherings? How many parties have you been to? How many girls in the world have you actually seen? Zhao Chen, and then? Do you have a wife? As soon as he said this, he clearly saw second uncle's face twitch, and his grip on the steering wheel faltered. You're hopeless. Oh. Zhao Chen maintained his calm smile and then softly asked, I heard you're really into collecting. Could I borrow a few of your pieces to look at? By the way, I'm particularly interested in paintings and calligraphy. Zhao Chen stared at second uncle's face, and this time the old man didn't say a word. He pretended not to hear, though in his heart, he had likely already cursed Zhao Chen thoroughly. This brat only knows how to take advantage of me. He just wants to freeload and not spend a single penny. I wanted him to show some respect, not rip me off. Zhao Chen's smile disappeared, and he sarcastically read aloud from his phone screen. Some people are selfish, leaving nothing for future generations while they're alive, stingy to the point of annoyance. Tencent News brings you the story of a selfish old man. He hadn't read much before being interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Second uncle gave a bitter smile. Alright, I'll give it to you. You little brat, your uncle isn't even dead yet, and you're already scheming. Hey, you're my real uncle. Please, don't. I can't handle this. The auction was held in a large conference hall. At the entrance, second uncle handed over 2 invitation cards. No need for a capital verification, they were admitted directly. Zhao Chen casually flipped through the catalog of auction items. Paintings and calligraphy, some antiques, and a few high-end watches from decades ago. Zhao Chen asked quietly, Uncle, why aren't there any animal heads from the old summer palace? TSK Tisk, you've got big ambitions. That kind of stuff would be in your dad's collection. You're still just a kid. Most of it's overseas. Zhao Chen, overseas? Why not buy it back? Second uncle, they're not selling. Zhao Chen, couldn't we just steal it? Second uncle, too risky. Zhao Chen, we don't have to do it ourselves, though. Second uncle walked Zhao Chen around the preview area for the auction items, letting him pick out anything he liked. If he did, second uncle promised to set it aside for him without bidding. After some thought, second uncle muttered, "You've got a point. Next time I go abroad to pick up artifacts, take me with you. We'll go rob Versailles." "Uncle, you really get me." The two strolled through the exhibition. Second uncle asked Zhao Chen, "Anything catch your eye?" Zhao Chen shook his head. The old man was about to celebrate when Zhao Chen added, "The stuff here is pretty ordinary watches and antiques, nothing special. Maybe next time I'll check out your collection at home before making a decision." The old man's face turned dark. Finally, he forced out a sentence, "Do you know that your dad always treats me with the utmost respect?" "Zhao Chen, then I'll help my dad borrow a few pieces too." And off they went. Inside the auction hall, the auctioneer was dressed in a plain cheongsam. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but her style was sharp, and her words flew like rapid fire. A Yuan Dynasty shadow blue vase featuring tigers, cranes, phoenixes, and cheilants. Starting bid, 30 million. Minimum increment, 500,000. The bidding begins. 0017, 31 million. 0035, 32 million. 0028, 40 million. Phone bid, 45 million. Zhao Chen held a paddle numbered 0099. The Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was already nearing 50 million. Next to him, the old man hadn't blinked once, as if the price hadn't yet reached his expectations. "Hey kid, help raise the bid a bit." Zhao Chen lifted his paddle. The auctioneer immediately pointed to him. 0099, 50 million. Zhao Chen's heart raced. 50 million, first call. 50 million, second call. He was sweating. Finally, someone else raised their paddle. 0039, 51 million. 51 million. Any more bids? 51 million. Alright, 0081, 55 million. The Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain redefined the reserved and understated style of traditional ceramics, offering a bold visual impact and a refreshing sense of simplicity. Its grandeur and artistic originality elevated blue and white porcelain art to its peak, ensuring its enduring prosperity. This vase, an early masterpiece of blue and white porcelain, is exceptionally well preserved and exceedingly rare. 0075, 60 million. Zhao Chen noticed the old man couldn't hide his grin. This price had exceeded his expectations. But the old man muttered, "The price is still low, just this much? Keep going." Zhao Chen felt this was absurd but reluctantly raised his paddle several more times. 0099, 70 million. 70 million. Zhao Chen thought this was the end, but the auctioneer's voice became even faster. "Alright, 73 million. Phone bid, 75 million. Zhao Chen panicked. He leaned over and whispered to the old man, "What's your estimate for how high this will go?" The old man held up 2 fingers. "Zhao Chen, 20 million? The old man shook his head. 2 billion. Before Zhao Chen could react, the old man pulled out several auction records and showed them to him. July 12, 2005, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase, the departure of Gagouzi, sold in London for £15.68 million, 230 million renminbi. Yuan Dynasty blue and white Mei vase, 710 million renminbi. Autumn 2010, a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period revolving vase sold for 554 million renminbi in London, breaking records for Chinese art. Qing Dynasty Qianlong blue and white vase with auspicious motifs, 83.44 million renminbi. Zhao Chen initially thought the old man's 2 billion was his target price. But after reading the records, he realized it was merely the old man's low estimate. Zhao Chen was an amateur in the world of collectibles. He didn't know how to describe the Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase currently up for auction. However, with his limited knowledge, he could tell that this vase was far more exquisite than the plates and jars mentioned in previous auction records. As for the 2 billion yuan price tag, he didn't quite agree with it. Based on past auction records, this vase should be worth at least 10 billion. Of course, he thought this way from the perspective of someone with assets in the hundreds of billions. In his eyes, if the market price was like this, then the vase must be worth that much. To those without money, spending 10 billion on a broken vase would seem like sheer wastefulness. The difference between these perspectives lies in horizons, status, knowledge, capability, wisdom, values, and attitudes toward life. As Zhao Chen listened to the auctioneer's increasingly rapid calls, he suddenly realized that the auction was only now entering its heated stage. 0001, 150 million. The bid had jumped from 100 million to 150 million, a leap of 50 million. Compared to the reserved pace of the early bidding, this phase was wild and unpretentious. If you had money, you had to call it out loud. After this high bid, there was a long pause. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, the telephone bidders finally raised their paddle at a leisurely pace. Telephone bid, 160 million. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. The telephone bidders were clearly the true heavyweights. Their wealth was immense, and in such large-scale auctions, they could casually call out bids of tens of millions. Their boldness was downright astonishing. Telephone bidders include families in China who prefer to remain low-profile, leaders from various industries, foreign collectors, overseas museums, international conglomerates, and wealthy elites. The old man clearly understood this world better than Zhao Chen, and Zhao began to grasp it a bit more. So, Zhao Chen, his hands practically twitching, swiftly raised his paddle. For him, calling out bids worth tens of millions was a breeze. 0099, 200 million. The room fell silent. A few people even turned to look at Zhao Chen, and some immediately sent people to investigate his identity. They suspected that this young man, who seemed inexperienced at auctions, might have been hired to inflate the bids. If it turned out he was a plant, the vase wouldn't be able to sell through official auction channels. At that point, acquiring it wouldn't require paying such a sky-high price, drastically reducing the cost. Zhao Chen wasn't worried that the vase would sell for just 2 billion. Even though his bid had been a significant jump, the auctioneer's voice barely paused. Telephone bid, 201 million. 0037, 210 million. Some bidders tried to slow the pace of the auction, but it was clearly a failed attempt. The price kept climbing. Telephone bid, 230 million. Telephone bid, 235 million. The rhythm of the auction was excellent. Amidst the tension, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel like he was making a big profit. Suddenly, he thought of something and leaned closer to the old man to whisper, "How did you get this vase?" The old man's face turned mysterious. After holding the pose for a while, he finally responded slyly, "I bought it from a grave robber decades ago." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Damn, this old man had unbelievable luck. How much did you buy it for? 2 bowls of mung bean porridge. Shocked, Zhao Chen's pupils widened. This was the biggest treasure hunting story he'd ever heard. Could it be that this man, named Fugue, literally wealth, truly had some kind of luck boost? Zhao Chen thought about how he only gained extraordinary luck after choosing the rich man's plan. What kind of virtue did this old man have to deserve such fortune? Wait a second, just 2 bowls of porridge? How do you sleep at night with a conscience like that? Second uncle shot him a disdainful look and rubbed his nose. There was a laxative in those 2 bowls of porridge. While the guy squatted in the bushes, I swapped it with a fake. Who knew that when I got back and checked, it turned out to be a freshly unearthed treasure? When I first got it, I didn't expect it to be worth so much. Back then, your grandfather had just helped me out. He took one look at the vase and was shocked too. But in those days, he was young and ambitious. He would rather forge his own path than sell treasures for money. Hey, in the end, your grandfather built a successful career, and the vase stayed in the family. Zhao Chen took another deep breath. This really was a case of a troublemaker living a long life. This old man had stolen someone else's treasure and was now turning it into billions after a few decades. He wondered, if that grave robber were still alive and saw this auction, would he die of anger on the spot? But then again, if you're a grave robber, you can't really complain about bad luck. In the end, the old man was the lucky one. And Zhao Chen had to give credit to his grandfather for not cashing in the vase during hard times. It proved that in one's prime, you shouldn't pursue comfort but instead keep striving. He remembered something Zhao Zhichang had once told him. A real man is born into this world, and the world belongs to him. Whatever he can hold in his hands is his skill. Some people are learned and wise, some are wealthy and influential. No one is born rich. So why not use legal, reasonable, and clever means to seize what you want? Look at this old scoundrel. He seized billions with just 2 bowls of porridge. Zhao Chen felt deeply moved, thinking that this kind of seizing spirit was truly admirable. He turned to the old man and said, "You must have a lot more treasures like this in your collection, right? At your age, you probably don't have the energy or time to manage them all. Why not hand them over to me, and I'll help you sell them and turn them into savings for your final expenses?" Looking at Zhao Chen's smiling face, the old man began to breathe heavily. This brat was definitely a Zhao family descendant. His shamelessness was exactly like that of the Zhao patriarch. How could someone say such shameless things with a straight face? What kind of person even thinks like this? The old man stayed silent for a long time. Zhao Chen stopped smiling and sighed, then spoke gently, "Uncle, you have no children. When you're gone, there won't even be anyone to collect your body. Forget about using a fine Wanwali coffin or having a grand burial. You won't even have anyone to clean your grave during Qingming festival. Tell me, what's the point of living a life like that?" As Zhao Chen spoke, he closely observed the old man's expression. He could clearly see the old man's smug look turn into a frown, then into worry. There's hope. Sure enough, the old man grabbed Zhao Chen's hand tightly. "Chen, do you think I treat you well?" "Uncle, we only met yesterday." Before Zhao Chen could finish, the old man interrupted, "All the treasures in the world can't be taken with you after death. What use are they to me? When I'm gone, they'll all be yours anyway." Zhao Chen understood. He immediately changed his tone. "Uncle, you're so good to me." The old man's expression softened. "Since I treat you so well, then, here it comes." Zhao Chen leaned in and said, sincerely and emotionally, one word at a time, "Uncle, say no more. I'll take care of everything for you in the future. If you don't think Wanwali is good enough, I'll get you a gold-inlaid jade coffin. If you think a few acres of land for a burial plot is too cramped, I promise you even Mount Fuji, if you say the word, I'll make sure you're buried in style at the summit." The old man's face lit up with satisfaction. "All right, kid, as long as you have that kind of heart. Once we win this vase, I'll take you somewhere fun and broaden your horizons." Beijing, Huasheng headquarters. Zhao Zichang frowned deeply. He couldn't figure out how Zhao Chun had suddenly acquired Bulgari. A global luxury brand like this, he wouldn't dare say it was something one could just buy on a whim. Where did Zhao Chen even get the money? Although the group was valued at only a few hundred billion, you couldn't just purchase it at face value. He remembered that he had only given Zhao Chen 1 billion. He was utterly baffled. Why did he suddenly decide to acquire that brand? "I heard it's because he wants to get into high-end jewelry," someone on the phone explained. "Why?" "Not sure. Maybe he just likes valuable things." Zhao Zichang hung up the phone, frustrated. The people he had sent to help Zhao Chen with his business were useless. They didn't know anything and couldn't explain a thing. What kind of employees are these? You can't even figure out what your boss wants to do? And you've been Huasheng's Employee of the Year for 5 years. After searching his contacts, he immediately called Chen Yanlan, Zhao Chen's secretary, whose number he had kept. "Hello. Yes, this is Zhao Zichang, Zhao Chen's father. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Do you know how Zhao Chen managed to acquire Bulgari?" "It's all right. I'm currently working on the handover of assets with Bulgari. They said Zhao Chen paid about £10. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what's written in the contract." Zhao Zichang's brows furrowed even tighter, forming deep lines. He was even more confused. £10? What kind of price is that? That's the cost of breakfast for him. How could the price of breakfast buy a world-class luxury brand? This was serious, clearly a scam. His son was still inexperienced and, having grown up poor, had a penchant for bargains. Sigh. As a father, knowing that Zhao Chun had been scammed made him feel terrible. Whoever these fraudsters were, wherever they were hiding, once he found them, even if it was the Golden Triangle, they were doomed. Suddenly, Zhao Zichang remembered that Uncle Fugue had once bought a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase for just 2 bowls of mung bean porridge. He immediately realized Uncle Fugue was now with Zhao Chen. The similarity in methods was too much to ignore. The truth was becoming clear. Fugue, could it be that you're truly the Zhao family's lucky charm? I just hope Zhao Chen doesn't squander this connection with Uncle Fugue. He immediately called Wang Qian. Parenting wasn't a one-man job, and since Zhao Chen had been scammed, this was a big deal. They needed someone to investigate. Who on earth are these idiots? Do they think my son is a 3-year-old? Selling it for such a low price. What worried him more was that Zhao Chen couldn't see through such an obvious scam. No, it's not Zhao Chen's fault. It must be that the scammers are incredibly cunning. Zhao Chen rubbed his hands together. He looked a bit mischievous, but the thought of 630 million yuan combined with the old man's promise to use the auction proceeds for some fun put him in high spirits. That's 6.3 billion. Wherever we go, we could probably buy the place outright. Uncle, you really treat me well. I've been thinking golden lay jade is nice, but how about I get you a diamond-encrusted coffin instead? Hey, you sure know how to make people happy. Don't say it's just a coffin. With diamonds on it, I'd still be a trendsetter even in the afterlife. Of course. The two were at the country's largest auction of the year, each holding half a watermelon and scooping it out with spoons. Even though their eating manners were far from elegant, it didn't affect their inner trendy man images one bit. Luckily, the people at the auction recognized the young master of the Zhao family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have mattered if they owned things worth billions. Even if a member of foreign royalty had come, they wouldn't be allowed to stay and eat watermelon in the auction hall. Tell me, why are we still here after the auction's over? There's one more item. Besides, you haven't even finished your watermelon. Hey, I'm just asking. No rush. He had no intention of leaving. If there was still an auction item left, it meant today's spending cap could go even higher. A bunch of worthless enamel vases followed. Zhao Chen didn't even know their names and didn't bother to listen to the final prices. Then Wang Qian sent him a message. Xiao Chun, have you been eating properly these days? Yes, Mom, I've been eating well. Good. I heard from your dad that you've been working hard on your business again. Don't overdo it. The family's money will never run out. I just transferred you some more. Don't let yourself suffer. Mom, I really don't need the money. I'm telling you, my business is bound to make a fortune. Even if I just fiddle around, I'll still make money. That's good. Seeing you like this makes me happy. No matter what, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. We have plenty of money at home, so feel free to experiment. Any hole you dig, we can fill it. Facing setbacks is good too. Any hardship will help you grow. Remember, failure and mistakes are in the past. Enjoy the present. Zhao Chen froze. What? Forget about Dad not believing I'm seriously working on my business, but why don't you believe me either? I'm not messing around. Why would I fail? Even without counting Bulgari's daily revenue, his gold alone could be liquidated any time. Next year, once the land was planted, it would bring in endless wealth. He didn't understand, his head full of questions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Maybe his parents thought his business was too simple and small in scale, so they assumed he was just playing around. Ridiculous. I'm really working hard. Zhao Chen made up his mind to surpass his parents' legacy and make them recognize his efforts. Where are we going? Zhao Chen was already sitting in the passenger seat, looking a bit expectant. While business was important, enjoyment was even more so. The old man didn't answer, just chuckled in a way that made Zhao Chen's skin crawl. The Cullinan stopped in front of a building. The old man got out and led Zhao Chen inside. Zhao Chen frowned. What's going on? The workday is over. What are we doing at a company called Emperor Entertainment Group Jinling Agency? Halfway through reading the company name, Zhao Chen's expression changed. All right then. It's the prime time for work, so I guess I should just focus and get back to it. This morning, there are 2 casting sessions. One is for female models preparing for next year's national competition. The other is for female actors. Which one do you want to attend as a backstage judge? Zhao Chen straightened up. Suddenly, he realized this wasn't work, this was art and aesthetics, a high-level pursuit of human appreciation. He couldn't refuse. He figured he must have good taste. Turning to the old man, he asked, "Is this company ours?" "No." "Too bad. I was hoping to be fair and impartial." "It's your aunt's." Zhao Chen froze. "All right. I haven't even met her yet, but my aunt should support me in this artistic endeavor." His aunt didn't have children, and Wang Qian had always told Zhao Chen that one day he'd need to take care of her in her old age. He still remembered those words. "Have you decided? Models?" Zhao Chen shook his head. "Actors?" Zhao Chen shook his head again. The old man stopped walking. "Kid, don't tell me you've lost interest at such a young age?" "Zhao Chen, I want to see both. Arrange the schedule. I don't mind working harder for the sake of the job." "All right, young master, just wait and see." The old man liked this eager to adapt side of Zhao Chen. Young men shouldn't be timid. They're full of youthful energy, why act like some ascetic gentleman or monk? When a woman is practically delivered to your doorstep, don't act all impotent and make people sick. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, preparing to enter the company. "Do you know the boss here?" Zhao Chen turned his head and asked. "Nope." "Then how do you have the nerve to bring me here? Isn't this your aunt's company?" A quick phone call from you, and it's sorted. Why would I, an old man, need to get involved? Zhao Chen opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to reply. Good grief. His aunt, whom he hadn't contacted in over a decade, and now his first call to her would be, "Aunt, can I check out the starlets in your company?" Even though he was thick-skinned, there were limits to what he could say. The two men, one old and one young, sat on the steps outside the company under the blazing sun, both silent. Didn't you say you were going to spend the auction proceeds on having fun? I did. I'll even pay for gas later. The old man looked utterly unbothered, his face practically beaming with shameless glee. So you came out to play with just a few $100 for gas money? Everything else is on me, huh? Always freeloading at your age, shameless. You've got no morals, you know that? Even as he spoke, Zhao Chen took out his phone and called his aunt. Hello, Auntie, it's Xiao Chen. I have enough money. Yeah, school hasn't started yet. I think it'll be a few more days. Yeah, I have one. The girl from the Li family, you forgot, Auntie? The arranged marriage one. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to visit your company in Jinling to check out how the model and actress auditions are run. No, really, no need. Please don't. I mean it, really, Auntie? Auntie? Zhao Chen put down the phone. The old man turned to ask, well, young master, how did it go? Did your aunt make the arrangements? Zhao Chen shook his head. Fu Guo froze. Then Zhao Chen said nonchalantly, Auntie said she's giving me this little company. Someone will be coming downstairs to greet me soon. Ha ha ha. The old man adjusted his clothes. Say what you want about him, but despite his age, he did have a certain charm when he tried to act like a gentleman. Not the fake kind, nor the soft and effeminate type, just a continuation of a middle-aged man's charm that had carried over into his old age. Zhao Chen followed behind the old man steadily. When they were serious, they actually looked a bit like father and son on the battlefield. Soon, the sound of high heels echoed. Zhao Chen thought it was just one person. But it was a whole group. Hiss. He suddenly felt like he had never seen so many beautiful legs in his life. Especially the woman leading the group, a folder in hand, wearing black-rimmed glasses, thin black stockings, and a pencil skirt. It was the same standard professional attire, but on her, it had a flair that Chen Yanlan couldn't quite match. There was just something about it, something indescribable. Phew. Stay calm. Who here is Mr. Zhao? That would be me. Zhangli looked slightly surprised. She had just received a sudden call from headquarters saying that the new boss was coming to inspect the company. She was stunned. A company like theirs required connections in the entertainment and modeling industries to operate. No connections? No network? How could someone take over such a company? She had assumed Mr. Zhao was the old man in front of her. She hadn't expected it to be the young guy who looked barely out of his teens. Still, though surprised, she didn't say much. A young boss was much easier to deal with than an old one. Old men had seen everything and usually had picky tastes, while young men could be pleased with a bit of beauty and grace. Mr. Zhao, this way, please. The process had to be formal, starting with some pleasantries. They entered the most luxurious guest room. Fugue made himself at home, acting as if Zhao Chen was the boss and he was Zhao Chen's father. Mr. Zhao, so young and promising. Zhang Li said, trying to gauge his tone. Just working hard, that's all. Oh, where's Mr. Zhao originally from? Born in Beijing, nothing special. May I ask how Mr. Zhao became the owner of this company? I've been working here for several years, and the boss has always been the same. The sudden change is a bit hard to adjust to. Right, I should be calling you boss now. Oh, my aunt asked me to look after it for her. I had some free time, so I came to check it out. Zhangli felt somewhat relieved. She had thought this Zhao Chen might be a spoiled rich kid just playing around. But judging by his humble demeanor, he didn't seem like a brat born with a golden spoon. Their conversation was cut short when Fugue suddenly stood up, holding a cup of tea. He walked over to Zhao Chen and handed it to him respectfully. Young master, didn't the old master say you shouldn't be too low-key when you left? Emperor Entertainment belongs to your aunt. There's nothing wrong with saying so. Why keep it low-key? Our Zhao family has been rooted in Beijing for many years. Being this low-key Zhao Zhichang wouldn't approve. If you ask me, as a child of a wealthy family, you don't need to be overly polite with her. It's a bit of a waste of your time. Before the old man could finish, Zhao Chen quickly covered his mouth. Damn it, this is giving me goosebumps all over. He forced an awkward smile. Ms. Zhang, please don't mind him. My uncle here isn't quite right in the head. Zhao Chen struggled to keep the old man quiet. Zhongli smiled politely. She understood. The old man was likely a housekeeper who didn't like seeing his young master talking politely to a married woman with good looks. As a company executive, she was privy to certain information. She knew about Emperor Entertainment's ties to the Zhao family in Beijing and was aware of Huaxing Group's Zhao Zhichang. Though news of the Zhao family's lost child being found hadn't been widely circulated, it hadn't escaped the attention of insiders like her. Zhongli wasted no time. Wu Meng, get the boss some fresh tea. Right away. A better batch of tea was quickly served to Zhao Chen. It's not wrong to adjust one's actions based on the situation. Zhongli's quick thinking and adaptability explained why she had become general manager at such a young age. This morning, there are 2 auditions. Boss, do you want to choose the first one? Before she could finish, Zhao Chen waved her off. Since there are 2 auditions, I'll attend both. It doesn't matter if the work is tedious or boring, I'll still be there. You don't need to tell me the details. Hearing this, Zhongli nodded and said nothing further. She felt that Zhao Chen didn't seem like the type to attend just to ogle the women. Even if both auditions involved women. At that moment, Fu Gui jumped up. Young master, no. I think 1 session is enough. 2 would be too tiring. Your father specifically said you shouldn't overwork yourself. Zhao Chen hadn't even responded when the old man continued, Manager, arrange for a few people to accompany the young master. Not to serve him, but just to ensure he doesn't get too tired. Zhongli nodded immediately. Of course. Zhao Chen shot the old man a fierce glare. Damn it, this old man is so cunning. And shameless, too. Once you enter the entertainment circle, it's as deep as the sea. Zhongli had already started subtly probing Zhao Chen, trying to find out if he had connections with any big directors or if Huaxing Group had invested in any talent shows or training camps for producing stars. These questions were subtle, and Zhao Chen might not fully understand them. But the old servant knew exactly what was going on. He immediately took it upon himself to boast recklessly, talking about major productions, TV dramas, movies, and even claiming that their capital had already entered Hollywood. He even mentioned that a web celebrity with decent acting skills could make it to the international big screen. The old man was meticulous. After his exaggerated bragging, he didn't forget to clarify to those around him that none of this was his doing, it was all thanks to the young master's capabilities. Nothing remarkable, he said. Zhongli, a seasoned professional with years of workplace experience, just nodded slightly at these claims. She couldn't deny that Huaxing Group had the ability to do such things, but it certainly wouldn't be as effortless as the old man made it sound. However, the young women nearby didn't think the same way. Could someone from Huaxing Group, especially the prince's entourage, be lying? Everyone in this industry knew how important connections and relationships were. Without the right connections, it was impossible to rise to fame. Among today's stars, except for a few seasoned veterans, who didn't have a few godfathers backing them, Zhao Chen was young, and attaching themselves to him could secure them a lifetime of comfort. Finally, they arrived at the audition room for actresses. Zhongli, being sharp and observant, leaned over to the old man before they entered. I've already instructed them to put on their best performance. They're thrilled to hear someone from headquarters is here to choose talent. Fu Gui nodded. You've done well. The young master will appreciate your efforts. Zhao Chen, walking ahead, frowned. This old man, who was clearly here to indulge himself, had pinned everything on him, making it seem like Zhao Chen had come to scout for a free girlfriend. Though, in fairness, Zhao Chen did want to broaden his horizons a bit. Seated at the judge's table, Zhao Chen's tea was swapped for iced cola, his favorite, showing just how much effort the manager in black stockings had put in. Zhao Chen remained composed. Here, no makeup was allowed, nor were overly provocative outfits. Every girl presented herself naturally, with simple features. They wore crop tops and shorts, allowing for the inspection of scars and physique. At a glance, one could easily judge who had potential. Each batch of 20 contestants entered the room, lined up, and followed commands to turn their bodies. Then, they were evaluated one by one based on enunciation, singing ability, facial expressions, and more. This was only the first stage. Zhang Li explained that the next round involved one-on-one private interviews and quality checks. Since Zhao Chen, as the boss, had already participated, he would personally assess the talent and abilities of the outstanding candidates in the next round. Recite the essay preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang. Following the large screen, the first contestant began to read the essay aloud. Tone, pitch, emotion, and clarity of speech were all judged by set standards. Meanwhile, beauty, physique, and charisma were scored collectively in this round. Regarding these three aspects, Zhang Li entrusted Zhao Chen with scoring, enhancing the leader's involvement and giving him a subtle talent selection experience. Zhao Chen gladly obliged. Except for the old man occasionally whispering vulgar comments in his ear, such as, "good for childbirth, that's deep, she's definitely a first-timer," and so on. What surprised Zhao Chen even more was how the female executives also played along to flatter the old man. They talked about ways to judge people, observing their subtle expressions, the fine hair behind their ears, pelvic alignment, and walking posture. They sounded utterly professional. Zhao Chen was amazed. Can you really deduce so much from appearance? This seemed like a genuinely practical skill, far more credible than judging by skin tone or scent. Suddenly, Zhao Chen turned to Zhang Li and manager Zhang. "Of all the actresses so far, who do you think has the most potential?" "Someone truly talented." Zhang Li smiled faintly. Zhao Chen's question was well phrased. Indeed, most of the actresses here had already been driven. For Zhao Chen, as the boss, the requirement was clear: start with a new car. The process would be simpler that way. With a slight nod, Zhang Li softly suggested, "Contestant 19, Yang Manhwa. Her pure and innocent demeanor matches the current mainstream aesthetic for actresses. Her voice is clear, her posture is graceful, and her foundational acting skills are strong. Moreover, she has a good educational background. As for the others, I haven't noticed anyone particularly outstanding yet." Zhao Chen glanced at his score sheet. For contestant 19, he had given 99 for beauty, 97 for physique, and 98 for charisma. He had only given similar scores to 2 or 3 others. Of course, some he had to observe more closely and score based on intuition. He nodded slowly. "I'll take another look. Make a note of her for me." Zhang Li responded immediately, "Understood." After watching several more batches, Zhao Chen felt something was off. Although they weren't wearing makeup, he started to feel aesthetic fatigue. Honestly, all the actresses in this room, eligible for evaluation, were far more attractive than the average beauties on the street. Still, it was visually exhausting. Not to mention, some of them appeared to have had cosmetic surgery. Their faces were oddly similar, lacking natural features. Thankfully, a few of them were refreshing enough to stand out. Zhao Chen thought these few could become stars based on looks alone. Why do you think they're as attractive as the celebrities on TV, yet they're not famous? Zhang Li answered tactfully, reflecting Zhao Chen's demeanor. She didn't believe someone his age would be so sanctimonious or pretentious. "Boss, the difference between them and TV stars lies in having someone like you a benefactor. There are countless beautiful women in the world, but some remain extras their entire lives. Connections truly matter in this industry. For them, hard work doesn't count for much. They're waiting for opportunities like today. If you leave now, their chances of success will decrease significantly." Zhao Chen's expression didn't change. The world was cruel. Not long ago, he had been working on construction sites, even worse off than these women. He wouldn't mock anyone's profession. Nor would he feel unnecessary pity. Only truly pitiable people deserve sympathy. For these women, his pity would mean opportunity. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhao Chen suddenly waved his hand, halting the proceedings. "Contestants 20, 3, and 7, step forward and perform a talent showcase. Right now." Zhang Li's eyes gleamed, and she quickly dismissed unrelated staff while ensuring the doors were securely closed. The 3 chosen girls' faces briefly lit up with joy before they carefully concealed their excitement. They stepped forward with enthusiastic strides, swiftly introducing themselves and highlighting their strengths. Contestant 3 began dancing. Midway through her performance, Zhao Chen nodded. "Contestant 3, are you feeling hot?" "Thank you, boss. My name is Wu Mengting. I am feeling a bit hot." Without hesitation, she removed her crop top, leaving only her innerwear, and continued dancing. Dressed in thin clothing, her slender waist and long legs stood out. Contestant number 3 gave it her all during the dance, not disappointing anyone. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, a gesture of free encouragement. The old man sitting beside him was pleased to see the young master enjoying himself. He had come to be Zhao Chen's steward because he was worried the young master, poisoned by a life of deprivation, wouldn't know how to enjoy himself or have his own opinions. Thankfully, as expected of a Zhao family member, Zhao Chen seemed to have a liking for such things. However, being new to this, Zhao Chen was still a bit restrained, seemingly holding back due to concerns or hesitation. He needed to understand that, as someone from a family like his, he didn't need to feel responsible or guilty. From the moment he became the Zhao family's young master, everyone close to him would approach him with their own interests in mind. It was all just a transaction. Girlfriends or mistresses, where would emotions even come into play? That was pretty good. Number 3. Introduce yourself. If the boss picks you today, it means success is within reach. From now on, your future will be bright. But don't take it to mean you're exceptionally talented, beautiful, or clever. It might just be because #3 is easy to remember. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. He felt the old man's words were a bit too absolute. Yet, he couldn't refute them. Reality did seem to work that way. Contestant number 3 stopped dancing and stood silently, listening to the old man's pompous words. She showed no impatience. When she entered this industry, she had already mentally prepared herself to give up things like dignity. Zhao Chen took a sip of iced cola. Feeling refreshed, he spoke in a calm, steady voice, the tone of someone raised in luxury. Alright, I'm a bit tired. That's enough for now. The 3 numbers I just called, work hard. The company will allocate some resources to you, make the most of it. A few simple words. Zhao Chen had never spoken to peers like this before, let alone women in their 20s. Rising from his seat, Zhao Chen walked away. Zhongli immediately bent down to collect his score sheet. On the roster, only Yang Minghua, number 19, had a line drawn next to her name by Zhao Chen. Zhongli silently noted it. The boss preferred women who were clean, pure, slender, and had a slightly aloof demeanor. Following behind Zhao Chen and Fugui, she quickly thought about the most attractive candidates from the modeling team. A sudden idea struck her: catering to the boss's preferences never went out of style. The group leisurely made their way to another audition venue. As they left, the actresses in the room didn't say a word, but the light in their eyes dimmed significantly. Third group, contestant number 19, Yang Minghua, step out and head to the next evaluation room. The other girls eagerly awaited the next name to be called. Unfortunately, the staff member announcing the results turned and left. Only one made it through from this group. All eyes in the dressing room turned to the slender girl quietly changing clothes, Yang Minghua. Some were dissatisfied, others envious or resentful. Their faces openly displayed their negative emotions. They didn't hold back. Outside this dressing room, Yang Minghua's fate and theirs would diverge dramatically. She would soar, while they remained grounded. Her name was seared into their minds. She would likely be the subject of their envy for a lifetime. But the quiet girl simply changed her clothes and walked out of the crowded dressing room, carving her own path through the throng. Everyone envied her. Everyone wanted to block her way. Yet no one could stop her. In this moment, their bitter sarcasm and jealousy were powerless. Yang Minghua walked alone into a far more luxurious evaluation room, waiting silently. Lonely yet proudly distinct. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat with a smile at the judges' table for the model auditions. Today had been both relaxed and enjoyable. Earlier, as they entered, over 100 long-legged young women sat on the floor in the corridor, sipping water and glancing at those walking past. Zhongli seemed to be highly regarded among them, receiving extreme levels of flattery and goodwill. These young women now knew that this 18-year-old boy was the new boss. The gaze of these innocent girls toward the milk boy had suddenly shifted to that of disdainful acknowledgement reserved for a wealthy but detestable superior. It was inevitable. The models were there to walk the runway. Zhao Chen watched for a while but quickly grew aesthetically fatigued. Perhaps it was because he lacked the energy to be captivated, or maybe it was due to Li Miaoxian wearing him out the past few nights. He felt little desire or enthusiasm. This batch was full of ordinary beauties with no striking features. While they were attractive, the actresses from earlier were more captivating in terms of looks. Models, however, focused more on charisma and distinctive features. Other than their legs, which were remarkable, there wasn't much else that piqued his interest. Admittedly, their legs were exceptional, different from Li Miaoxian's soft, moonlit elegance. The models had sharper angles and more defined lines. They likely had impressive squatting and standing strength. Glancing at the clock, it was already 11:30. He was hungry. Zhangli, perceptive as ever, noticed Zhao Chen looking at his phone with disinterest. She realized the models hadn't caught his eye. What a pity. Failing to impress the boss was a career low point for her. Who could have predicted the new boss would be a baby-faced 18-year-old? Perhaps the black stockings, pencil skirt, and wavy hair weren't his type. Still, Zhongli figured she could curry favor with the steward. The old man probably had diverse tastes. Boss, it's about time. Lunch has been prepared by the company. Before Zhao Chen could respond, Fugue quickly chimed in. What's for lunch? A meal from a 5-star hotel? Or just the company cafeteria? Zhang Li was momentarily stunned by the question. Zhao Chen immediately pulled him aside. It's fine. We're already at the company, so anything simple will do. Don't listen to him. Understood, boss. This way, please. Lunch is from a Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby, owned by Wan Run Group. Zhao Chen paused mid-step, giving Zhang Li a thoughtful look. Wan Run Group belonged to the Li family, Li Niaxian's family business. Zhang Li's ability to handle matters and her tact were impressive. She made people feel comfortable while remaining clever and balanced. Zhao Chen had an idea. Noticing the young boss's evaluative gaze, Zhang Li maintained her composure, gesturing for Zhao Chen to enter the dining area. She added softly, the morning was a bit rushed. That contestant, Yang Manhwa, is still waiting in the evaluation room. Should I have her join us for lunch and discuss her details further? Zhao Chen was still thinking. Fugue, grinning mischievously, spoke up first. Call her over. Meals are more enjoyable with more people. You come too. Understood. When Yang Minghua received the call, she didn't hesitate and joined them in the dining area. As Zhao Chen sat at the table, no one dared to sit beside him. Until Yang Minghua finally walked in. Both Zhang Li and Fugue's eyes lit up. This girl was exceptional. Zhao Chen remained silent. He could come out to see the world, admire art, or even look at beautiful women. But he wouldn't let desire rise in his heart. The girl sitting beside him seemed to have just graduated from university. Her looks and figure were decent. Having her accompany him for lunch wasn't something Zhao Chen would refuse, such things were simply part of his life now. Yang Minghua was a little nervous. The boss was younger than her, and he seemed to only be interested in eating his meal. She didn't know how to please him. More accurately, she didn't know what kind of person Zhao Chen was. Was he innocent, pure, and kind, or was he secretly twisted, perverse, and lustful? She could only tread carefully. The table was laid with a variety of dishes, rice topped with abalone sauce, cheesy prawns, sautéed greens, lobster mapo tofu, black pepper beef, and corn. These were the same ordinary dishes Zhao Chen had been eating for days. After eating for a while, Zhao Chen glanced at the young woman seated next to him. She was eating plain rice without touching the dishes. Not a single one of these dishes suits your taste? No, they're delicious. I've been eating them all along. Her voice was soft, trembling uncontrollably as she spoke to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pointed at the dishes. Don't be nervous. Eat. No talk about work during meals. Thank you, boss. Zhao Chen nodded. If you face any challenges at work, let the manager know. No career succeeds without effort. Beyond hard work, you need to learn to seize opportunities. Just as he said this, his phone rang, a video call from Bai Weining. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen answered. Holding the phone, he looked at the person on the screen. Bai Weining stared back quietly, saying nothing. Zhao Chen shifted the phone to find better angles to show himself. Still, Bai Weining didn't speak. Her smile remained soft and gentle. Zhao Chen stretched his neck, angling the phone for a better look at her. The girl caught on and mimicked his movements, adjusting her position to show herself better, a white dress, a delicate, sparkling necklace, white socks, white shoes, and a square watch. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her face and attire were impeccably elegant. Zhao Chen, Weining, it's already 11:50 a.m. The girl pursed her lips slightly, showing him her dimple with a soft smile. I'm about to go eat. How about you? I'm eating. Zhao Chen lifted his bowl and took a big bite of rice in front of the camera. Bai Weining's eyes sparkled. She tried to stifle her laughter with her hand but quickly gave him a concerned frown. Eat slower, or you'll choke. It's a bit hot. After swallowing, Zhao Chen leaned closer to the phone, speaking clearly. Weining, I miss you. But it's only been a few days. How could you miss me so soon? Besides, young Master Zhao has been so busy lately he hasn't even called me. Zhao Chen laughed awkwardly. I just forgot. The girl on the other end sniffed dramatically and huffed, humph. Lost in the company of women? I thought you were a gentleman, but Sister Miuxian told me you're just a young flirt who doesn't behave himself at all. I'm not. Oh, really? You still have dark circles under your eyes, you look tired, and your complexion is bad. Who knows what you've been up to? Zhao Chun, waning, it's not what you think. Don't bother explaining. You and Sister Miaoxian are still in your honeymoon phase. I wouldn't dare get in the way. Waning, why don't you come to Jinling for a while? The girl on the other end of the call gave him a flat, emotionless look and sighed lightly. She slowly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her dress, revealing her collarbones. The gesture seemed to say, this is all you can see for now. She couldn't possibly fly to Jinling to let him take advantage of her. Even so, Bai Waning's face turned faintly red, her embarrassment subtly evident. Miaoxian is your fiancée, so she can give herself to you without hesitation. But we're just dating. It's only been a little over a year since we started. Our future isn't certain, so I can't give myself to you so easily. Her voice was gentle. Even with a hint of shyness, she spoke openly and honestly, laying bare her thoughts. Zhao Chen glanced around. The old man and the manager in black stockings had left to explore elsewhere at the start of the meal. Only Yang Minghua sat beside him in silence, not daring to make a sound. Don't worry. You're not going anywhere. Forget the future, I won't let you leave. Buttoning up her dress, Bai Waning nodded lightly without saying much. After a long pause, she spoke again. All right. But don't become a bad person. You can be a little mischievous, but don't go too far. Deep down, you still need kindness. I still like the old you, the one without bad intentions. The two gazed at each other through the phone screen for a long while. All right, don't feel pressured. I'm not too strict with you. Just be your best self. One thing, take care of your health and hygiene. Zhao Chen nodded seriously, like a child being scolded. I still want you to come, Waning. I miss you. No. You're already addicted to me, Zhao Chen. You need to control yourself. I'm not. Waning, you have to believe me. Your eyes gave you away the moment you answered the call, so obvious. A full stomach leads to lust, huh? My dear boyfriend, you need to cultivate self-control. She waved a tiny fist at the screen in mock intimidation. All right, I'm hanging up. I need to eat. Let's talk tonight. No, Sister Miaoxian will blame me again. While Zhao Chen was on the call with Bai Waning, Yang Minghua sat quietly beside him, listening to every word. It was a rare opportunity for her to learn more about Zhao Chen's personality. The fact that Zhao Chen didn't avoid her during the call suggested she had already lost some of her independence. At the very least, some part of her life was now in the hands of this young man. She glanced at the screen, catching sight of the radiant, gentle girl on the other end. Bai Waning seemed carefree, with no trace of worry or sadness. A pang of bitterness struck Yang Minghua's heart. She envied her but couldn't replicate her life. Yang Minghua had already passed the age of romantic innocence. Her world was grounded in harsh reality. What girl doesn't like a wealthy and domineering man? She was no different. But not every attractive girl finds a happy ending. At 23, she had yet to open her heart to any man. Among wealthy young men, Zhao Chen was the first she'd encountered. And yet, facing Zhao Chen, she felt an insurmountable sense of inadequacy. Should I recognize him as a godfather? Be capped? Live as a plaything, a caged bird in a golden cage? She felt lost. So lost that if she had to undress to seduce him, removing her bra or underwear, she wouldn't even know where to start. It was as if the opportunity was right in front of her, but she was too powerless to seize it. Her hands trembled, and her chopsticks clattered on the table. Zhao Chen ended the call and took another bite of food. Here, have a shrimp. He picked a piece of shrimp and placed it on her plate. Before she could thank him, the young boss spoke again. Button up your clothes. Eat properly. I'll provide resources for you. Tomorrow, give me your health report. From now on, stay clean. Yang Minghua looked up, meeting Zhao Chen's sharp, unyielding gaze. It pierced through her, leaving her unable to respond. After a long moment, she finally spoke. All right, I understand. After finishing his meal, Zhao Chen left. He didn't intend to behave recklessly, but he wasn't a saint either. If he liked a flower and had the means to pluck it, why leave it for someone else? Besides, in this industry, even if he didn't touch these girls, there were plenty of perverted old men who would. In a way, it was almost a good deed. This kind of behavior was far better than those who had no money but still insisted on playing at a high level. Look how miserable Wu Dalong ended up. Zhang Li escorted him for a considerable distance, with Yang Minghua following behind her. Despite her nervousness, the young woman was perceptive enough to open the car door for Zhao Chen. Boss, here's my contact information. If there's anything you need, you can contact me directly. I'm not very busy at this stage since I haven't debuted yet. Zhao Chen kept a straight face, giving her a glance and scrutinizing her for a few seconds before pulling out his phone to add her contact. During the process, the young woman didn't dare look at Zhao Chen's expression. It wasn't until he took out his phone that she breathed a sigh of relief. Her words had two implications. You can contact me anytime, available 24/7 at your service. Since I haven't debuted yet, I hope you can help me while I'm still young and give me opportunities to earn money. It wasn't common for someone to lay down terms with a patron during their first meeting. Even Zhang Li thought young Manhwa was being too bold. Does the boss need you to tell him what to do? Why should he center his attention on you and go out of his way to create a debut opportunity for you? Such audacity. Zhang Li noticed Zhao Chen's sharp, cold gaze and couldn't help but sweat for the young woman. Thankfully, the Zhao family's young master bore no ill intent and chose to humor her. This move also demonstrated to Zhang Li the value a caged bird like young Manhwa could hold in the eyes of her patron. In the future, a significant portion of company resources would likely go toward promoting such a plaything. Zhang Li understood this well. Fugue, sitting in the driver's seat, watched Zhao Chen's demeanor and movements, chuckling to himself. There's no one who can't learn. Zhao Chen has grown a lot today. His careful guidance hadn't been in vain. Children from wealthy families should have a certain demeanor. Why act so proper and restrained? If it were up to him, Zhao Chen would have had his fun with all the young women today. It's the perfect age to indulge. Bang! The car door closed. With a press on the accelerator, the car sped off. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he might have created unnecessary trouble for himself again. It wasn't really trouble, he just needed to make another call to his aunt. Hello, Auntie. Yeah, everything's fine. I just wanted to ask, is there a movie in production where I can arrange for an actor to join the cast? No, it's just an ordinary girl. I admire her talent, really. Oh, she can't jump straight into movies? I don't know much about how people debut in this industry. Alright, got it. Thank you for helping me out. The celebrity world? I'm not interested for now. I really don't have a favorite actress, honestly. Auntie, don't overthink it. If I want someone, I'll get them. You know better than me how things work in this industry. Alright, sure. Let's discuss it when I find someone I like. Thanks, Auntie. I know you've got the connections. Hanging up, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Is this what having an aunt feels like? She's practically treating me like her own son. The old women and fairy-like beauties of the entertainment world. His aunt had just told him that as long as it wasn't one of the top-tier stars controlled by major figures she needed to maintain relationships with, anyone else in the industry was fair game if Zhao Chen wanted them. But he was just an 18-year-old. How could he have so many thoughts about it? He didn't lack women now. And he wasn't a hyperactive dog. Let alone someone indiscriminate, willing to accept anything. Master, what do you say we find a club to relax at for a while? Let's go to the golf course. I think I have a golf lesson there. Might as well rest a bit while we're at it. In the past, he couldn't even dream of something like a leisurely nap. The car sped down the road. Very few vehicles gave way to a Cullinan. Then his secretary called. Boss, the handover is complete. The company's financial processes need your signature. Zhao Chen felt a twinge of irritation. Why does my entrepreneurial journey feel so tough? Can't you handle these things yourself? Do I need to pin you down for you to understand your position? Oh, I see. You still don't realize you're my employee? Chen Yanlan, ever quick-witted, responded immediately. Understood. I'll compile the group's income and expense details and send them to you later. Zhao Chen hung up, annoyed. Such a hassle, so many trivial matters. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Daily Navigation is here to serve you. Detected that the host is struggling to manage subordinates and is in an irritable state. Navigation recommends establishing your secretary's role through physical and psychological means. Trust and efficiency can be built better through tangible measures. Suggestion rewards, a 70% discount universal trade voucher. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen thought, I had good intentions, but if Chen Yanlan insists on being uncooperative, then she shouldn't stand in the way of my money-making plans. The voucher was very tempting. A $1 billion deal could be sealed for just $300 million, leaving $700 million in profit, more than enough to buy Chen Yanlan. As a member of the group, she should contribute. It was only fair. He decided to find an opportunity, but not immediately. For now, he was still recovering from the energy-sapping nights with Li Miuxian. At Jinling International Golf Course, the Cullinan stopped at the entrance. VIP membership was required for entry. Sir, how much does membership cost? Sir, membership cannot be purchased. It is obtained through internal recommendations. You'll need 3 referees to vouch for you. Zhao Chen noticed his temper had grown much milder recently. He was surprisingly calm. Fugue, the old servant, said nothing, seemingly waiting to see how Zhao Chen would handle the situation. How much is this golf course worth? Zhao Chen asked. Probably a few billion, Fugue replied. Zhao Chen nodded. There was no need to get upset, it wasn't expensive. If it's this reasonable, I'll just buy it. He turned to Fugue. Find out who owns this golf course. I'd like to purchase it. Fugue's eyes widened in surprise. Buy it? No, you can't. Why not? Didn't you say I could do anything, even bring down the moon if I wanted to? Fugue took a deep breath and replied calmly, this golf course is one of the few assets I've built in my life. You can't take it from me. The old man's legacy? So, this golf course belonged to the old man. Wait, someone like you plays golf? Zhao Chen asked, delivering a brutal blow. The old man's brows furrowed. You little brat, who are you looking down on? Back in the day, I was a golf prodigy. With my exceptional skills, I won the admiration of countless young ladies. Back then, everyone called me the golf prince. As they say, questioning someone's expertise in their domain can ignite their temper and eagerness to prove themselves. True to form, the old man began boasting while addressing the doorman, tell Yulan to come out and meet me. Just say Zhao Fugue is here. Apologies, sir, but I don't know anyone named Yunlan, the doorman replied politely, neither servile nor arrogant. The doorman's response left the old man momentarily speechless. Zhao Chen turned to him with a mocking smile. Like showing off? If it's not yours, it's not yours. Don't get too caught up in vanity. The old man seemed puzzled. Her name was Yunlan, wasn't it? What difference did it make if it was her real name or a nickname? Looking at Zhao Chen's disdainful expression, the old man didn't know how to explain himself. He couldn't very well admit he had forgotten his old flame's real name. Yunlan might just be her nickname. After several calls, Fugue finally found the golf course owner's contact in his address book. Unreliable. Zhao Chen thought. It's one thing to be a scoundrel, but you can't even remember her name properly? 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman in a black Range Rover pulled up, wearing sunglasses as she approached. The old man asked Zhao Chen to go into the golf course alone, saying he had something to handle. Glancing at the old man's bent back, Zhao Chen didn't say anything and went in by himself. Fortunately, the service was excellent, and with the wealth he had, even a first-time visitor like him could enjoy premium treatment. He checked into the golf course hotel and decided to nap first. 3 hours later, he woke up naturally. There were several missed calls and some text messages. He returned a call to Li Miuxian. Miss Li had been concerned about him and asked if he'd had a proper afternoon nap. Zhao Chen, of course, denied having napped. You did nap. Now you probably won't be able to sleep tonight, right? He scrolled through some photos she had sent from the car enthusiast gathering. One photo showed her new car, a Rolls-Royce Wraith, surrounded by a group of elegant older ladies. Even from the photos, the scene exuded sophistication and luxury. Did you nap? Zhao Chen cautiously asked. I did. You woke me up with your call, you silly man. When are you coming back? Miss me already? It's only been half a day, she teased, her playful voice carrying a seductive undertone. Her voice alone was enough to captivate, filled with charm and allure. If he were at full energy, just hearing her tone might have sent him over the edge. Which? I'll be home soon, probably around 6:30 this evening. I still need to connect with these ladies, building relationships with them will be a big help in the future. That group of rich ladies. Zhao Chen thought to himself. Before he could speak, Li Miuxian asked softly, do you have any plans for that batch of gold? No. Good. The current market price is 390 yuan per gram. These ladies could help offload some of it. I suggest lowering the price slightly and selling it in bulk. Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. Although she and Zhao Chen were very close, discussing business matters always came with the risk of affecting personal feelings. She merely offered her thoughts, leaving the final decision to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen considered keeping the gold to process through Bulgari's channels, turning it into luxury jewelry for greater profit. But the truth was, he didn't have much cash on hand. Liquidating some gold could be worth considering, after all. It wouldn't sound great to owe his fiancée 150 million yuan. She hadn't even officially entered the Zhao family yet. Alright. Let's set 375 yuan per gram as the bottom line. You handle the negotiations. You can take one of the 10 gold mountains at home for this. One gold mountain equaled 5 tons. At 380 yuan per gram, 5 tons would be worth 1.9 billion yuan. The challenge was whether these ladies could absorb such a large amount of gold. Moreover, releasing 5 tons into the market would likely lower gold prices, so the remaining 9 mountains might not be sold this way. Instead, the rest could be used for industrial electronics or bulgarish jewelry business. Li Miaoxian quickly understood Zhao Chen's reasoning. 5 tons was already a significant amount. She had brought up the gold with the wealthy ladies today because she was concerned about its origin and whether it would be difficult to sell. She didn't want it to go to waste. Although the acquisition price of 50 yuan per gram meant there was no risk of loss, it was still better to move it. Got it. Leave it to me. Honestly, my suggestion is to use this batch of gold to enter the jewelry market, start a jewelry business. Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Great minds think alike. Bulgari was already his. Her proposal suited him perfectly. He could delegate all luxury jewelry matters to her while he focused elsewhere. I agree. Your suggestion is thoughtful and well-planned. Truly, you're a brilliant scholar with overseas education. No wonder you're my woman. Alright, make sure your little fox secretary prepares dinner. When the lady of the house returns, she expects a proper meal. If it's not up to standard, I'll deal with her myself. Got it. After hanging up, Zhao Chen sent a reminder to Chen Yanlan. Getting out of bed, he called the old man, but there was no answer. Instead, he received a text message. Busy. Entertain yourself. Zhao Chen replied, if you're busy, why not answer the phone but send a text instead? Fugui, I'm too busy to answer the phone but have a free hand to send a text. Zhao Chen? Fine. By now, it was late, and the golf instructor Li Miaoxian had arranged for him still hadn't called. Golf was great for stretching muscles and maintaining a graceful posture, an essential skill for children from wealthy families. But Zhao Chen suspected this was revenge. Perhaps he had been too rough and unrefined in his nighttime activities with Li Miaoxian, so she set this up to refine him. Petty revenge. Sitting on the couch for another half hour with no news from the instructor, Zhao Chen received another message from Fugui. Young master, I'm busy today and can't teach you. Zhao Chen's face flushed red. So it was you. You lazy old man. I let you teach me golf, and you can't even take that seriously. Yet you're here as my steward, making me take care of you every day. Don't you dare die in some woman's bed. This was too much. Forgetting loyalty for beauty, nothing more than this. At least the weather in the afternoon was delightful. The sun wasn't too bright, and a light breeze brushed past. On the edge of the golf course, there weren't many people. All around were lush green lawns, tall and fair-legged caddies in white uniforms, and their white hats couldn't hide their attractive faces. A few bespectacled businessmen swung their clubs elegantly. The sound of the club striking the ball echoed now and then, thwack, thwack. In the sky, you could see white balls soaring into the distance. From afar, the caddies relayed the ball's landing point, laughter rippled through the air, and the breeze continued to blow gently. A waiter stood beside Zhao Chen, holding his golf clubs. Dressed in a white polo, white pants, sunglasses, and a cap, Zhao Chen lay elegantly on a recliner. The waiter popped open a bottle of champagne from the table and poured him a glass. 3 colors of grapes, still glistening with water, were on the table, along with watermelon slices, oranges, and bananas arranged in a fruit platter. Forget playing golf, I'd rather lay here, enjoy the breeze, eat fruit, and sip wine. The thought felt nice but still incomplete, as if something was missing. Are there any more pretty caddies? Zhao Chen asked. Yes, sir, the waiter replied. Call over the 2 prettiest ones. Sir, usually 1 caddy per person is enough. Zhao Chen, feeling the cool breeze on his face, calmly asked, can I have 2? Of course, sir. Each caddy costs 1,500 yuan per hour. Alright, go ahead. Understood, sir. The grapes were delicious. 2 tall and fair-skinned young women soon approached. Their height was astonishing, around 185 centimeters, clad in white-fitted yoga pants and cropped t-shirts. Their slender waists and graceful figures were impossible to ignore. Hello, sir. Their voices were pleasant too. Zhao Chen nodded indifferently, quietly eating his fruit and swirling his wine glass. Seeing that the client who called for 2 caddies was a young man of 18 or 19, the two women's thoughts began to swirl. Rich young men usually fall into 2 categories, either self-made achievers or heirs of wealthy families. But at 18 or 19, they could only think of the latter. Sir, when would you like to start golfing? No rush, Zhao Chen replied. He pulled out his phone and called his close friend, Ma Xiao. Hey, what are you up to? Just buying some clothes. I start work tomorrow. Oh, by the way, the job you introduced me to, I had the interview today, and it went so smoothly. Let me tell you, the company staff are total pushovers. My position is as a barista, but all I have to do is press the coffee machine's on-off switch. It's that simple. I feel like I'm dreaming. All I do is flip a switch, and they're paying me 15,000 yuan a month. I think the boss must be running a charity. This job is incredible. Not only that, but the company cafeteria is super luxurious. Guess what? Today I had abalone. And I was only there for the interview. 5 small abalones. I even thought about bringing a few home for you to try. They were absolutely delicious. Since it was just the interview, I felt embarrassed to pack food to go. But tomorrow, I'll definitely bring you some abalone to try. Every day, if you want. Dude, you should come work here. This job is way too good. Why don't you take it? As soon as Zhao Chen called, Ma Xiao began gushing. He enthusiastically described his new job, the benefits, and how comfortable it was. His excitement was infectious. He hadn't even been this happy when he got into Jinling University. Zhao Chen laughed along with him, enjoying their shared joy. Let me tell you, I could turn on the coffee machine in the morning, head to the construction site to move bricks, and then come back in the evening to turn it off and clean it up. Zhao Chen's smile faded. His original intent was to get Ma Xiao out of the grueling construction work. This guy. Immediately, Zhao Chen sent a message to Chen Yanlan, instructing her to require Ma Xiao to clock in 10 times daily, with location tracking enabled. Let's see how comfortable you feel now, huh? Ma Xiao continued his endless chatter. Zhao Chen interrupted him. Have you finished shopping for clothes? Yes, all done. Are you free now? Yeah, I've got time. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up. You're taking the subway or the bus? I can head toward the station to meet you. Or I can take the subway to you. No need. Stay where you are, I'll pick you up. Alright, I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Zhao Chen called the waiter and provided the location, instructing the golf course to pick up Ma Xiao. Sir, for pickups, the golf course offers Maybach, Bentley, and Audi vehicles. Alternatively, you can opt for helicopter transport. Prices are as follows. Zhao Chen waved him off, uninterested in hearing the details. Use the helicopter. Understood, sir. This time, the waiter wisely refrained from saying more and quickly made the arrangements. After sorting out the pickup, Zhao Chen turned his attention to the 2 caddies. Hit a couple of balls for me. Let me watch. Of course. One set up the ball while the other swung the club. Their impressive height, the curves of their movements during the swings, and their coordinated expressions and graceful demeanor were a pleasure to observe. The golf course truly was a wonderful place. He was starting to like this sport. I don't know how to play. Can you teach me? Of course, sir. Does it cost extra? Zhao Chen teased, knowing that personal golf lessons were an additional charge. No, sir. It's free. Without hesitation, they agreed. Can you teach me hands-on? Of course, sir. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and moved closer, gripping the club. Like this, hold it like this. Stand like this, yes, lean toward me a bit. Align it properly. Good. There are a few heights for the swing. You can observe my movements to learn the proper technique. Their fingers were slender and slightly cool. As they guided Zhao Chen's grip, he remained composed, carefully learning from them. He attentively observed the caddies' coordinated movements, admiring their elegance. After hitting a few balls, Zhao Chen rested briefly before accepting their business cards and casually placing them on the table. The 2 young women weren't disappointed. It was just a simple interaction. Even if he was interested, a prince like Zhao Chen wouldn't act on it immediately. A few minutes later, the sound of a helicopter grew louder. Soon, a trembling young man appeared, visibly shaken from the ride. Even his steps were unsteady. The moment he saw Zhao Chen, Ma Xiao lit up with excitement. Dude, I don't deserve this, having you spend money on me. His trembling voice reached Zhao Chen's ears. Zhao Chen motioned for him to sit down. When Ma Xiao turned and saw the two tall, elegant, and stylishly dressed young women smiling nearby, his face instantly flushed red. Sitting down nervously, Zhao Chen cleared his throat. He felt there was no need to keep pretending anymore. It was time to come clean. To be honest, Ma Xiao was completely stunned. When Zhao Chen said he'd come pick him up, Ma Xiao thought it would be a mutual effort via subway or a simple bus ride. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect a helicopter. Sitting in the helicopter, hearing the thunderous roar of its blades, Ma Xiao thought he had already experienced something extraordinary. But when he arrived at the golf course and saw the two tall, elegant girls holding golf clubs by Zhao Chen's side, waves of shock surged through his heart. His first thought was that Zhao Chen must have found his biological parents, and they must be incredibly powerful. The second possibility was that the wealthy lady who owned the company Zhao Chen had introduced him to had taken a liking to him, and his friend had already embarked on a path of no return. Whatever the case, the fact that Zhao Chen invited him out today meant he still valued their friendship. It made him realize that their 3 years of friendship were more precious than he had imagined. Perhaps this was what it meant to support each other during hardships and never forget the bond in moments of success. Someday, when Ma Xiao started making money, he vowed to take Zhao Chen out for fun as well. After sitting down, Ma Xiao accepted a champagne glass offered by the server with both hands and politely said thank you. Then, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen's face, silently observing. Zhao Chen just smiled and shook his head without speaking. Even though Ma Xiao didn't say a word, it was clear from his trembling hands holding the glass that he was overwhelmed with excitement, to the point where he was at a loss for words, unlike his usual talkative self. A moment passed, and when Zhao Chen handed him a bunch of grapes, Ma Xiao finally snapped out of it and quietly leaned in. This wine must be expensive. It even smells fragrant. Really? I haven't tried it yet. I'll give it a taste later, Zhao Chen replied softly. Then, with a mischievous tone, he added, when we leave later, let's run fast and split up, don't get caught. Hearing this, the smile that had just bloomed on Ma Xiao's face instantly froze. What he thought was a wealthy friend remembering their bond suddenly turned into a plan for a dine and dash. What is this, a challenge to dine and dash at high-end venues? Zhao Chen. Are you serious? Come on, guess. I'm just going to the restroom, Zhao Chen teased as he pretended to get up. Ma Xiao immediately grabbed his hand. Bro, if you're going down, we'll go down together. Don't try to escape alone. Zhao Chen sighed, patted Ma Xiao's hand, and assured him, I was joking. I'm really just going to the restroom. Relax and enjoy yourself. Let the girls teach you how to play golf. Ma Xiao hesitated, but then nodded. Surely no one could actually stoop to such behavior, right? Zhao Chen left for the restroom, leaving Ma Xiao lounging comfortably on the recliner. Well, it is what it is, Ma Xiao thought. If it's fate, I'll take it. If it's not, there's no avoiding it. Given his understanding of Zhao Chen, he knew his friend wasn't the type to indulge recklessly or live beyond his means. And if he truly acted this way, then Zhao Chen must have changed completely. The breeze swept by, the faint fragrance of the girls nearby lingered, the occasional sound of golf balls being hit echoed, and the champagne tasted crisp and refreshing. At that moment, Ma Xiao felt certain Zhao Chen was just messing with him. No one who dines and dashes does it with such elegance and luxury. Zhao Chen stood behind Ma Xiao for a while, quietly observing him. Some people can keep up with your pace when you're down and out, and they can also accompany you when you're soaring high, without being limited by their own thoughts or restrained by poverty. Whether Ma Xiao was considered a friend or not didn't matter. Life always needed someone to share it with. Who else would you watch beautiful scenery and stunning women with? Your wife. Ma Xiao was a good guy. Waiter, bring 2 more fruit platters and 2 more bottles of wine. Get chairs for the 2 ladies as well, Zhao Chen instructed. Certainly, sir, the server replied. Zhao Chen then sat back, picked up a bunch of grapes, and said casually, work hard, Ma Xiao. Don't go back to the construction site. The boss treats you so well, don't let them catch you skipping work and break their heart. Don't you think so? Ma Xiao pouted and listened quietly before bursting into laughter. His laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, reaching the skies. Zhao Chen looked at him and laughed along, their laughter carefree and hearty. At that moment, both of them laughed away years of pent-up frustration. When Zhao Chen had been recognized by the Zhao family, he hadn't felt this happy. When he was given access to billions of yuan in inheritance, it hadn't brought this much joy. Even when he saw the piles of gold he owned, he hadn't felt this elation. But hearing his old friend, who had shared hardships with him, laugh alongside him, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Their laughter was wild. It was as if all the misfortunes of this life had come to an end. From this moment on, they would enjoy life to the fullest. Ma Zhao's laughter soon turned to tears as he wiped them away, giving Zhao Chen a punch in the leg. Ow! Zhao Chen flinched and retaliated with an equally hard punch. Damn it! That hurts. Ha ha! Yours wasn't light either. Are you serious? You're the one who started it. Their laughter finally subsided as they nursed their aching limbs. After a moment, Zhao Chen raised his glass toward Ma Xiao. To you, Mr. Ma. To you. Ma Xiao, who hadn't drunk much alcohol in his life, was now consuming fruits and champagne like never before. For the first time, he tried to act gentlemanly, lifting his glass gracefully and downing it in one gulp. The two lay back comfortably, and though the caddies weren't supposed to serve directly, they broke the rules to sit beside the young men, pouring wine and handing over fruit. Neither Ma Xiao nor Zhao Chen asked about the other's life circumstances. It felt like old times when they'd split a bag of cheap snacks equally. School starts in a week, Ma Xiao said casually, bringing up a light-hearted topic. Yeah. Let's apply to live together again, Zhao Chen replied, taking a slice of watermelon from a caddy. Of course. My major isn't as great as yours, but it's decent. When we graduate, I'm sure the job prospects will be great. They discussed their bright futures, filled with optimism and ease. Of course. It's a top school, after all. But in my opinion, college life is best spent finding a girlfriend you like. That's what makes it enjoyable. Never really thought about that before. He didn't say it aloud, but Ma Xiao knew deep down that his current transformation was thanks to befriending someone like Zhao Chen during his toughest times. Needing a benefactor, maybe this was what it meant. Sipping his champagne lightly, Ma Xiao thought it lacked the fiery burn of liquor, the kind that could sear from throat to chest. Zhao Chen gestured for the caddies to continue playing golf while they sipped their drinks and admired the scenery. For 3 hours, they played, drank, and chatted casually until Zhao Chen received a call from Li Miaoxian and realized it was already late. Ma Xiao still had 2 parents to care for at home. The 2 left without hesitation. Finally, the old man returned. Seeing Ma Xiao, he immediately approached to read his fortune, rattling off a series of auspicious predictions that made Ma Xiao's future sound incredibly bright. Ma Xiao initially thought the old man was some kind of fraud. But then he heard the old man refer to Zhao Chen as young master and introduce himself as Zhao Chen's butler. Although Ma Xiao was surprised, he maintained politeness and introduced himself in turn. Zhao Chen took a bag from the old man, pulled out a bundle of cash, 10,000 yuan per bundle, and handed it over. The 2 caddies who had accompanied them for 4 hours had done an impeccable job. Although nothing physical happened, they had served the 2 men with utmost care and attention, showing great respect for Zhao Chen. Each caddy received 3 bundles of cash as compensation and a token of gratitude. Zhao Chen thought double the standard rate would suffice, but the old man insisted that as a young master, Zhao Chen should maintain a sense of style and generosity. 3,000 yuan isn't just payment, it's also for reputation, the old man had said. The caddies left with Zhao Chen and Ma Zhao's contact information, their service leaving a lasting impression. What Zhao Chen didn't know was that his identity as a wealthy young master soon spread among Jinling's elite circles. Before leaving, Zhao Chen even packed up an unfinished fruit basket to take along. At checkout, the old man finally proved useful. The owner of the golf course, who turned out to be his lover, said that as long as Zhao Chen called her auntie, he would enjoy lifetime free access to the golf course. The old man strutted around proudly, as if to say, "See? My woman's got your back." Once in the car, Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao sat in the back seat. Zhao Chen realized for the first time how comfortable the back seat of a Cullinan was, almost on par with the Phantom. Ma Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the car's features, asking Zhao Chen about the various controls and functions. But Zhao Chen didn't have a clue. "This is your car, and you don't know how it works?" Ma Xiao asked incredulously. "Well, my servants usually handle that stuff. I haven't really bothered to learn." "I'll find out and let you know later," Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Ma Xiao nodded, the evidence now overwhelming, his friend was undeniably a young master. "What's it like to have a billionaire for a friend?" "Pretty great, honestly." The old man first drove Ma Xiao back to his family home, parking outside. "Here, take this fruit basket. We didn't touch it earlier, let your parents try some." "Alright, thanks, man." Zhao Chen had intentionally packed the fruit basket to give to Ma Xiao, knowing Li Miaoxian wouldn't eat it. As a princess, her standards were exceptionally high. Even a single bunch of grapes had to cost thousands. I don't live in the old alley anymore. I'm staying at a house near Zijin Mountain now. Come by when you're free, just give me a call. Got it. Zhao Chen left, eager to return home. Li Miaoxian had already called him 3 times. How was he supposed to face the wrath of an angry fiancée? But rules were rules, he couldn't speed. He reminded himself, drive safely, reckless driving brings tears to loved ones. Back at Ma Zhao's house, his mother could now use a crutch to walk, but his father was still bedridden. Ma Xiao, you're back. Come, eat dinner. How was the interview today? Was the work hard? Ma Xiao cheerfully shared the day's events with his parents. They knew Zhao Chen well as Ma Zhao's good friend and were genuinely happy to hear about his transformation and success. That boy Zhao Chen isn't pitiful anymore, his mother remarked. This fruit is from Zhao Chen, Ma Xiao said, pulling out the bag. Oh dear, you shouldn't have let him spend money like that. You didn't even invite him in for a drink. He seemed to be in a rush. He said he'd come by next time. Ma Xiao smiled as he unpacked the bag. But as he reached in, his hand froze. Nestled among the fruit were 4 bundles of cash, 40,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he immediately called Zhao Chen. Hey, Zhao Chen, you left something at my house. Over the phone, Zhao Chen sounded indifferent. Really? Just keep it for now. We'll settle it later. Let's say I'm loaning it to you, don't think you can just keep it. Ma Xiao wasn't stupid. He understood Zhao Chen's intention. With his parents' medical bills being a constant burden, this money wasn't just a lifeline, it lifted a weight he hadn't realized was crushing him. It had been a long time since he'd seen this much money. Alright, I'll hold on to it for now. When I get my salary, I'll pay you back. Sure. You'd better pay me back, don't think I'm just giving it to you for free. Alright, later. The call ended. Ma Xiao stared at the 4 bundles of cash, silent for a long time. His mother noticed and firmly said, Ma Xiao, you need to repay kindness. Don't become reliant on your friend. Zhao Chen has money, that's his. While you should remember his generosity, you must also work hard and improve yourself. Only then will you have the chance to maintain your friendship with him. Otherwise, you won't even have the means to repay him. I understand, Mom. Here, try these grapes. They're sweet. Let your father try some too. All right. That night, the family laughed together for the first time in ages. It felt as if a beam of light had pierced through the dark abyss they had been living in, bringing warmth and hope. Back at the villa, Zhao Chen was annoyed. The old man dropped him off and immediately left, presumably for another of his colorful escapades. Breakfast rituals were one thing, but now his nightlife was just ridiculous. The lingering perfume on him had layers of different scents, like some kind of buff stack to flaunt his conquests. Disgusting. Entering the house, Zhao Chen was greeted by Li Miaoxian's sharp gaze. She walked over, set down his slippers, and leaned close to whisper in his ear, "You smell strongly of perfume, Chen." For a moment, Zhao Chen felt a chill down his spine. Oh no, was it the scent of the caddies or the aspiring actress from earlier? But his expression remained calm as he casually replied, "Just socializing. I don't have anything left in reserve." Li Miaoxian's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone icy. I didn't even say anything. All right, that was unnecessary. As Zhao Chen reached for her waist, intending to get closer, he noticed Chen Yanlan sitting at the kitchen table, typing away on her laptop. She was still working. Your little secretary made a delicious dinner. Go shower first, then eat. I'm starving, you lousy man. Her voice was no longer cold, but demanding. After peeking at Chen Yanlan's work for a moment, she seemed to be finalizing tasks for tomorrow. Zhao Chen gave her a brief instruction. About Ma Xiao, my friend, raise his salary as much as possible. Don't let him realize the company belongs to me. Make sure he shows up to work every day and clocks in frequently. Understood. Feeling ignored, Zhao Chen turned to take a shower. When he returned to the dining table in a robe, Li Miaoxian and Chen Yanlan were already seated. Dinner was sumptuous and perfectly portioned for 3. The braised meatballs, crispy cucumbers, stewed lamb ribs, yam and black chicken soup, vegetable hearts, matsutake with corn, and sea urchin all looked appetizing. Zhao Chen tried the cucumber salad first, it was refreshing and perfectly seasoned. Li Miaoxian tasted each dish, trying to find fault to criticize the secretary, but she couldn't. Eventually, she muttered coldly, "Why'd you come back so late? The cucumbers have gone cold." Zhao Chen silently handed her a lamb rib. Someone should probably tell the princess that cucumber salad is supposed to be served cold. But she likely wouldn't listen. After all, as the lady of the house, she had to assert her authority.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.